Oh my god. There's no point to this show. This whole episode is just him moaning. What the f is the point of this show? Why would anyone enjoy that? I have to watch 10 more episodes of this. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't show any of this on YouTube. Now, before I start, I'd like everyone here to have a moment of silence for the lifespan that I lost watching these anime series.
Walter. Put your dick away, Walter.
Hi everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and welcome to my review of the 5 worst rated anime series of all time. Now, before we dive into this hellhole of a video, I just wanted to clarify something really quickly. I'm not 100% sure if these 5 are the definitive worst animes of all time. Honestly, I just googled worst animes ever and just looked through a bunch of articles, so please, Lord forgive my sins if I'm not completely accurate. Also, another note, these are just series, so I'm not gonna be putting like OVAs. Is it called OVAs? OVAs? However the hell you pronounce that. They don't count. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Mars of Destruction. I also just wanted to say, spoiler alert, just in case somebody on this planet is like,
hold on, I want to watch this for myself because these plots must be really good.
Even though I think Santa is more likely to be real than that person, I think I should still just be careful because, dude, these plots are just... So yeah, anyways, let's dive into the number 5 worst rated anime series of all time, according to a few articles I found on Google. Pupa. Pupa is a 2014 horror anime with a 3.3 on my anime list and a 2.7 on IMDb. Pupa starts with a P. You know what other word starts with P? Pointless. Because that's exactly what this entire show is. I might be smiling right now, but after watching this show, I was completely and absolutely dead inside. Another word that starts with P is pain. And that's literally the only thing I felt while I was watching this show. Because not only is this show pointless and painful, but it's also pretty dang violent. We'll touch upon that in a little bit, but anyways. Now I'm gonna try to describe to you the story of this f***ing anime. Pupa is a story about 2 orphan siblings who look like the most generic and unmemorable characters of all time. Well, the older brother, Utsu, has like a little scar on his eye and like a little flower on his hair, I think. So I guess he's not that generic. On the other hand, the younger sister, Yume, could be an NPC in a completely random game, and it would still make more sense than the plot of this entire show. Anyway, so one day, Yume meets this weird scientist named Maria, who says some kind of random weird bullshit about, don't look at the red butterflies, young lady. And then she looks at the fucking red butterflies, and then Then Utsu, the older brother, runs in to check on her, seeing like, what the hell's going on? Yume turns into this grotesque, disgusting looking monster. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Next thing you know, monster Yume is munching on her older brother. Yum, 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 I guess. They're taking sibling shit to a new level, you know what I'm saying? Utsu actually doesn't die from this, and in fact, we find out that he actually can regenerate his body very fast, almost immediately. It turns out these two are afflicted by a disease called Pupa, which coincidentally happens to be the name of the show. I don't actually know what the disease does. They never actually explained it in the show, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of you give a shit, so I'm just not gonna even go into it. The show then turns into a roller coaster that only seems to go downhill as it gets increasingly gross, violent, and nonsensical, which also happens to be the title of my sex tape. So Yume is overtaken by this desire to just consume human flesh, and Utsu, having a body that can regenerate and also having a huge sister complex, volunteers to let Yume eat his body. Yeah, they actually show these feasting scenes. The word uncomfortable doesn't even begin to describe what I felt watching these scenes. I don't actually know if I can play these on YouTube. I mean, I refuse to play it either way because the audio itself just sounds like something YouTube would hear and then be like, please restrict this right now! Just imagine, you know, munching sounds, the shit you hear during like ASMR mukbang, and in the background you're hearing, and then also you're hearing, YouTube's gonna fuck me over for this video, Jesus Christ. I'll be honest, the rest of the plot from here is kind of a blur for me, but I refuse to go back and watch it because this show is literally a waste of my lifespan. But I can describe to you some of the stuff that I do remember from the rest of the plot. Do you remember Maria, the witch doctor scientist? She decides to take some of the cells from Utsu and Yume, and she impregnates herself with those cells for a science experiment. Bill Nye the Science. Anyways, the siblings get captured at some point, and Utsu is experimented on by I don't even know who. Like, I literally don't know what's happening. Yume obviously upset because her brother is taken away. She activates her monster powers and violently kills everybody in that facility. There's more uncomfortable brother-sister eating scenes, yada yada yada. Oh, by the way, yeah, the siblings are supposed to have this really tragic backstory. They have a very abusive father who, you know, is a piece of shit, but it wasn't really explored at all. And also, this is gonna sound like really awful, but I found it really hard to give a shit about NPC number 1 and NPC number 2. Anyways, there's more flashbacks, including Yume being a sadistic baby. Okay, to be fair, that shit's an ugly ass baby. What the fuck? Who kills animals and scares the shit out of her mother. And then the show ends with like this weird flashback episode where Utsu is trying to win Yume some kind of gift or whatever the hell, and then the show just ends like right there. What? Yeah, I mean, what the fuck did I even watch the show for if the ending is just a dumb flashback? There's not really a solid plotline in this show, and there is a reason for that. Every episode was actually only around 4 minutes each. You know what? Actually, scratch that. Every episode had a 30-second opening and a 30-second ending. So technically, every episode was 3 minutes long, and the show was 12 episodes, so 36 minutes of anime. Here's another thing. The show actually didn't adapt the entire manga, which surprisingly exists. I'm sure the manga is much more enjoyable than watching this godforsaken excuse of an anime. The studio really just said like, hey guys, let's do our best to ruin someone's manga series so that no one will ever take it seriously ever again. Honestly, this show had potential to be at least mid. Like, I actually looked into the story beyond the anime, you know, the rest of the manga and stuff, and there's a lot more lore in the manga that this studio just completely decided to ignore for some reason. Like, if Mappa made this anime, for example, people would be like, this show is the greatest thing to ever bless our eyes. But then the poor employees at Mappa would have to be like, please, no more animated. Yeah, okay, so we probably shouldn't do that, but you know what I mean. Bottom line, it ruined a manga series that actually had a story, and it also ruined my mood for 48 minutes straight. Now, before I stop talking about Pupa, I wanted to talk about something that could either be extremely entertaining or extremely awful, which is unnecessary violence and gore. Sometimes shows can use very, very unnecessary, way too much violence and gore, and it works with the actual show that I'm watching. Some examples I can name are like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, also JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which surprisingly is pretty dang violent. These shows do go insane with the violence and gore sometimes, but also in between the violence, there's like an actual enjoyable plotline, likable characters. The shows pretty much just give us a reason to enjoy the experience despite all the violence. Honestly, I would even say that violence can add a level of entertainment to some shows because it keeps the viewer on the edge of their seats. Unfortunately, Pupa is not one of those cases. To say that this show is an unnecessarily gory and violent show would be a massive galaxy-sized understatement. Pupa is one of those cases where the show is so shit that like the violence actually just makes me more upset. Like, the show is already bad. Why are they giving me a reason to hate it even more? Now, I like to think that my tolerance for gross stuff is honestly like really high. Like, I can talk about Megamind and Shrek having while eating dinner. But man, the gore in this show was insane, even for me. Every single episode, something violent, something brutal happens. Whether it's Yume happily numbing on her fucking brother's body, or Yume brutally slaying guards in ways that I can't even begin to describe. The show is just so much nonstop violence that even a vampire would say, that's too much Vlaud. Okay, some scenes are just so brutal that I don't even know if I can describe them in this video. But I can tell you about the worst part I remember. There's the part when Utsu gets captured and then he's like experimented on. Now remember that his body can regenerate. So you can only imagine what kind of horrible experiments that someone like that could go through. They don't actually show the violent moments of this scene in the actual show. The guy's voice actor must have gotten paid a lot for this, huh? But you do hear Utsu screaming for like a straight, like uncomfortable 10-15 seconds, and you know exactly what's going on because it's just the screams, man. I still fucking hear them. The violence just stops being fun to watch. If you're gonna make a show uncomfortable, also make it something that is enticing people to continue watching, not shit that no one wants to see. Bottom line, Pupa is a absolutely miserable experience with way too much needless violence that had to be censored like 90% of the time anyways. The short runtime only hurt the potential that it actually had. Maybe the manga is better, but I don't know. For now, I just can say that Pupa is a shit anime. I'll give it 2 pints of blood out of 10 because the other 8 pints of the blood were used for this show. I'm not gonna give it a 1 only because the show actually had a little bit of potential to it. Anyways, let's move on to the number 4 worst rated anime of all time, which is Vampire Holmes. Oh yeah, this show making me feel some type of way, bro. Vampire Holmes is a comedy anime with a 3.29 on my anime list and a 2.7 on IMDb. It's another one of those short series with only like 3-minute episodes, just like Pupa. But here's the one big difference between Pupa and this show. Pupa was based on an actual manga, while Vampire Holmes is based on a mobile game that no longer can be downloaded, which is really upsetting to me because all I wanted to do after watching this fucking show was play goddamn Vampire Holmes on my fucking iPhone 11. Okay, I don't know if you can tell so far, but I actually kind of liked Vampire Holmes. Also, just a heads up, this review is filled with a thick thick layer of copium. So just keep that in mind. Now, this show doesn't have much of a plot. It's about Detective Holmes, who pretty much looks like if Sasuke learned how to do the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but kind of messed it up a little bit. And his assistant, Hudson, who I'm assuming is the Walmart version of John Watson from the original Sherlock Holmes series. There's also a third main character, a white cat named Kira, but he only appears in like the last 3 episodes. And doesn't really contribute to the plot that much, except for a joke where he pretty much just insists that he's a black cat, even though only his paws are black and the rest of his fur is just white. Now in this show, Holmes is not out there solving mysteries, but in fact, he's trying to do the exact opposite, where he's trying to do as little work as possible. That's such a mood. And maybe that's why I like this show so much, because I related to Sherlock Holmes in this so fucking much. Like, who wants to do actual work? Like, I would put in so much effort just to not have to do any work. And on the flip side, we get Hudson, you know, getting upset at Holmes for not doing his job, and mayhem ensues. I will say though, I pleasantly enjoyed this anime. I think the show is ironically and ironically the most fun I watched out of these 5. It didn't overstay its welcome, and it served its purpose, which is just to promote the mobile game. And the thing is, it also actually made me laugh a few times while it was doing it, which is a win in my book. Now the praise I'm giving it might make it sound like it's a good anime. Don't get me wrong, it's not. It's shit. Jesus Christ. And the thing is, maybe I'm a little bit biased because I watched this show right after I watched a shitstorm known as Pupa. So yeah, maybe there's a little bit of bias, I won't even lie. Again, there's not much of a plot here. And every episode is like a hee hee ha ha type of like funny moments type of show. I admit that the first few episodes, I honestly hated my life while watching this show. But maybe I developed Stockholm Syndrome or something over time, because like while I was watching it, I was starting to actually kind of enjoy it and like the show. I'm enjoying this way too much. Like some of the moments genuinely caught me off guard and like made me laugh. Now, why is this show called Vampire Holmes? To be honest, other than the fact that it's named after the mobile game, there's really nothing else that has to do with vampires in this entire show. I mean, it's insinuated that Holmes is actually a vampire, but we don't actually see any of it. Trying to find a plot of the show is kind of like playing a game of Where's Waldo if Waldo was dead and buried underground way beneath the Earth's inner core. Moving on from the plot, let's talk about other aspects of the show. Like, the animation is so good, it makes Mappa crumble on its knees and go, "Vampire Holmes, oh please teach me your ways." I wish I could draw as well as the art in this show. I've never seen anyone use Microsoft Paint so creatively. Get it? I'm saying the art sucks, okay? I know I'm funny. The voice acting actually surprisingly is one of the best parts of the show. While the art and animation is quite dog shit, the voice acting made it not only somewhat bearable, but weirdly charming at times. Like, the voice acting worked kind of well with like the derpy art style that it had sometimes.
それを暇と言うんです。最近仕事の依頼全く来てないですよね。チラシでも巻きますか？チラシを作るのが面倒だ。
I don't know, I kind of like that. Again, I have severe copium syndrome. I will say, the one part of the show that I unironically enjoyed was the opening theme. That shit goes like legitimately hard. Everlasting love. All in all, Vampire Holmes was a pleasant watch, and it didn't overstay its welcome to the point where I wanted to be like Utsu and get experimented on in very, very violent ways. The animation, non-existent plot, and pretty much 95% of the show is just pure garbage. But this was one of the more bearable shows that I watched out of these 5 shows. Again, I actually laughed at some of this show. I'm gonna give this show a 4 white cats out of 10. Everlasting love. Hey, if you're enjoying this video so far, make sure to smash the like button and don't forget to subscribe for more. I can review more shitty things if you want me to. I'm actually kind of enjoying this. Anyways, let's move on to the 3rd worst rated anime of all time, Ladyspo. Ladyspo is a 2018 anime that has a 3.1 on my anime list and a 1.4 on IMDb. Yikes. Let's get this out of the way first, okay? This show fucking sucks. It's another one of the shows with like 3 to 5 minute episodes, but somehow in this one, each episode made me go through the 5 stages of grief over and 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 over. First thing I want to establish is this, okay? This entire show shouldn't even really be called an anime. It's more of like a glorified slideshow. Because here's the thing, this show is not animated. This anime is not animated. Now let me show you.
気が利くなモコモコじゃあマリーたちも呼んで楽しもうぜけどコルピがモコ私のことは気にしなくていいわ
What the actual fuck? It's like if PowerPoint and Hentai had a baby, but instead of the baby being put to sleep by the parents as they normally do, it's the baby putting the parents to sleep because it is such a boring, shitty fucking existence. It makes the PowerPoints that are watched in fucking high school look like a Jujutsu Kaisen fight scene. Now imagine if I made the entire review of this show like this. Like it would be the most unbearably boring video on the planet. I don't even know how I'm gonna explain the plot of this show, so I just ripped it straight out of my anime list. Let's see. A science fiction comedy where various pro sports bounty hunters fight each other in sporting events. The story centers on Armageddon, Korupi, and Sabina, 3 women in a team who participate in various sports. Now let me just pause here and explain to you again. This is an anime about sports, but it's not animated. So how am I supposed to enjoy an anime about sports with no animation at all? Who's gonna turn on the Super Bowl if the Super Bowl was just a fucking slideshow of people just like what the fuck? If someone wanted to torture me in the worst way imaginable, all they would have to do is lock me in a room, tie me up, put on Ladyspo on loop over and over and over until my brain physically can't handle it anymore, and then it just blows up. It sucks. I would rather watch paint dry than watch this show ever again. To expand on the plot a bit more using my own words. So the main characters play various sports against various other teams until one of the members, Korupi, challenges another main character from another team. I don't even remember her fucking name, but I don't care. And they do a bunch of like one-on-ones with different sports. But then the twist is Korupi seemingly dies from a horrible accident while playing the sport of robot fighting. That's right, robot fighting is officially a sport now.
どちらも一瞬の隙も見せないコツが分かってきたわこれなら自在に動かせるいけアヌがそんなの試合じゃないハリーさんサビーナ歌が聞こえるマリーさん頑張ってどうか最後まで負けないで絶対に諦めませんわ最後の一瞬のその時までだって私は一人ではないんだからマリーさん突撃まさか
Hey y'all watching this year's robot fighting tournament? Who do you think's gonna perform the halftime show? Hatsune Miku? Anyways, after the robot fighting, the girl who accidentally caused Korupi's death through the robot fighting sport ends up joining the main character's team in order to preserve her legacy. Or whatever, I don't give a fuck, this show sucks. Now it turns out that Korupi is alive and she was revived by this weird supernatural being that I think she called her master. I don't even know. And it's never explained anyways, so whatever. What matters though is that now she's out for revenge. And she challenges the main characters to a sports battle. Now to be honest, I kind of forgot what happened at the end of the show and I don't really care to look it up anymore. Like if it was a good or even half decent ending, I would probably remember what happened. It was something weird like Korupi lost and then she like merged with the soul of the being that revived her, so I don't fucking know. I have no idea, and I think I'd have an easier time understanding what's on my AP Environmental Science test, and I got a 1 out of 5 on that test. The one thing I actually remember from this show was that it begins with the 3 main characters either using the bathroom, like taking a shit, or having to pee. It's just like, why? Why do I remember this? Because one of the main characters spends the first 3 entire episodes just being like, I need a shit! I need a shit! Another thing I remember from the show is that there's actually more fan service than animation itself. Hey y'all, you know what'll make this slideshow better? If we put titties on the slides and ooh, yeah, we better change this fucking industry. Here's a quick time lapse of me watching the show. You can see how my soul is slowly being suckled out of my body into the abyss of hell as I try my hardest to pay attention to the most boring slideshow of all time. All in all, I don't actually understand why this show exists. The animation is non-existent. The plot is garbage. The characters are kind of boring and really only exist for fan service. A team of people really said, hey, what if we make an anime? But instead of making an anime, we'll make a slideshow. I know animating is hard work. You know, I'm not saying that it's easy, but god damn, bro. Sitting through this show actually made me want to go to class. And let me tell you right now, I absolutely, from the bottom of my fucking heart, despise school. That's how much I hate this show. God, yes, it's over. It was garbage. I'm gonna give this show a garbage out of 10. I want my lifespan back. Now, moving on to the number 2 worst rated anime of all time, X-Arm. Now, you might know this one. X-Arm, more like, excuse me, Mr. Shinya Komi. Are you okay? Because I've been meaning to check in on you after, you know, this show came out and ruined, like, everything you worked for. X-Arm is a 2021 sci-fi action anime with a 2.9 on my anime list and a 1.8 on IMDb. Yikes. Now, X-Arm is the definition of those cursed words. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I'm sure the way I felt watching this show is probably very similar to the feeling of a father who accidentally catches his son jerking off to Minecraft porn for the first time. This show is a pretty big example of something that could have been pretty good, but turned out to be an absolute piece of fresh dog shit that my neighbors left on our front lawn. All I could feel while watching this 12 episode, 24 minutes each episode show was grief for what was lost. Now, this show is pretty infamous for being one of the worst animes of all time. If you're a weeb, then you probably have seen or heard about this show. A few years ago, Crunchyroll released this trailer that was immediately clowned upon by everybody on this planet. This show was DOA, which stands for Dead on Arrival. The moment this cute little Minecraft mob was spawned, it was immediately brutally murdered by the hands of a psychopath known as Herobrine, who coincidentally still continues to haunt my dreams every day. And the story of X-Arm, also known as NPC, the anime, is a little complicated, but I'll try to explain it the best I can. In the year 2014, our main character, Akira Natsume, is talking to his older brother, who says some random shit about, if you want to change, then you just gotta take a step forward. Somehow, this conversation spurs a big change within Akira's soul. By the way, this guy has absolutely like no backstory at this point. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the summary here and just address this. Half of the show is animated and half of it is CGI. So you get this goofy combination of like 2D and 3D characters in the same scene. And it just kind of makes you wonder, like, what the fuck were they smoking when they made this goddamn show? Anyways, Akira walks out of a convenience store that night and sees a few assholes harassing a girl. And you know, him being the fucking loser he is, he walks past them. But then he gets a flashback and remembers the conversation that he had with his brother, literally like 30 seconds before the scene, and decides to make a change in himself. So he runs back to save the girl. However, his hope for becoming a better person is absolutely literally crushed when he is hit by a truck. Tokyo is ruined and destroyed by someone or something that looks like Akira, but that's like a plot point for later in the show. Flash forward to the year 2030. During this incredible looking NPC fight scene, we meet 2 characters from the police force. Minami, who is your generic like main girl character, who the CGI kind of makes her look goofy. Like, she looks like she's always smiling no matter how serious the scene is. Even in the later scenes where we discover the truth behind the brutal murder of her entire family, or even when she's like finding out that her supposed dead brother is actually still alive, but he's become not only 90% like robot, but also an absolute psychopath who's so thirsty for revenge that he's willing to even kill his own sister to do it. Yeah, that's some really heavy shit. The other character we meet is Alma, who is an android designed to have knowledge, strength, and help out the police force. I bet you thought I was gonna say integrity, you know, like KSI, ha. But I guess the engineers who built Alma were too busy with everything else, because I guess they apparently forgot to program the knowledge of Pants into her robot brain. So the 2 characters are trying to retrieve this dangerous weapon known as an X-Arm, which are dangerous AI super weapons that allow the user to do some alien-like crazy cool powers. Some of the powers include phasing through walls like an NPC, turning other NPCs into living bombs, creating JPEG images of black circles that apparently destroy everything, and even stop time for 10 minutes. So they managed to retrieve the X-Arm they were trying to get, and then they get cornered. So they're like, okay, well, I guess we gotta activate the X-Arm now. A brain pops out of the X-Arm suitcase and the X-Arm begins to speak, and then it's revealed that it's actually the brain of our main character, Akira. Now a bad guy with a different X-Arm, the one that could phase through walls, manages to catch up to them And then there's a bunch of amazing fight scenes that make the video Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life look like the greatest animation of all time. So we finally end up with Akira being plugged into the ship's database, and then he becomes the ship or whatever. They pretty much just win. After this, Akira is taken back to the police headquarters where we meet the rest of our very quirky and cool cast, including Giga Chad, generic dude with a metal thing on his face, Hanji Zoe at home. She's pretty much, you know, just the one who does all the tech stuff.
Captain Fan Service.
Generic asshole team captain leader figure who hates Akira at first, but then over time learns to like him more and accept him, and very unique story. And I'm sure there's a lot of other characters, but I'm, you know, forgetting to mention. I don't really care. Anyways, together the squad has to hunt down and retrieve these X-Arms from the people who are using them for bad purposes. Eventually the show becomes a showdown against this AI named Beta, who turns out to be the central antagonist of the show, and he turns out to be the android who looks like Akira that destroyed Tokyo all those years ago. I'm not gonna go into too much depth of the rest of the plot because I'm not gonna lie, at some point it got really hard to like pay attention to the show, and I ended up taking out my phone and I was fucking scrolling through Hinge profiles or playing the very popular and amazing mobile game Toon Blast. I'm not sponsored, I just really like this game. Like, I'm on level 2040 as I'm recording this. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't mind a sponsor, please notice me. Anyways, moving on from the story, I'm gonna talk about the stuff that I actually liked about this show, which isn't much but somehow still exists. The two things I personally enjoyed from the show were the voice acting and some of the soundtrack. Of course, we have actual voice actors on this show, so that was bound to be pretty good.
無残に殺された両親の亡骸を見て何も感じなかったというのか。
見たけれどどんなだったか忘れちゃった。お父さんたちが殺された時の怒りも悲しみも。だってそれまでの思い出の方がよほど眩しかったから。
And honestly, the opening of this show kind of sucks massive cock, in my opinion. But some of the music used in the actual show actually kind of fit the cyberpunk vibe they were going for, and it didn't sound that bad. Oh, and you know, the animation was just... Here are some of my favorite battle scenes from this show.
Yes, this is what I was here for, the action. This is so good.
The pacing, the animation, the physics, it's all just so perfect. Okay, but all jokes aside, I think we can all tell the animation is doo-doo. It honestly kind of felt like watching a bunch of Skyrim NPCs trying to reenact the XR manga. No matter how good the voice acting is, no matter how good the soundtrack might have been, or how the plot itself wasn't even the worst thing to ever exist, this show was just brutally, absolutely butchered by the animation. Apparently this show was made by people who've never made an anime before or interacted with the anime community, which, like, why? What did they expect from this? And that's why this show is such a disappointment to me, because the show could have not even been that bad at all. Like, I'm sure the manga is 100 times better, although I have to warn you, I did read like the first chapter and there was already like an image that I can't show on here because it's kind of inappropriate, so you know. There's so many things that could have been better, like the enemies could have been more interesting. I mean, come on, the X-Arms themselves are a pretty cool concept, I won't even lie. And like different villains could have used different X-Arms. They all have different motivations, their own quirks, yada yada yada. Just like villains from like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, for example, or shonen animes. X-Arm also introduces like a ton of random villains in like the middle of the show, and then the plot completely shifts to fighting this evil AI, whatever the f is going on. Like, the main characters aren't even that bad either. With a bit more fleshing out and development of their characters, they could have been pretty interesting. Akira struggles to find his self-worth or find a place where he belongs, and he dies a tragic death and then has an even more tragic fate of being turned into an immobile machine. Minami found her entire family dead, but then she discovers that her brother is actually alive, but now she has to face against him. Alma is an android who over the course of the series learns how to understand humans a little bit more than before. Hell, even bootleg scientist Hanji has her own little plot twist at the end where it turns out that she's actually the scientist that started everything in the show, but somehow he found a way to like live inside a different body. I don't know. It was never explained. There was so much that could have been done right with this show. But no, we can only dream, because what we got was actually just this goofy excuse of an anime with more care put into the design of robot tanks than the plot itself. I'm gonna give this show a 3 X-arms out of 10. If I was the author of the manga, I would probably invent an X-arm in real life that could literally destroy the world, because I'd be pretty upset about this. Finally, we have arrived at the end. The worst rated anime of all time, according to a bunch of articles I found on Google. Abunai sisters, Koko and Mika. This is a 2009 comedy ecchi anime with a 2.5 on my anime list and a 3.1 on IMDb, which honestly was way higher than I thought it would be. So where do I even begin with this show? I guess I'll first just explain what this show actually is. This show was created to promote 2 tabloid celebrities in Japan, Koko and Mika Kano. In this show, the sisters star as secret agents who just try to live their daily celebrity lives in peace. You know, just like us, like normal people. The sisters apparently have in their possession a legendary stone known as the Booby Stone. Apparently it's supposed to keep the holder forever young and beautiful or some shit. And the villains of the show are this weird old lady who desires to steal the Booby Stone from our main characters, as well as a very weirdly creepy younger guy who for some reason does everything that the old lady tells him to do. Like, I don't know. I mean, look, I won't lie. Granny Chio do be kind of bad, so I'm not gonna judge him or anything, you know, but still. This show is weird. And honestly, it was pretty funny. I found myself constantly laughing at how stupid this entire show was. Why? Like, okay, get this, right? This is a legitimate part of the show. The sisters have this ability where if they're around danger, their titties begin to like quake and shake like a magnitude 10 earthquake. I think it's called the booby alarm. Like, what do I even say to that? I can't even make a joke to that. Oh, but that's not all what their tits can do. No. They can expand and shrink them at will. What the like, what the actual fuck? Also, I had a very unfortunate realization while watching this show.
Give me the booby stone now!
You know what really hurts now that I think about it? This weird creepy guy, the villain, is me in an alternate dimension. Come on! Like, we literally look the fucking same. Like, what is this? Yeah, I did not feel good about that and will immediately be shaving my head, as well as getting LASIK in order to never wear glasses ever again. This show is pretty much goofy and nonsensical as all hell, but I think that's why I just couldn't stop laughing. Rather than explain the show to you, let me just show you some of my favorite moments. Why?
Mommy!
Check this out. It's my super micro fly cam.
Oh my god, Jesus, I can't show any of this.
Those are something.
Yikes! It's a fly! Get it off me! You kitty! Here goes my secret weapon, the butt punch! Oh no! I'm stuck!
We've got no choice.
You mean we can use that?
Yes.
Eat this! Our ultimate weapon! The nipple bullets!
Oh my gosh! Those nipples were fake!
Yeah, this show is something else. Also, for some reason, I could only find it dubbed. I couldn't find a sub for some reason, but that's okay. I think my favorite part about this show is that I watched all 28 minutes of it on Dailymotion. Dailymotion.com. That's the throwback for me, dude. That might actually be the biggest plot twist of everything I said today. Look, it's not that bad of a website or anything. I just haven't used it since like 10 years ago when I was in fucking middle school.
I know, right? I suck.
Oh, and there was one part that really genuinely caught me off guard because it was kind of racist. I'll just play a bit of it for you, okay?
Hello, most honored patron.
Please come in. I'm starving. That's it?
This meatball originated in China over 4,000 years
No,
ago.
bro.
Like, Jesus H. Christ, 2009 was just a different fucking time. This whole show is a train wreck of pure garbage entertainment, and I enjoyed every single minute of it. This show is cursed, but I think it's in a good way. I wanted to actually keep watching it because the goofiness worked in its favor. I don't know if it was ironically made like this or not. I'm assuming it's unironic, but I will say I had a blast watching this. I mean, look, it's better than pretty much most of the shows that I just talked about, other than Vampire Holmes, which still goes hard. Everlasting love. Is this show good? No. It's one of those things that you can just put on and then have a good laugh at it. But I don't think anybody on this planet will ever take this show seriously, except for the Kano sisters, probably. If y'all ever go on a first date and your date says, my favorite anime is Abunai sisters Koko and Mika, immediately get out of that chair, bend down on one knee, and then ask them to marry you because they are the one. Nah, but all jokes aside, I don't think this show was the worst anime I've ever seen because I was actually entertained in some way. Oh, no. The worst anime award easily goes to Ladyspo. I don't know. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. I think this show was entertaining and funny for what it is. It's dog shit, but at least I got a good laugh out of it. I'm gonna give Abunai Sisters a 4 out of 10 boobies. And yes, that was the 5 worst animes of all time, according to a few articles on Google. I don't think I have the energy to keep roasting and making jokes about these fucking shows anymore. I watched the 5 worst anime movies ever made so that you don't have to.
Yeah, I can't. This is so ass. How the fuck do you misspell the word moon? Which elementary school did you get the fucking person to write the subtitles from, bro? Damn, it looks like dog shit.
I'm really not having a very good day today.
I hate this fucking movie. Why are you making it worse for me by making it goddamn buffer in the last 10 minutes of it?
Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi and welcome to my review of the top 5 worst anime movies ever made. Now before we dive into this nightmare, I wanted to establish a few things. First, the way I actually ranked these movies is I found a bunch of awful anime movies and then I calculated all of their average scores based on a few websites and then I ranked their averages. Bottom line, I just used middle school math. Second, some of these films are actually South Korean movies, so I guess they technically don't count as anime, but you know what? They were on my anime list and all the other anime websites, so I'm just gonna f***ing count it, okay? Whatever. And don't worry, because if you enjoy this video, I have a whole list of other shitty movies to watch, so I can always make a part 2 if you want to torture me that badly. Anyways, let's get started on this long and terrible journey with the number 5 worst anime film ever made, 6 Angels. Hahaha, boy. 6 Angels is a 2002 sci-fi anime movie with an average score of 3.38 out of 10. Now, don't let the title fool you, because angels are from heaven, but watching this movie felt like a long and horrible day with Satan himself. I would very much rather be getting my ass cheeks clapped to the max by the devil himself while in hell listening to the eternal screams of the condemned than watch this movie ever again. So 6 Angels is technically a 6-episode series, but I'm gonna say it's a movie, whatever. I mean, not that it matters if it's a movie or a series anyways, because 6 Angels sucks colossal massive cock regardless of what it is. Also, I wanted to apologize in advance for all the fucking anime footage being in negative 144p quality. Unfortunately, this was all I could find, not just for this movie, but for pretty much all of the movies I'm gonna talk about today. I'm gonna try my best now to describe the story of 6 Angels to you, but I'm gonna warn you first, right? This story is so awfully written that it makes step-sibling porn look like fucking Steins Gate. Stepbrother, stepbrother, please help me. I can't record this bit. Stepbrother, can you help me? I got stuck in the fucking microwave. I had to actually Google the plot while writing this review because, to be honest, I genuinely did not understand what happened in the 1 hour and 40 minutes that this film took away from my lifespan. So the movie begins with an incredible slideshow with text on the screen that flickers for literally like 2 seconds and then disappears before you can even read what the fuck it says. We suddenly jump into an epic battle scene where our cast of heroines are in a battleship being faced by the threat of missiles. Now let's introduce our cast of cool and quirky main characters, including Maki, the main protagonist of the movie, who's so interesting that the only thing that I remember about her is that she has blue hair and that she strips fucking naked like halfway through the movie for some reason. Like what? And yes, I remember this because I'm a fucking degenerate, okay? Naomi, who just loves to remind everybody that she's a mother, and that's like her entire personality trait. Doris, who apparently would rather have sex with guns than any other human being.
ドリスが愛してるのは武器だけ。武器はいいわよ。 私は人を殺すためにだけ存在しますって顔してる。
That right there is a true American. Marilyn, whose only defining trait is that her name is Marilyn. Catherine, who is our, I think, youngest main character, who the writers tried to make important to the plot, but she ended up feeling just like an unlikable NPC with a shitty side quest that no one cares about. Link, a companion who I'm assuming was supposed to be cute and endearing, but to be honest, I would rather have Navi shrieking into my ears, "Hey, look, listen!" for the rest of my life before I have Link accompany me on my journey. And Giga, who is a robot who gets destroyed 15 minutes into the film. Now, these characters make up the all-female mercenary group called the Guard of Rose. Anyways, during the missile crisis, they managed to end their battleship on a platform, but unfortunately, the platform crumbles and falls. We then cut back to a flashback of earlier that day, but to be honest, this flashback adds literally nothing to the plot, and I don't give a shit, so we're gonna skip it. So they crash into an underground prison that used to be like a nuclear testing site located in Utah, out of all places. We discover that the prisoners there have been mutated by the radiation, and we have an incredible battle scene.
This is so fucking lame.
なんだこれは。
私たちガード・オブ・ローズは男性の暴力に瀕する女性たちのための特殊部隊。
And then we get a scene of like people in various governments around the world meeting up and discussing something really important, is what it seems like. But to be honest, the writing of this is so shitty that I couldn't even tell what was happening. A criminal known as Don Canyon takes over the prison with his family, including his children, I think, Ed, Terry, Sam, and some other hacker kid that no one gives a shit about, and he dies in like 2 seconds anyways. Don Canyon declares war against the world by taking control of an American nuclear space missile system or something, and he vows to purify the world with radiation in a nuclear holocaust, which sounds wow, it sounds like maybe Don Canyon might have failed art school or something. Anyways, this is where the summary on Wikipedia ends, so bear with me as I try to explain this on my own. We meet two dudes named Mike and JC who are at the prison for some reason, but it's never clearly explained why. After the first fight, our main characters hide in the prison cells and discuss something, but I don't actually know what's happening. And then Maki strips completely naked, and I'm even more just like, what the fuck is happening? Why am I watching this? Why does this exist? Why does this exist? However, Marilyn, one of the members, is unfortunately taken by the bad guys, so the rest of the cast goes to save her. Catherine, the young girl who we're supposed to care about, violently shoots Sam, the bad guy, and kills him. We get a flashback to Catherine's past, where we see that her dad was a really shitty, abusive piece of shit, and therefore explains Catherine's violent tendencies and actions, and sets her up to be important to the plot. Let me make it easy for you. Spoiler alert, she's not. Marilyn is saved, and they go underground, and then they find an angel in a cave? What the what? Who turns out to be the mother of Mike and JC? Like, okay, what? Okay, officially, I don't know what the fuck is happening. By the way, I think the directors told the voice actress for the angel to record like she was recording at 3 a.m. and that's why she's fucking whispering the entire time. Just listen to this. Like, oh my god, it's so fucking bad. Anyways, Don Canyon is like, yo, the world is fucked already anyways, so I'm gonna launch some nukes from outer space and fucking destroy everything. And our main characters are like, oh nah, bitch, like, we ain't gonna let you do that. And then they end up fighting a bunch of robots. Now it turns out that Catherine was actually working for Don Canyon this entire time. What? But unfortunately, Don Canyon abandons Catherine. Wow, I care so much. Anyways, they make it so the nukes in outer space don't launch until like 20 minutes later than they were supposed to. Maki and Doris, the gunsexual, head out to end everything, and they get to the nuclear control center, where they program the nukes to actually hit the moon instead of the Earth. I mean, you know, I guess it's still a better solution. They then have a confrontation with Don Canyon, who turns out to be invincible because he was given blood by the angel. And then the angel is like, oh, your motherfucker, it's time for you to die. So she turns him into a weird like ball of light, and then the angel just teleports Don Canyon and all the nukes and stuff away, and ta-da, everything is solved. Yeah, like this is such it's bad. It's just bad. Then the movie ends with a flash forward of like 10 years, and we see the main characters doing their job like normal, like we're supposed to give a single fuck. The end. As you can see, this film is like the diarrhea of anime movies. It's just an absolute shitstorm that starts off awful but ends even worse. It makes no sense whatsoever, and the plot was just what the fuck is this? What was that
scream. Trying to understand the plot of this story is like trying to solve a 1,000 piece puzzle set, but every single fucking piece of the puzzle set is from a different puzzle. There's just no way to describe how shitty and fragmented this entire story was. The characters are so surface level that it's easier to care about an NPC who walks up to you and tells you to stop. You have violated the law. I could never actually tell who the heroes were, who the villains were, what the actual war is, what was happening in the story, and most importantly, why the f did Maki strip naked? Oh, and if you thought this story was nonsensical, let me introduce you, my friends, to something called the subtitles. Oh man, like there's no other word for me to describe the subtitles in this movie other than shit. It's like they hired an elementary schooler from Japan who literally just discovered what English was yesterday to write these goddamn subtitles. Yo, that subtitle was just straight up wrong. The guy said wakarimashita, which is I understand, but the subtitles said I don't understand. Like the spelling mistakes almost gave me an aneurysm from how bad they really were. Link just hackered the enemy's just hackered? Who fucking did these subtitles? I speak Japanese and I don't even fucking understand the story. How can you expect anyone to understand anything that's going on when the subtitles are this garbage? Now I understand that the subtitles aren't like the original creator's fault or anything, but I'm gonna count these towards the review and the score overall because the moom? The fucking moom? Oh my fucking god. No. That's so stupid. That's so cap. You're so cap. You're so cap. You're so cap! How the fuck do you misspell the word moon? It's M-O-O-N! Who the fuck wrote moon? What the fuck is this? The moon? Missed me with that bullshit! The whole point of the subtitles is so that people from international audiences can actually understand and enjoy the product that they're watching. God, this is so dumb. Six Angels set the bar incredibly low. I watched this movie asking myself, how is this only number 5? How does it get worse from here? Bottom line is, it's just fucking shit. It's so ass. I grew an hour and 40 minutes closer to my death after watching this movie, and it contributed absolutely nothing towards my overall life. I guess except pure agony, but that's not really a good thing. And the last 20 minutes of this fucking film, it kept buffering on me. No, don't buffer. I want this to fucking end. I hate you. Why are you buffering? God fucking damn it. I want to finish the goddamn movie. Stop buffering. God, stop buffering on the last fucking part. I want to finish this movie. Why? Fuck, dude. I hate this fucking movie. Why are you making it worse for me by making it goddamn buffer in the last 10 minutes of it? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm gonna give Six Angels a negative 500 angels out of 10. If this is what heaven is like, please send me straight to hell. Now let's move on to the number 4 worst rated anime movie of all time. Oni The Animation. Oni The Animation is a 2017 horror anime film with an average score of 3.37 out of 10. The movie is actually based on an old RPG Maker horror game called Oni, or Blue Demon in English. If you were watching YouTube around like the early 2010s, then you've probably seen your favorite screaming gaming YouTuber play this game at some point, and all you want to do is go back to those simpler times where you could just come home from school, turn on your computer, and watch PewDiePie scream curse words in English while he plays horror games as he runs away from those goofy looking blue demons, instead of having to deal with actual adult things like finding a job or learning how to do my fucking taxes. No, this isn't a cry for help. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. By the way, that iconic like screeching sound that plays in the background is the sound that plays when the Oni chases you in the game. Really brings me back. Anyway, at first glance, I think we can all tell that this movie is definitely not gonna be good no matter what, because it looks like NPC the movie. I mean, come on, just look at how goofy, how great these characters look. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but I would 100% smash. Now let's go over the story of this movie. The story takes place in a random town in Japan. There's a rumor that in the mountains near this town, there's a monster that lives there known as the Bellflower Oni. This movie is super meta in the fact that the game Oni actually exists in this universe, and that this game was based on the legend that exists in this town. We meet our 5 main characters from the school anthropology club that I'm not even gonna bother to name because they all just die in the end anyways after you waste an hour of your life actually getting to know these characters. So we have generic main guy, weird flirty guy, president who has a crush on generic main guy, underclassman boy, and underclassman girl. We also later on meet the school nurse who is definitely not sus at all, and an upperclassman boy who's the only member of the chemistry club and does some secret research in the basement of the school, which is totally normal and doesn't sound suspicious whatsoever. So the anthropology club is trying to decide on a theme for their school's festival, and then they find like a bunch of folk tales that older members of the club gathered, and they find a legend of the Oni, and they're like, okay, well, let's make this the fucking theme. So they contact the creator of the Oni game to interview him, but then he suddenly mysteriously dies soon afterward. The members then decide that this is sus, and they decide to start looking for the imposter. 2 of the members take a look at the basement only to find some blue flowers
flowers and a weird like prison door. Everything then quickly spirals out of control as our 5 anthropology club members, as well as the nurse and the upperclassmen, get locked in the school. And then suddenly, oh my god, there's an Oni on the loose. Now this is something that I truly call sus. Pence. I still haven't played a single game of Among Us. So the underclassman girl goes to the bathroom because she's like moping over some shit. And then the weird flirty guy goes to check in on her. But then the two are brutally and violently and suddenly, like out of nowhere, just murdered by the Oni.
He was like the guy who spoke the most in the entire fucking movie so far. Did he die first? Why kill the character that I actually understand? Never mind.
The other members and the nurse find these corpses and they're just like, oh my fucking god, the Oni, it's real? I thought it was just a legend. They bump into the weird upperclassmen and then they all lock themselves in a room to get to the bottom of what the hell is actually going on. But then they're suddenly interrupted by the Oni, who pretends to be one of their dead friends. Who? Let's go! I won't even lie, this was the one scene in the entire movie that kind of freaked me out just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, it's not like I was scared throughout the entire movie, okay? I wasn't putting my headset half off my ear because I was a little scared of, you know, jump scares or anything. I am a brave warrior and nothing can fucking scare me. Certainly not an NPC movie like Oni The Animation. Anyways, we get some lore drop and it turns out that there's actually a woman who manipulates her victims with bellflowers, which were the blue flowers that were found in the basement. It turns out that these flowers just basically make a victim's dick fall off, like crumble away, like Thanos snapped his fingers, and then it turns them into the flower servant. I'm not making this up. This is actually part of the movie. Like, there's literally a scene of the upperclassman having sex with the flower. Like the flower sucking his dick. Sorry, it's so dumb. I guess they're quite literally pollinating the plants, if y'all know what I'm saying. Like, have you ever just looked at a tree and felt some type of way, like a tingly feeling inside? No? Yeah, me neither. So anyways, our main characters conclude that maybe if they burn the flowers in the basement, then the Oni will die. The upperclassman NPC suddenly bubbles into an amorphous blue blob, and then he turns into the Oni. Guys, I wasn't scared, okay? It's not scary. Oh. No! So there's a chase scene. The underclassman boy seemingly gets killed. They get to the basement and the main characters come up with a plan to burn the plant. But then the plan goes wrong when the president of the club gets trapped by the vines of the plants. And then the nurse is just like, okay, well, I'll still burn it anyway. So she burns the president alive to death, which is, wow, that's kind of brutal. After this is over, our generic main guy is also killed by the Oni, who wasn't even damaged from the plants burning. What a twist! Oh my god, this movie is still better written than Six Angels. Anyways, at the end, we find out that the underclassman boy actually survived somehow, and then he bumps into the nurse. He then discovers that the nurse was the one behind all of this. She was the imposter, and she killed off all the crewmates. God. So she was like the woman who has like the weird flower powers that makes people's dicks fall off, and like she kind of just controls them. Basically, she's just trying to get rid of anybody who looks into the legend of the Oni because she don't want anybody knowing that they actually exist. Anyways, it didn't matter that the underclassman kid survived anyways because he gets fucking immediately killed at the end of the movie. And then there you go. The movie ends and you just wasted an hour of your life. I wanted nothing more than to be hunted down and killed by an Oni once I realized that I had spent an hour of my life watching the most pointless story in the history of mankind. Like, there's no point to any of the characters, even though like they actually spend some time to flesh out their relationships with each other, but then they're all just abruptly killed with no reason and no resolution at all, which, God, please, just keep giving me more of that. I love wasting my time. Okay, I know I'm oozing loads of sarcasm at the moment, but to be completely honest with you, I ironically enjoyed this movie. I mean, only because it was goofy, but still. The movie was a whole hour, but it somehow managed to keep my attention the entire time. I think it was a combination of having surprisingly, like, decently gripping lore and a goofy looking CGI animation. This is a modern masterpiece. A silent voice wishes it was like Oni The Animation. And no, the flower did not have anything to do with how much I love this movie, okay? Nothing. Not at all. Okay? To be honest, I'm more of like a kind of like a cherry blossom kind of guy. Like, those are kind of bad, you know what I'm saying? And oh my god, the animation of the actual Oni monster themselves is just... I have never seen anything more spectacular in my entire life. Like, I didn't know that big blobby blue demons can be that fucking attractive. Like, just imagine the Oni is sucking cock, and the noise that it makes while it's sucking is the... That was bad. This movie is garbage. There's just no other way to describe it. But there's something just oddly charming about it that made me feel like it wasn't a complete waste of an hour. I was able to laugh at some of the CGI. And also, I was able to follow the plot of the film, which should be like a basic minimum for any movie that ever exists. But I guess for these movies that I watched today, they're just way too much to ask for. And come on, like flower play is canon in the universe of Oni The Animation. I mean, I'm just saying, it's just a very brave artistic choice. My judgment of this movie has nothing to do with what I like or don't like. And I mean, also, like, I don't like flowers like that. I'm gonna give this movie a 3 flowers out of 10. It's bad art, but it's still very much art. Hey, are you enjoying me losing my mind? Well, then make sure to smash that like button and don't forget to subscribe for more content. As I mentioned before, I have a whole list of these shitty movies, so we can always make a part 2 if you really like this one. Anyways, now let's move on to the number 3 worst rated anime movie of all time, Armageddon, or like Armageddon. Anyway, Armageddon is a 1996 South Korean sci-fi anime film with an average score of 3.14 out of 10. I'm gonna start this review off by showing you the first words that came out of my mouth after I finished watching this movie. What the f just happened? That's right, this film is an hour and 26 minutes of nonsense. It's impressive that a movie could have worse storytelling than Six Angels did, but here we are. Throughout the movie, the writers just love to shove copious amounts of lore down my throat without even giving me a moment to breathe. The story of this film is extremely convoluted, and it didn't make sense from the first minute of it.
Many eons ago, when the stars of the Andromeda Nebula were first beginning to form, a highly advanced civilization came into being.
I was not paying attention.
I actually really did try to pay attention and understand what's happening. I replayed the beginning of this film multiple times just to be like, am I dumb? Like, am I missing something? Am I too small brain? Is it my attention span just being really shitty?
I don't know if it's because my attention span is dog shit, but I don't actually know what's going on.
No, it's the movie. The movie sucks. If I had to describe the plot of this movie in one word, it would be I also watched this movie dubbed in English, and let me tell you, you know, if you watch English dubs of early like 2000s anime, like Yu-Gi-Oh, it's kind of goofy, like, ha! You just activated my trap card! Blue eyes, white dragon, these nuts across your... But oh my god, dubbing before the 2000s, it is goofy squared. It's crazy.
I'd rate her a 7. Ooh, and she's an 8. I'll give her a 7. And whoa! Oh, wow! A 9.5 for her!
It was quite the viewing experience. Now, I'm gonna go headfirst into the war zone and try to describe to you the story of this shit on a stick. The film starts off with like this narration about a supercomputer project that was started billions of years ago. Okay, you know what? I don't know how to describe this story, so I'm just gonna rip it straight from Anime News Network. 4 billion years ago in the Andromeda Nebula, an ambitious project was launched. The project was known as the Omega Program. The human race was the result of this project. But not only is the human race created, but an evil force as well. I'm so bad at this. And now the human's last hope, the Delta Boy, the living avatar of the supercomputer that began life on Earth. Earth. How do British people say Earth? His only problem is staying alive long enough to save his future and all of humanity. The best part is, I understood none of this from watching the entire movie. Like, I had to read it to know what the hell was happening. So that's the basic summary of it, but I'm gonna expand on the plot a little more the best I can. The movie begins with our main character, Haesung, meeting a mysterious pink-haired girl after being saved by a strange attack. The girl then transfers to Haesung's school.
Alright. Settle down, everyone.
Teacher, may I please sit beside that boy?
And then I guess they fall in love, I think? They go out, they become a couple. I don't actually know, but it seems like it. We find out that the pink hair girl, as well as her partner, which is pretty much just a bootleg ripoff of the Thing from Fantastic Four, were sent to protect our main character from threats because he is the avatar of the supercomputer that created human life on Earth. Yeah, it makes perfect sense so far. Do you understand what's happening? Because I don't. Haesung is attacked once again, and he's shot multiple times. But then we see the Delta Boy transform into an alpha male. And then he faints. And then the ripoff Thing and the pink-haired girl both die protecting him.
Marie!
Hurry, run. Don't let Killer X get you, too.
Haesung is then brought to another planet, I think. I don't really know where we are. But in this new place, the pink-haired girl's twin sister, Hera, is the queen, and she's accompanied by her right-hand man thing? I don't know what this is, but his name is Hades, and I officially label him as the GOAT of the entire film. Like, Daddy Hades is the only redeeming factor of this entire movie. Anyways, Hera and Haesung talk, and then we get this really goofy flashback montage. where Hae-sung is like reminiscing all the memories he had with like his ex-girlfriend who's now dead, I guess. This flashback was just so fucking goofy. Anyways, Hae-sung begins to train with Hera and Hades. Oh, and spoiler alert, Hae-sung then falls in love with Hera, who is his dead ex-girlfriend's twin sister. Jesus Christ, man. Delta boy, more like fucking Sigma male, dude. Rizgan McGee over here just... My favorite part about this entire relationship is how Hades becomes their like biggest shipper and wingman. Like there's a scene where Hades is talking to Hae-sung and he's like, yo, Hae-sung, the queen wants to talk to you about something, bro. And then Hae-sung is like, oh, cool. And then so he goes to talk to Hera and opens the door only to see that she's showering. And obviously she's not happy about this, so she like beats him up and, you know, haha anime stuff. Now the rest of this incredible scene I can't describe to you, so I'll just show it to you.
Hades! Get down here!
I take it you enjoyed your most recent lesson. As I recall, you've been taught the floor plans of the entire Elkin base, especially the Queen's quarters. You should have known the North Chamber is a ritual shower, and it was most careless of you to enter it like that. And as you know, carelessness kills.
This was another lesson from you?
But I thought you would find the lesson quite exhilarating. You are now the only person who's ever seen the lovely Queen in her birthday suit.
You think I've never seen nudity before? Ugh.
Don't you pretend that you haven't noticed her beauty. Oh, I can see the two of you now. Are you positive you can make a pass?
Hades, yeah!
Like Hades is a real bro, okay? Hades is the guy who kisses all his homies goodnight because he doesn't want them to feel lonely and sad. So we then meet the villain of this movie, a man I like to call the swaggiest man in the universe. His drip is impeccable, and calling him sexy would be a massive understatement. So the villain ends up attacking Hera's kingdom, and they face off against him. They beat him and then they go meet the supercomputer that created Hae-sung or whatever the hell is going on. And the supercomputer turns out to be like a machine with a pink blob inside of it. It's pink sauce. It's literally just pink sauce. Anyways, it turns out that Swaggy Boy McGee is actually also an avatar of a supercomputer. But this time it's the evil supercomputer that started the big war between Earth and this other planet that was apparently happening this entire time throughout this entire film. But I didn't know about any of this until like literally the end of the movie. I didn't know the premise of the movie until the end of the movie. Anyways, they obviously just beat the bad guy and then the movie ends, yada yada yada. God, man, like to be honest, I don't remember anything about the end of this movie other than the fact that I just wanted it to end.
Over there.
Yes.
Oh my god, please, someone make it stop! This movie sucks so much! Oh my god. The only thing that actually kept me going throughout this movie was Hades. Like, I wanted to see Hades survive the final battle and prosper as the Giga Chad he truly is. No, I'm not in love with Hades, okay? I just think he's just making me feel some type of way. Now, I hated this movie. It was funny and goofy at first, but then over time, it just really started overstaying its welcome. It's like a pushy classmate that keeps on trying to talk to you in class, even though you'd rather just not interact with them whatsoever. The animation was shit. The voice acting was legendary.
Hey, where are you going?
Where do you think? Can't a woman get any privacy?
And trying to understand the story of this movie was kind of like reading a novel written in a language that I don't understand because that language does not exist. It made me want to bash my head into a wall because then maybe it would unclutter all the lore that's stuck in my brain that I was trying so hard to unscramble and understand. The movie is just bad, okay? The only saving grace of this movie was Hades. I am a Hades stan, okay? And if I see anybody dare talk shit about Daddy Hades, then I'm going to turn into the Delta Boy and fuck you up. I'm gonna give this movie a 1 Hades out of 10 because there can only be 1 Hades in the universe, aka this film fucking sucks. Now we can move on to the number 2 worst rated anime film of all time, Psychic Wars. Psychic Wars is a 1991 sci-fi anime film with an average score of 2.63 out of 10. What's impressive about Psychic Wars is that it's one of the only movies that I've ever seen where I go into it not knowing anything about the plot, and then after I finish the movie, I know even less about the plot. That's not the fucking end. That's the fucking end of the movie? Wow. That was straight ass. Like, I thought Armageddon was a mess, but man, the plot of Psychic Wars was on life support pretty much the entire hour of runtime. The biggest issue with this plot is that they just leave out way too much and don't actually explain like 90% of what's happening, including some very important details that seem pretty necessary for us to even begin understanding what the hell we're watching. So now I'm gonna try to explain to you the plot of this movie, but you'll soon find out that the entire plot itself is just one gigantic big plot hole that I can not only fit my entire fist into, but probably my entire body. So the story begins with our main character, Dr. Ukyo Retsu, performing surgery on a woman who tells him that an evil creature possessed her body. He's able to take out the weird creature from her body successfully, but notices that this delicious looking ball of flesh is unlike anything he's ever seen before. I'll get straight to the point and tell you, they never actually explain what exactly these things are. Actually, wait. According to Wikipedia, the weird ball thing is actually a demon messenger who brought a message that a demonic invasion that was prophesized 5,000 years ago is coming soon, and that Ukyo was the man who was supposed to stop it. Now, I'm not lying when I say that I didn't know this until literally like just this moment when I looked up the summary to tell you what's going on. Ukyo then visits a temple for some reason.
What is happening?
Where he sees a statue that looks just like the woman he performed surgery on, and then suddenly, boom! I don't know what the hell just happened, but Ukyo is buried beneath the collapsed building. And then suddenly he hears a voice. And then the statue breaks, and then he gets mysterious powers that allows him to escape the collapsed building unscathed. Oh, by the way, here's another pretty big plot hole here. They don't actually explain what exactly these powers are, like what they do at all. Like, I can guess that he developed psychic powers, you know, based on the title of the movie, but we never actually find out exactly what these psychic powers do. In this movie called Psychic Wars, we don't know what these psychic powers do. What? Like, he just turns gold and then, I don't know, he summons weapons? He can eat ass faster than anyone else on the planet? He can throw it back stronger and farther than anybody else in the known universe? He can grow his cock to the length of the distance between the earth and the sun? All of the above? We have no fucking clue. Anyways, when the statue breaks, the lady dies. Back at the hospital, this weird ball of flesh starts attacking people until Ukyo uses his psychic ass-eating powers to fist the creature to death. We then see a random nurse lady named Asahina start falling in love with Ukyo. The two head to another temple for some reason where they're attacked by a demon. According to Wikipedia, they went to this temple to investigate the mystery of Japan's past in order to stop the demon invasion. I didn't know any of this shit until like now. After fighting off the demon with his growing powers, Ukyo and Asahina visit an old friend of Ukyo's, and they learn about the Jomon era of Japan's history, as well as the location of a temple from that era where the ancient demon civilization had been located. Thanks, Wikipedia. Ukyo then tells Asahina to stay home while he goes to explore this place.
私も連れて行ってください。
ダメだ。危険すぎる。
でも先生にもしものことがあれば、私。
What? This movie is skipping like 100 different things, like every scene. I don't know what's happening.
But Asahina comes with anyways. Ukyo then feels a tingle of evil in his balls, and he goes to chase the feeling, only to hear Asahina scream. So he runs into the ruins of the Jomon era civilization until he's randomly teleported 5,000 years into the past. What is f***ing happening? While he's teleporting, he meets the spirits of 5 random nuns that, according to Wikipedia, are supposed to be the 5 goddesses. No idea what the f*** they do, why they exist, or what they... Why? Like, I don't get how I was supposed to know any of this from the movie itself, because they don't even say the words 5 goddesses. So none of this f***ing is explained in the movie. I think Ukyo needs to perform surgery on the plot of this film, like he did surgery to the lady, because, oh my f***ing god, this movie needs a miracle to survive through the night. Anyways, Ukyo witnesses the demons killing the people of the Jomon era in the past. He fights against the demon, wins, and then ends up in the demon kingdom somehow. According to Wikipedia, during this part of the movie, he apparently allied with the human natives, protected them from the demons, infiltrated the demon kingdom, and found out that they intend to time travel 5,000 years into the future to destroy the human race in order to prevent their own extinction by the humans. Again, None of this was in the movie. None of this was f***ing mentioned at all in the movie. And if it was, they did a garbage job at explaining it. Like, I am quite literally finding out about this lore with you. So Ukyo fights the Demon King in this weird fight scenes that starts in the past, and then they somehow end up in the modern times where Ukyo actually is from. And then Ukyo destroys the Demon King in this gripping, amazing battle scene.
Can someone explain to me what just happened?
According to Wikipedia, during this part, apparently the unseen Demon Queen opened a portal to the present, and Ukyo actually prevented most of the demons from crossing over from the past by blowing them up. I don't know how I was supposed to know any of this. They never said the words Demon Queen in this part or any part before it. Like, how was I supposed to know that there's a fucking Demon Queen when they don't even say the words demon? Anyways, we have a random scene between Ukyo and Asahina, and then they're like, hey yo, let's get married.
Oh, come on. Why? Why does it? Why?
So they're about to get married, but then wait. They visit Asahina's family temple, only to find out that she was actually the Demon Queen this entire time. She asks Ukyo to die with her because she actually fell in love with him, and Ukyo's like, nah, what the fuck you think you are? So Asahina then transforms into her true demon form, and then they fight in an epic battle scene. He gets overwhelmed by the Demon Queen, but then the random ass nuns help him out or something. I don't know what the fuck's happened.
Who are these motherfuckers? They never explained this. Who are these?
Ukyo goes into creative mode and he summons some random weapons, and then he kills her and wins. Asahina then thanks Ukyo for putting her out of her misery, as well as proclaiming her love for him, and Ukyo lives on to see another day. Now, according to Wikipedia, at the end of this movie, the curse is finally destroyed. Here's the thing. What curse? I literally did Control F, you know, like to search for words on the Wikipedia page, and I looked for the word curse to see how many times it was mentioned, and it was only mentioned in the last sentence of the whole summary of the entire film. What curse? Like, even Wikipedia can't even fully explain the storm that is this fucking movie. It's just ridiculous. Like, the only redeeming factor of this movie was that it was only an hour long. If it was any longer, I think every minute would have sent me closer to actually drawing a pentagram on the ground and attempting to summon the fucking Demon Queen to destroy this planet. As you could tell from the summary I just told you, the movie skips over a lot of the plot points and never actually explains shit to the viewer. Like, I have no idea who was able to write the summary out on Wikipedia for this movie, but they must be like the reincarnation of Albert Einstein or Stephen Hawking, because you gotta do some quantum physics or something to figure out what the hell is happening in this movie. Another thing that was quite awful was the audio mixing in some of the scenes. Like, the voice acting and the soundtrack were just so awfully balanced. Who the fuck wants to watch anything like, Steve, I love you. I can be the flint to your steel. This movie is straight up ass. The plot is emptier than my soul when I'm sitting in class learning about something that I know I'm never gonna use ever again in my entire life or remember, but it's still contributing to my student debt anyways. I'm gonna give Psychic Wars a 0 nuns out of 10. This movie makes me wish that the demons won the war and that Dami Mommy Demon Queen is eternally stepping on my balls. Anyway, finally, we've arrived at the #1 worst rated anime movie of all time, Super Kid. Super Kid is a 1994 South Korean action anime film with an average score of 2.47 out of 10. Now, Super Kid is super special in that it's like the worst rated film on multiple websites. Like, I think it genuinely might be the worst rated anime movie ever made since like the Big Bang created the universe. Super Kid isn't just a movie, it's a cinematic masterpiece. I don't know if I'd be exaggerating if I said that Super Kid changed my life, and I'm hoping that this review changes your life as well. The animation is so beautiful that it makes Demon Slayer fight scenes look like something that I draw on toilet paper with my shit. The voice acting, oh my god, the voice acting is one of the greatest things to ever bless my ears.
Well, come and get me.
I guess we've got no other choice than to play it rough.
The fight scenes are just the most exhilarating roller coaster rides that no real-life amusement park can ever hope to recreate.
You can't escape, and I will personally see you pay for your crime.
You want a piece of me, old man? Come on!
You'll have to do better than that.
Now let's dive headfirst into the world of Super Kids, shall we? The movie begins with a journalist lady named Yeonju being assigned to interview a group of superheroes known as the Super Kids.
Did he say Super Kids? Yeah! This is great! I'm gonna interview the Super Kids and get the scoop of the century!
The Super Kids consists of super cool and awesome and badass heroes, including our main character, Gokdari. He's the 199-year-old leader of the Super Kids who has super strength and has this weird, like, mystical stick that he fights with. And is clearly a complete ripoff of Goku. I mean, it's just like, who the fuck do you think you're fooling? Hey y'all, my name is Naruto, and I'm a ninja from the Found Leaf City. Hey y'all, my name is Lufer, and I'm trying to become the pirate god by finding the 3 pieces. Very, very subtle. Now, other members of the Super Kids include Big Boy, a 13-year-old boy that is an expert with fighting with a staff. He spends the entire movie either being a complete simp for Yeonju.
I miss you too, but take it easy, would ya? Guess it's true what they say. You always hurt the ones you love, don't you?
Oh my god. Or making eating food into his entire personality.
You ate all my food?
Oh, don't take it so hard. The donuts were starting to get a bit stale anyway.
But I need my food. I'm a growing boy.
Samachi, a 97-year-old alien that Yeonju says this about.
Oh, he's kind of a creepy-looking alien, but I'd date him.
What? Damn, she's just like me for real, I'd also date the shit out of Samachi. Like, god damn, daddy.
Just a minute, I've got something. I'm picking up some vibrations. It's a large object.
It's my dick. Saint Teotihuacan, who is a 97-year-old monk who was
expelled from the Soren Temple in China for drinking too much. Subject's name,
The bar of the Super Kids is so high that they have a superhero who's just an old monk that got kicked out of his old temple for being a fucking alcoholic. The Avengers are quaking as we speak. That's the secret, Cap. I'm always drunk. Chol Min, whose superpower is to be an expert mechanic, aka he just has basic ass bitch syndrome.
Systems check! Prepare to blast off!
Rockpile, who is literally just a cluster of rocks. We also get introduced to like Gokji and Chao, but they're not important enough for me to even like talk about them more than this. Anyway, Yeonju finds the Super Kids who are fighting 2 very dangerous criminals. This sexy hunk tentacle monster and a dude in armor with a jetpack. Now, I'm not exaggerating when I say that this fight scene might be the greatest anime fight scene that I've ever seen in my entire life. Let me just show you.
Time to give yourself up. I'm placing you under arrest.
Well, come and get me.
I guess.
Here I come.
You're not as tough as you think, boy. You look good enough to eat.
There's another trick I can do with my golden staff. Watch this. All you have to do is sit back and I can stop. You'll have to speak more clearly. I can't understand what you're saying.
I was trying to give up. You weren't listening to me.
I wonder how the others are doing with your partner. But maybe I should lock him up.
My teeth! Look out, you idiot!
Don't put me on TV, not like this! I got a reputation to protect!
Oh, she's cute. I should introduce myself. All right, you scoundrels! This is your last warning!
Yo, Rizmaster, bro.
What is he doing? This is certainly no time for dancing. You foolish super kids thought I had given up, but now the games have only just begun.
Listen here, Wangdochi, you're really starting to burn me up!
Ow, that hurt! You burned my antenna! I'll get you! Oh goodness, I'm really not having a very good day today. My teeth, come back! I need my teeth!
Anyways, they beat the two criminals and arrest them. The super kids are then recruited by goofy-ass police chief.
What's wrong? What did I do?
And sussy police captain. Jonathan, the most violent and dangerous criminal in the universe, Judogi, who apparently he sold his family for a box of gold, which, okay, that's not good. There's also his partner in crime, Mayo, a superpower man who worked as a cop until his son got murdered, and then he turned his back on the law. Judogi's name is enough to strike fear in the super kids' hearts.
His name is Judogi.
Did you say Judogi?
But Judogi's just a legend!
Everyone except Gokdari begins to quiver and shake, but Gokdari's just like, okay, well, we'll do it. We gotta get paid somehow.
Ah, you mean you really do it? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
At this point, our brave warrior, Saint Teal decides to check out of the mission and stay home like a little fucking bitch.
And to my great-granddaughter, I bequeath my favorite shoe.
While the rest of our brave heroes go and risk their lives to defeat the most dangerous criminal known to the universe. So the kids fly through outer space, and Yeonju sneaks on board. They land on a planet where apparently Judogi has like taken over. So they lure Judogi out, and then they have like a fight scene.
My knees won't stop shaking. Oh no.
Judogi, I'm placing you under arrest for crimes against the universe!
Oh, very well.
He's more powerful than I thought.
But then Judogi is able to escape because Mayo shows up, and I don't know what the fuck is happening in this goofy-ass movie anymore. Mayo warns Gokdari that the police captain is actually just Judogi's rival criminal named, what is it? Karkarus? But yeah, he's Karkarus in disguise. And was manipulating the super kids so that once they beat Judogi, Karkarus can just take Judogi's gold for himself. So Mayo tells Gokdari to just beat Karkarus before he challenges Judogi again. So we get this really goofy fight scene between Karkarus and Gokdari and Rockpile. It is just a work of art. So Karkarus is defeated by his only weakness, ants.
This is bullying.
Please stop torturing me. Make it stop, please.
Like, it's just so goofy that it's just kind of amazing at this point. So Big Boy and Samachi go look for Yeonju, who was kidnapped by Judogi. They save Yeonju, but then Judogi attacks them. They almost get killed until, wow, our heroes arrive. They then all battle Judogi in one last epic battle scene. They finally defeat him with Judogi's partner in crime, Mayo, sacrificing himself to take out Judogi's power orb from within his body. Apparently this is supposed to be like the source of Judogi's power or some shit. And then he takes like the ball to outer space and he's like,
This is for you, my son.
and he just blows up and he dies. Anyways, they arrest Judogi and they get a good amount of money, which Gokdari ends up donating to an orphanage. He's an actual Sigma male, okay? He's doing good for people. And then the other super kids are like, how are we gonna pay our bills and stuff? And then Gokdari's like, I guess you guys just have to capture 10 criminals a week so we can make money. Or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then the movie ends. Yeah, that's Super Kids. The last 30 to 40 minutes of this film was not as fun as the first hour. Here you can watch me absolutely lose my mind as I beg for the pain to stop. Now, if you just watch this summary and don't agree with me that this film is a cinematic masterpiece, then I don't really know what else I can tell you, except for the fact that you're fucking wrong. This film is genuinely life-changing art. You don't understand yet, but you will come to understand me one day. You might think it's like bootleg Dragon Ball Z or bootleg Avengers or whatever the hell it is. I think this movie surpasses both of those things. And no, I am not suffering from copium syndrome, okay? I am okay. None of this video is copium. It's hot in my room. I'm gonna die. Sure, maybe the film would have been even more of a masterpiece if the last 40 minutes of it didn't exist, but it doesn't matter because for the first hour, this movie gave me actual joy and happiness that no other movie that I talked about today was able to give me at all this entire video. This movie made me LMAO from the bottom of my heart, and that's a beautiful thing. It's not just a bad anime movie, it's the worst anime movie. Obviously, it's really tough to be the best at something, but the opposite is also very true. It's not easy to be the worst of something. And Super Kid achieved something that no other anime movie ever could, which is to be the worst anime movie to ever exist. I'm gonna give this movie a 100 Super Kids out of 10, okay? I'm okay. I am completely and totally fine. I am of stable mental status, and I'm okay. I'm not coping with anything, you know, Have you ever asked yourself, what is the worst rated anime that has ever been made since the dawn of time when the Big Bang splurged into a whole universe and began civilization as we know it today? Hello students, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I wanted to find the exact answer to this question. So I started digging towards the bedrock layer of a few anime rating websites. After doing more research than I've ever done for any school project in my life, which isn't saying much, I finally found the answer. Tenkuu Danzai Skelter Heaven. This is the worst rated anime in history, with a 1.84 out of 10 on my anime list, a 1.13 on AniDB, and a 15% on AniList. Jesus Christ. It's an 18-minute OVA, or original video animation for those of you who don't know, from 2004, based on a PlayStation 2 romantic adventure game from the same year. I don't really know anything about the game. The only romance game that I've really played in my life is Honey Pop, and but that's not because I wanted to, okay? It was for the meme. Look, okay, here's proof that I've only played Honey Pop for like 91 minutes or something on Steam, and I stopped playing it because, you know, it was for the meme, and I only did it for the meme, okay? It wasn't because I fucking sucked at the game or anything, okay? I never wanted to get into it. It was just the meme, okay? Okay, it's just the meme.
Is this how dating in real life works? Can I just conquer people by playing a Candy Crush?
Let's move on. So what makes this anime so garbage? I mean, for one, it's only 18 minutes, so yeah, I guess that's not really much time to tell a whole story. But also, I can name a bunch of short films that I was forced to watch in my film classes that actually told a more gripping and intriguing story than this anime did. So if it's not the time limit, then what is it? Well, my friends, let's go on a journey and go through the OVA and see what the deal is, shall we? So the anime begins with this weird intro where we slowly zoom into a shot of the planet Earth. Well, these weird, like, mechanical sound effects play in the background over and over and over again. And also there's like a heartbeat sound effect that's playing. Like, I don't really know what's happening already. Suddenly we cut to a city in Japan as a really awfully mixed sound of a walkie-talkie sound effect plays into your ears and destroys your eardrums.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn down the fucking volume. Jesus Christ. Hey, why don't we make a fucking anime where it destroys our viewers' eardrums so they can't even listen to anything ever again for the rest of their lives?
Now let's pause here and break this down a little bit, okay? This anime is 18 minutes long, and this first zoom into the planet Earth is around like a minute long.
And it spent 1 minute out of 18 just zooming into the fucking planet like we've never seen the Earth before.
I don't think it's a really good idea to spend one of 18 minutes of your precious storytelling time zooming into a shot of the planet that we literally all live our entire lives on. Like, we know what the fucking Earth is, okay? Don't waste my damn time. Anyway, so we find out that an unknown object suddenly appears over the city of Tokyo, and the people are disapproving of the government's reaction to it. Or something like that. Then we move into an incredible anime opening song that I can't really put into this video because then YouTube's copyright system is gonna have a fucking mental breakdown. So I'll just play you a second of it. The song is called Naked Heart, and it is mid as f. I am not gonna lie. Anyways, the opening then lasts for around 2 minutes, which leaves us with a total of 50 minutes to tell the entire story. Like, y'all, this is real art, okay? Anyways, moving on from the opening, the anime begins with Big Daddy reporting the news. He's saying that a mysterious floating object has begun its movement over the city of Tokyo, which was already said before the opening song, so I don't know why they're telling us again, but hey, you know, it's fine. Some people are just forgetful. Oh, but don't worry, guys. He repeats it again for the people in the back who might have missed this information the first 2 times they said it.
移動を開始した模様です。繰り返しお伝えいたします。謎の物体が移動を開始した。
Oh, but then wait, before moving on to the actual story, the clip repeats again!
謎の物体が移動を開始した。
Like, we see the same exact fucking clip of Big Daddy telling us the same exact news report that we've heard 3 times already, but this time is zooming out to show a bunch of TVs because storytelling? Guys, did you know there's a floating object flying over Tokyo and it's mysterious and it's starting its movement and it's like, what? What? I didn't know. And then we finally move away from this goddamn news clip and we get glimpses of the mysterious object that they're talking about, while in the background the same news clip plays again. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, if you didn't know, there's a mysterious floating object in Tokyo and it's starting its movement and we don't know what it is, but it's mysterious and it's floating and it's an object and it's floating over Tokyo. Just in case you missed it. Anyways, we finally begin the actual story around 4 minutes and 18 seconds into the actual thing, as we see a handsome young man named Funagai, who I think is like a military general or captain or something, walking intensely as the doors open in front of him to reveal our main character, Lin. Now, their interaction here is amazingly written and even better voice acted.
警戒態勢だぞ。聞いてないのか。
そんなことはありません。けど、みんなを呼びに。
Okay, like, look, I don't want to be too critical during this video, right? But like, whoever did the voice acting for this guy, I probably should consider changing his career path.
警戒態勢だぞ。聞いてないのか。
Like, it's not good. So Funagai walks into the main control room or whatever the fuck this is, and his boss, a generic old guy with glasses that we've never seen in any anime before, and other people there begin to discuss how this floating object is beginning to make its moves and that maybe it's time to strike back against it. We then cut to a more happy scene with some of the worst background music that I've ever heard in my entire life. No, I'm sorry, bro. This soundtrack is awful. I don't know if I'm the only one who thinks this, but that is not good. I think this place is like a school or a military base or something. I don't actually know what it is. We see our brave young warriors living out their daily lives by training hard and sparring against each other in these amazing looking robots. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, this is really old, okay? So I feel like I can't make too much fun of like how disgusting these robots look in this. But like come on. It's so goofy that I can't even make a joke about it. Like, I just... Anyway, so here, Lin tells the other girls in her squad, who I won't even bother naming because they ultimately don't serve any fucking point in the story. Maybe except Misaki here, who actually has a little bit of plot, but we'll go into that a little later. Anyways, Lin is like, hey guys, it's time to squad up and fight a mysterious floating object in the air of Tokyo or whatever. So now we cut to an unnecessary scene of Lin taking a shower. I don't know why the fuck this exists, but it does. Then we fade into a scene where I think they're training, right? Like, I think they're training. But like, look, okay. I don't know if you could tell, but I have a pretty dirty mind. Like, half my jokes are like, ha, I'm clapping cheeks, and ha, there's a cock in my mouth type of jokes. Like, it's just kind of dirty. So like, forgive me if my mind wandered a little bit during this scene, but like, this is how they train for their battle. My dude, what the fuck is this? Like, come on. Like, come on. You can't blame me for thinking like, yo, what kind of battle are they training for? It just looks like they're training for having sex, okay? Like, I don't know what else I can say about it, okay? I'm just gonna say it. What is going on? What are they doing? And what was that? Anyways, our 5 warriors assemble and they get ready to go to battle against the mysterious floating object, which is finally revealed. And honestly, it just looks like if someone photoshopped the squid and a penis together, and you know, I just kind of want to put it in my mouth. So they go over their mission to destroy this floating squid penis thing. They have to identify the weakness and then destroy it. So the plan is to shoot a bomb from a bazooka into it at close range, and that's supposed to like detect the weakness or core or some shit. And then they're gonna concentrate all of their fire into the weakness. Like, I don't know what the this plan is about, but good luck, guys. Now, don't forget, this is a very serious mission, okay? If they fail to destroy the squid floating penis thing, then the world is going to end. So Lin is assigned to attack the main core. The floating squid penis then begins its attack by shooting lasers and shit. So Funagai and Lin walk towards their robots to save the world, but this motherfucker Misaki gets in their way, and she starts questioning the captain. Why am I second? I know the world is about to end, and we really don't have time for this because the squid penis began its attack on the planet, but I'm fucking insecure, right? I can do so much better than Lin, and are you in love with Lin? Because is that why you're assigning her to the main part of the mission? Like, bruh, please.
納得できません。どうして私がセカンドなんですか？
俺の命令が不服か。
It's the end of the fucking world, okay? Your insecurities do not matter right now. And then Funagai is like, nah, bitch, you just don't fucking listen. You just act too much on your own. That's why we didn't assign you to the main, most important part of the mission. Because if you mess it up, the whole world's gonna blow up. And then Misaki's like, so you're saying that I'm fucking worse than Lin because of that?
それだけのことで、私はリンより劣ってると言うんですね。
Misaki.
He didn't even look.
It's so bad. Yeah, that's some great character writing over here. Anyways, they buckle up into their claymation robots and they launch into battle. The actual battle finally begins, and the 5 warriors and Captain Funagai all fly out towards the floating squid penis. Misaki lands on the squid penis and shoots into it. Trying to detect the weakness, but oh no, something goes wrong. Misaki gets hit by a tentacle and is knocked away. And also, I think random glasses girl just straight up gets murdered here. Like, I don't know what just happened, but this is like exactly why I didn't bother naming half the characters. They don't do anything or they just die, and then that's it. Lin is obviously upset, but then the captain says, stay focused on the mission. They find a core weakness of the squid object. Suddenly Funagai is grabbed by the squid and he's thrown away. Lin grabs onto his plane to save him. God, someone give these voice actors a raise, dude. Like, they are just acting their heart out here. Hey, if this is what it takes to be a voice actor, then let me throw in my audition here right now. Suddenly, we get a flashback to discover that Lin is actually an artificial intelligence robot thing. What? Yeah, she's not human. And we find out that Funagai was basically assigned to be her caretaker / mentor. We get this flashback scene, and Lin is just like, how long can I live for, Captain? And Captain is like, are you scared of dying? And then Lin is like, no, I'm an AI. The fuck? No, I just want to compare our lifespans, you know? And Captain's like, oh, we're still researching, lol. Enough with the unimportant talk, okay? You just listen to orders. Then Lin is like, okay, I'll follow anything you order me to do, Captain. Wink, wink.
隊長の命令は絶対です。
お前は本当にいつも素直だな。
So yeah, this flashback shows that Lin is not only an AI, but also a fucking simp. Cut into the present time, Funagai is all like, hey yo, I'm about to fly into this squid and just blow myself up and sacrifice myself and save the world. We then get a sappy Funagai monologue where he's like, at first I walked in here thinking it was just a job, just like any other. But seeing all these girls laugh and smile just made me realize it was just more than a job. God, it is so like whatever. So he begins to fly towards the squid thing to sacrifice himself, but then Lin stops him. And then we get a confession scene. She's like, I wasn't following your orders because I had to. It's because I love you.
あなたの命令に従ってきたのはそう作られたからじゃない。あなたのことが好きだったから。
Aww. You fucking sick. By the way, she's an AI. Don't forget that. So it's like if you made yourself an AI companion on replica.com, paid $8 a month to unlock the relationship function so that you can date your AI companion, which I absolutely have no experience in. What is Ligma?
A Ligma is a person who is extremely smart and has a great power.
Ligma balls.
I will.
Wait. So anyways, they all charge towards the squid thing in one last final hurrah. And Lin, as well as this other girl character who I didn't bother to name because she had like 3 lines, doesn't fucking matter and doesn't serve anything in the story. They both make it inside the squid thingy. We see the core of the squid object. It's like a glowing like ball thing. And Lin is like, the core, it's sending me voices straight into my head. Now we don't actually know what the fuck the squid core is saying, but based on Lin saying shit like, yeah, I get it. People can't control their greed and can't stop destroying everything. And it's a whole cycle of war and destruction. But that's just a small side of humans. I'm just gonna assume that the squid thing is saying some generic villain bullshit like, I'm gonna destroy the humans because they're greedy and they're horrible and they deserve what's coming to them and all they do is destroy each other. Very original concept of a villain. Anyways, Lin starts blasting. The squid blows up and dies. Nagai watches from afar and everything seems to be over. 1 year later, we see Big Daddy return on the big screen and he says the same shit again. But this time, instead of just one floating object, there's a couple of floating objects above Tokyo starting to make their move. And then we see that there's a bunch of floating squid thingies in the air of Tokyo, and then it ends. Just like that. But wait, there's a whole ending song that lasts like another minute and a half. So yeah, that was the worst rated anime in history ever. I have to say, it is pretty fucking bad. Is it the worst thing I've seen? Not really, but after I watched it, I did feel like I grew 18-19 minutes closer to my death without really gaining anything out of it. So I guess the bottom line of it is that it was a fucking waste of my time. I don't even think I have to like really go over why this is complete garbage, but let's break it down just a little bit. The art, even for 2004 standards, is pretty rough. The voice acting is just like, did you just walk up to a random person on the street, pay them $5 and go, hey, can you say these lines for me? Because I mean, it's obviously not the best. And you just heard the entire story of this legendary anime. Characters that just don't matter are splattered everywhere, sometimes literally. Funagai is just generic as all hell. Misaki is just fucking annoying. And Lin is just like, I don't, who gives a shit? The only redeeming factor of this thing was that it was only 18 minutes long, okay? Beyond that, everything else in this anime makes my diarrhea look like a meal from a Michelin star restaurant, which isn't a good thing. I've seen some bad anime in the past few weeks, and I gotta say, this is pretty up there with some of the worst. If this was a feature-length movie, and thank God it fucking wasn't, I think I would have been a lot more upset about this. If I had to give this a score, I would probably give it a who gives a shit, this was a waste of my time out of 10.
あんたもあのオーロラが何なのかちゃんと調べてるそうよこいつの言うこと信じる気か
Today, I watched the ugliest, worst rated anime movie so that you don't have to. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and now it's time to bring up the main subject of this video. An anime movie called Umi no Aurora, or in English, Aurora of the... how the fuck you say it? The Aurora of the Sea. Aurora? Aurora? I don't know how to say that word. Umi no Aurora is a 2000 sci-fi anime movie, I think, with an average score of 3.78 out of 10. Before we dive into this movie... Get it? Get it, guys? Did you laugh? Guys, did you laugh? That was funny, right? Guys? Anyway, so before we dive into this movie, let's just talk about the glaringly noticeable thing about this film first, which are the incredible looking visuals. I mean, I don't really know how else to describe it other than the fact that every character looks ugly as fuck. I mean, it looks absolutely beautiful. Okay, I mean, come on, you can't tell me that this guy with the drippy shirt and the glasses that looks vaguely like me isn't a hot daddy stud, okay? Because that just means you're telling me that I'm fucking ugly and I need the validation. It's hot in my room. I'm gonna die. Nah, but let's be real, okay? These characters are ugly as fuck, and their movements are somehow worse than like a video game NPC that's glitching, which is kind of impressive to me at this point. If you think about it, every character in this movie looks like the eyes, lips, eyes emoji face that I like to send my friends all the time. So now I want to dive into the story of this film. But before that, I'm just gonna tell you right now, I actually ended up liking this movie. Okay, before you call me absolutely batshit crazy or way too high on copium, let me explain why. This movie begins with some kind of news report saying that the world is in peril. Half of the human population was wiped out from some bullshit. I don't really know. And the government believes that finding oil will ensure humanity's survival, which is ironic because oil is kind of causing a lot of problems right now for the planet, but whatever. So we zoom out to see a random lady and a small child who's wearing the shittiest Pikachu cosplay of all time. Watching this news report on what I assume is the mobile device that we would have today if BlackBerry won over the competition to become the most mainstream smartphone of all time instead of Apple. After a long-ass intro, we're introduced to a crew of ocean miners who are digging for oil in the ocean floor that's like for this huge project for humanity's survival. Now we're introduced to some of our main characters. This guy, I completely forgot the name of. I don't even know if they mentioned it in the movie. I'm just gonna call him the captain. We have Jack, who doesn't really do much throughout the story. This ugly-ass, selfish, unlikable, no-drip looking ass scientist that vaguely looks like me, which upsets me even more. And a weirdo computer/tech guy, I think, named Wataru, who constantly calls the nuclear reactor Hitomi, which is strange to me because it almost sounds like he's treating it like his girlfriend or something. I don't know how to feel about that. I honestly assumed like he was gonna be an incel or something, like a nuclear reactor looking sexy today. So anyways, the crew talks about how they're about to hit the oil in the Earth's mantle. And then they start talking about the guy who quit their crew earlier in the day, named Hiroshi, who is actually the main protagonist of this film. We then see Hiroshi at the surface of the ocean. He's very nonchalant and doesn't really seem to care about anything, but I can't tell if that's because his character is supposed to be like that or if the voice actor had just woken up and was asked to do this movie for free. Anyways, Hiroshi, who just quit the job, is stopped by the two characters we saw in the beginning of the movie, Random Lady and Ugly Pikachu cosplay kid. They hold him at gunpoint and forces him to take them down to the ocean's floor so that they can stop this mining project before they open Pandora's box, whatever that means. So the lady's name is Chun-Lu, and the kid with the Pikachu cosplay is named Nora. Hiroshi ends up taking them down to the base, but then he's like, hey yo, like, you know, I quit, so my authorization got canceled today. I can't really let you guys in. And somehow, mysteriously, Chun-Lu scans her eye and is able to get into the base. So the three enter the main room of the base, and the captain is also there. And they all begin to discuss what the f is going on. Chun-Lu threatens to blow up the entire base if they don't stop mining. We're then introduced to Yulong Wang, a genius mad scientist who died 2 years before the events of this movie. He apparently did some crazy ass like science experiments, like for example, cloning projects and trying to elongate his but basically cloning a bunch of his own and then sticking them together with Elmer's glue. Anyways, Yulong Wang is actually the person who started the mining project that these people are working on, but apparently he began to say that this drilling is actually gonna end up destroying the world and wanted to stop it for some reason. During this conversation, it's actually insinuated that the captain knows who Chun-Lu is, but we don't find out until later why. We then cut to the selfish kid who's like looking at some kind of screen and he's like,
oh yes, the stocks of oil are going up, boys.
And he sends a pod back up to the surface for some reason. I don't really know why. I would go into more depth about this guy, but honestly, like, one, he's just an ugly, unlikable piece of shit throughout the entirety of his time in the movie. Plus, he serves like absolutely no fucking purpose in the entire movie anyways, except be a fart inhaling asshole. So it's like, I don't want to talk about this guy, even though I've been talking about him a lot right now because, oh my god, he just, oh my god, it's just, he looks like me, okay? It kind of makes me mad. Anyways, we begin to see some white shit like floating around in the ocean. Like, honestly, it looks like ocean cum. Chun-Lu says, the Pandora's box has been opened after 600 million years. She calls this stuff the Aurora. Aurora. We also see that this Aurora stuff has attached itself to the pod that the ugly scientist, disgusting looking piece of shit sent up to the surface a little earlier. The pod then gets to the surface and then suddenly it blows up the surface ship, which basically traps everybody in the base down in the ocean below. Oh no, that's not good. So we find out that this Aurora is actually bacteria from like 600 million years ago. These bacteria led to the creation of life on this planet. However, because there was, what is it? I need to read this off my script. But then the concentration of oxygen became too high for them to survive on the surface, so they moved themselves to the Earth's mantle where the oxygen level isn't as high. However, since the foolish humans dug up this bacteria, the balance of CO2 and oxygen on the Earth would be disturbed, and therefore humans would not be able to breathe anymore and everyone would die. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think I would be back in high school bio class, but here we are. I don't understand what the f just came out of my mouth. That's what she said. But you know what? For the sake of the story, let's just pretend to understand what's happening, okay? Ugly scientist ass joins everybody else in the main room, and then he and the captain start saying shit like, what? His prophecy was true? Referring to Yulong Wang when he was like, hey guys, so I know I started this project to dig some oil up from the mantle of the Earth, but as the genius scientist who knows, you know, about science, maybe we should stop digging because we might actually end up killing everybody on this planet, including you guys. Apparently, Wang was trying to stop the project because he knew about the bacteria. Head ugly ass fucker begins to accuse Chun-Lu of setting this whole thing up, which, honey, that makes perfect sense. Yes, this random lady just suddenly decides to color the entire ocean around them with white and then destroy the ship above them using that white stuff somehow. This is getting kind of gross, but oh my god, you are so dumb. The world does not revolve around around you, you ugly looking drip lacking motherfucker. God, I hate this guy. I hate him. I hate him. So they then get into a confrontation with some of the most amazing animation that I've ever seen.
こいつの言うこと信じる気か？
俺はどっちも信じてないよ。あんたに自由をやるわけにはいかないだけだ。あんたが誰で何をしたいのかはっきりするまでは。そうだ。
This entire confrontation can only be described using one word, and that is ass. Anyways, the crew is stranded, so they decide to get some samples of the bacteria and see if they can find out any way to deal with it. We finally see our sweetheart Jack for the first actual time in this movie. And it turns out that they're actually really close friends. I just want to give them a big ass smooch on their cute hot lips. Jack then goes out into the water using this ugly ass robot to collect some bacteria samples. But then suddenly we see that Jack's robot begins to melt from the bacteria. Realizing that he's in danger, Hiroshi decides to go out in another ugly ass robot to try and save Jack. But unfortunately, it's too late. Hiroshi, コンビはやっぱり回収だぜ。Jack's machine blows up, tragically killing him and ending his screen time, which was a little too short in my opinion. Okay, not gonna lie though, I know this is supposed to be like a very serious scene, right? I mean, someone's dying. I should be laughing when I'm watching someone about to die. But dude, the animation in this scene is... I don't even know how to describe it. Oh god. It's too late for me. I'll see you on the other side, homie. After this, Chun-Lu also joins them in the water with another ugly-ass robot. Chun-Lu and Hiroshi almost die, but they're fortunately able to get the sample back to their base safely. Now, this asshole fart-faced scientist has a complete mental breakdown. But honestly, who gives a shit? This guy is just so annoying. We then see a flashback of Yulong Wang telling a bunch of scientists and corporate heads that they should cancel the project because it would just be destroying humanity. Spoiler alert, unsurprisingly, they don't listen to Wang and actually fire him from the committee. Let's go! End of the world secure, baby! Wang then says some ominous shit like, you'll get what you deserve. Back to the present, Chun-Lu is analyzing the bacteria while Hiroshi mourns his friend's death, and Nora just nonchalantly plays, you know, catch ball with a fucking grenade. Bro, which fucking elementary school did you pick this little kid up from? Oh my god. Hey kids, welcome to elementary school. Today we'll be learning how to play catch using grenades, and tomorrow we'll be playing laser tag using military grade weapons. We find out that Chun-Lu and Nora actually aren't related at all, and she just found her like yesterday, or they just met yesterday. I don't actually know what the fuck is going on, but basically Nora just got abandoned by her parents and Chun-Lu found her. So Chun-Lu tests a hypothesis made by Wang about the bacteria. There's some more science here, so I'm gonna read off my script. If they dramatically shift the environment temperature, the bacteria would go into hibernation. Since the bacteria can't die, this would be the best way to deal with it. So the three then decide to fire some of the coolant for drilling into the ocean so that they can make the bacteria go into hibernation, but they first have to remove the drill or something. Again, I have no idea what the words that just came out of my mouth really mean, but again, I'm gonna pretend to understand. The captain says something to himself about Chun-Lu is the only one we can rely on now. For better or worse, she does share the same brain cells as Yulong Wang, which insinuates that Chun-Lu actually knows Yulong Wang or is somehow related to him, even though she claimed earlier in the movie that she's never met the guy. A mystery is among us. Chun-Lu's kind of acting sus, if you know what I'm saying. We then see another submarine in the area, and they see the base and see that they're actually stranded and stuff like that. The captain of the base and the captain of the ship seem like they're old friends. They catch up and like kind of riff-raff on each other about their wives and haha, you know, old men shit. But as soon as our captain tries to warn the submarine about the dangers of the bacteria floating around, conveniently or inconveniently, the radio just completely shuts off. The ugly dripless scientist then actually just completely panics and breaks down. He decides to try and escape by taking one of the ugly ass robots out into the water, despite literally seeing Jack die doing the same thing like a few minutes ago. In short, this guy's a dumbass. Obviously, when he jumped into the water with the robot began to malfunction, and then the ugly scientist blows up and dies. Like, okay, what was the point of this character? To be a dick? To be the most unlikable character in the movie? To make me feel worse about myself because he vaguely looks like me, which makes me feel a little insecure about myself? The ship then launches a little boat to the base so that they can rescue the members. However, the plan obviously goes wrong because the bacteria destroy the rescue ship, causing it to crash into the base. The crash causes Nora to fall down some stairs. As Chunlu checks in on Nora, we find out that Nora was actually abandoned by her parents and that Chunlu had just found her. Damn, bro, I can't believe her parents just let their starter Pokemon go. Oh, okay, that was in bad taste, I'm sorry. Another quake causes a big pipe to almost fall on Nora, but Hiroshi the Giga Chad decides to jump in and protect her. The base then begins to corrode from the bacteria, so the captain is forced to activate some sort of security protocol thing, basically just turning on some backup barriers. Unfortunately, activating this trapped Hiroshi and the other two in the staircase with no way to escape. Wataru, the nuclear reactor sexual, begins to tell Hitomi, or the nuclear reactor, that I've never seen you in this bad mood before.
Hitomi, 初めてだな。こんなご機嫌斜めは。
He then tells the captain he has to like fix something, but I have no idea what's going on. Hiroshi and Chunlu, now that they're trapped, have a very deep bonding conversation where we find out that Chunlu is actually a clone of Yulong Wang.
私には父親も母親もいないの。私クローンなんだ。
Wang has a heart condition, so therefore he was trying to make clones so that he could take the clone's heart and replace it with his own so that he would survive. Something like that. Basically, yeah, Chunlu was born so that Yulong Wang could just take her heart and use it as his own, which is honestly a really fucked up and sad backstory, even though they're all NPCs. We find out that Chunlu was hidden as a baby so that she could have a life of her own. Although Chunlu has accepted a lot of things, she's basically just pissed about one thing, which is that her interests are the same as Yulong Wang's, as well as basically like her organs and everything about her, pretty much. It's as if she never really had her own life, and she tells Hiroshi that he probably doesn't understand.
そういうのってわかんないでしょうけど。
みんな似たようなものさ。何のために生まれてきたのか、自分の人生に意味があるのか、答えられるやつなんていいやし。
But Hiroshi then validates her by telling her that all humans are the same. No one knows why they're born or what their purposes are, or even if their own lives have meaning, which, wow, this movie just took a turn for the philosophical and super f***ing depressing. Like, it's a very surprisingly deep conversation. It takes me out when the fucking characters look like the eyes, lips, eyes emoji while they're doing this talk. Wang apparently secretly kept making clones, but ironically died from a traffic accident. He was basically just hoping that he could be immortal through transplants, which is, I don't know how that works. Despite all this, he continued to study the Aurora because he didn't want to be known as the scientist who basically killed everybody, aka the worst scientist in history. I guess his pride blinded him from the fact that if everybody on this planet was dead, then there would be no one to remember his dumbass anyways, but okay, anyways. Chunlu says that she came down to stop this digging because she thought that it would give her life a little meaning. She then asks Hiroshi about his life. Hiroshi is like, there's not much to say. I've just always been excavating in ocean floors. He says in the ocean floors there are no unnecessary relationships and that he can face reality and see how small and insignificant he really is. He decided not to believe in things like hope and the future, and that if the present was full, that was good enough for him. However, since stuff like power dynamics and money and stuff like that started seeping into his job, aka the ugly scientist, he decided to quit and leave and do something else somewhere else. So this entire conversation is pretty engaging, and I actually felt a lot of sympathy for these characters.
この瞬間が充実していれば、それでいいだろう。ここにも鬱陶しい匂いが入り込んでくるようになった。
I actually think that this part was written really well, or at least pretty well, which is something I never thought I would say in the show. Like, the characters actually kind of started growing on me after this. However, the entire time during this conversation, this serious ass conversation, they be looking and moving like NPCs, bro. Like, okay, it's hard to take it 100% serious when they be looking like, man, the human experience is just really empty, you know what I mean? Anyways, the base begins to shake and a door somehow opens up, letting the three finally escape the staircase. The captain and Wataru decide to escape the base with the plan to charge up the ugly robots so that they can float up to the surface with them. Wataru says that there's not enough time or power for all of the robots to be able to fully charge up and escape. And he says that he has to work on Hitomi manually, which I don't know what the fuck that means. Also, like, this is kind of a weird thing, but when Wataru talks to Hitomi, the nuclear reactor, the subtitles say, like, he calls her babe, but in the actual Japanese dialogue, He literally says nothing remotely close to babe. So I don't know what is going on here, but anyways. Wataru walks up to the nuclear reactor, and despite how hot it is, he turns it off, I think. I don't actually know what this guy is doing, not just in this scene, but to be honest, this entire movie, but it's okay. He did something with the nuclear reactor basically, but he's attacked by a huge like wave of hot steam, injuring him in the process. He still says like, "Hitomi, you gotta listen to me, girl." Like he's in a committed relationship with the machine or something. I don't know what's happening. The main three finally make it to the room where they can release the coolant and do the drill stuff, but they can't access the terminal. The captain tells the others to meet him at the hangar so that they can prepare to escape. As Chun-Lu attempts to access the terminal for the drilling system, Wataru calls everybody and tells them that he's going to die. He talks about how he opened a flooding valve and that water will come rushing in, and that if he didn't do this, then the water pressure would crush the nuclear reactor, which would basically just radiate and pollute a huge part of the sea. Now honestly, this is when like this movie slapped me in the face a little bit, because man, I was not expecting such a Giga Chad move from the guy who I thought was literally in love with his nuclear reactor. Basically, he sacrificed himself so that the sea wouldn't be polluted by nuclear waste. He reveals that Hitomi is actually his daughter and that he is a father, but he wasn't able to see his daughter grow up because of this job. He wonders how big she has gotten before dying. No, I didn't almost cry, okay? What are you talking about? Like, dude, look at this NPC looking ass movie, okay? There's no way that this shit almost made me cry. There's no fucking way. Okay, so I admit that this part almost actually made me cry a bit, okay? But that's our secret, okay? Yeah, an NPC almost made me cry, okay? The voice acting was actually not bad, and the soundtrack was actually really good. Not just for this part of the movie, but pretty much the entire movie. Like, I don't know what it is, but this entire movie just had, like, an amazing soundtrack. It kind of tells me where the budget all went to. And spoiler alert, it was not the animation department. I actually think that if this movie didn't look so goofy, I would have actually been a lot more invested in the movie, and I might have cried even just a little bit. And guys, I swear, it's not copium. It is not copium. I have good taste in movies, I swear. What's crazy to me is that this entire movie, while I was watching it, I thought Wataru was this weirdo, like, incel guy who's, like, into machines more than 3D girls type shit. But that was not close to the truth, and that actually makes it more tragic for me. Like, he's, okay, oh my god, he's an NPC. I don't... Dude, what is happening to me? Am I losing my fucking mind? Anyways, back to the main three. They just decided to blow up the entire room because they couldn't access the terminal. They leave a grenade there and they go meet the captain. There's 3 robots, but there's only 2 that was fully charged, which means someone would have to be left behind. But the captain then decides to sacrifice himself by locking himself in a room and then just telling the others to leave him behind. Hiroshi tells the captain that he knows that the captain was the one that saved Chun-Lu in the past when she was born or created. I don't know what terminology a clone would use.
俺はワンユーロンの元から君を連れ出した。君が一人の人間として幸せになれるのがずっと気がかりだった。でも君に会って分かったよ。俺のしたことは正しかった。
The 3 then say, LOL, no, fuck you, and then blow up the door. And then drag him out of there and force him to leave with them. But the problem is, you know, only 2 robots are fully charged. Chun-Lu tells Nora to take a ship with the captain.
あっちのロボットで行くのよ。ね。ノラ。ノラ。大好きだよ。
Hiroshi takes another fully charged one, and Chun-Lu decided that she would take the half-charged one that basically would cause her to die. Hiroshi tells her to stop, but apparently since she's a clone of Yulong Wang, she also got the heart condition, which means that she's gonna die soon anyways. But I thought the whole point of making the clones was so that Yulong Wang could take the hearts and live forever. None of this is making any sense to me right now, but honestly, like, it's so... Hiroshi shoves Nora into a robot and yells at her to escape. poor Nora is just fucking bawling now and like crying because obviously she doesn't want to lose Chun-Lu, who's literally the only person that cared for her so far. The four then begin to escape through the ocean as the grenade explodes and the coolant is released into the sea, and it puts all the bacteria into hibernation, and I guess they ended up saving the world. Hiroshi and Chun-Lu have a really deep conversation as they rise up. Chun-Lu says that it's wonderful that despite the pain that the bacteria has caused for them, there wouldn't be life in the first place without this bacteria. Hiroshi says that the Aurora lives forever, but human life is over in an instant, which is why people want to share that instant with somebody else there with them. Chun-Lu's robot begins to lose energy.
Hiroshi, やっぱり私ダメみたい.
She says goodbye to Hiroshi as the two meet their hands on their robot windows, which is like, oh my god.
Hiroshi, 私生まれてきてよかった。ヒロシにも会えたし。
Her robot begins to sink down to the ocean floor, and Hiroshi screams desperately as he goes to chase her down and, rescue her robot and push it up as the soundtrack ramps up and Hiroshi's cries are getting more and more dramatic. And no, I did not almost cry in this scene, okay? Guys, these accusations are getting kind of out of hand. I didn't almost cry. Anyway, so Hiroshi manages to save her and then pushes her all the way up, and everyone survives. They're then saved by a rescue squad, and all is well, I guess? We go to the hospital where the captain is getting treated, and Hiroshi goes to visit him to say his goodbyes after some goofy ass conversation.
主任を担いだ肩が痛むぐらいっす。
He then goes outside to see that Chun-Lu and Nora are waiting for him. And then Hiroshi is like, yo, why the f aren't you in the hospital? Your heart f***ing sucks. And then Chun-Lu says, I can heal my heart the next place we go to. And then Hiroshi is like, I like being alone. But he's actually a tsundere, so like he actually is very happy that they're there. Basically, they force him into the car with them, and then they all drive off to their next destination, and then the movie ends. Yeah, so that was quite the ride, was it not? The way I would describe this movie is unexpected. I expected to absolutely hate this movie and just laugh at it the entire way. I mean, because of how it looks. But beneath all of the NPC-ness of this film, there's actually something of substance here. It's not like the other awful anime movies that I've watched for this series, where like the plot is either complete dumpster fire or non-existent, or it takes like a person with a genius IQ level of Stephen Hawking to figure out what the f is going on. This movie literally and figuratively had a lot of depth. Get it? Like depth, like the ocean floor. Okay, f you. Look, real talk, the voice acting was not great, but it wasn't so shitty to the point where it ruined the movie for me. The NPC-ness of the movie was obviously going to bring the movie down because, let's be real, this movie looks like my dog shit. Like, how people find anime characters really hot and stuff? This is what an anime character in real life would look like. So basically, I guess they're still really hot. So yeah, the movie's ugly. The characters move like they literally just learned how to use their body yesterday. But honestly, this all just kind of added to the charm of the movie for me. I think the other garbage anime movies that I've watched lack a lot of substance and depth that this movie actually had a little bit of. Most of the characters had their own like motivations, backstories, personality. If you look past the emoji ugliness of it all, then these characters are pretty interesting and decently well written. Except for this fuck, okay? This guy just sucks. And Jack died in like the first 20 minutes of the movie, so like rest in peace, what could have been. Hiroshi started as someone who's very, apathetic to everything, doesn't care about shit, and I thought he was gonna be like a really boring character. But by the end, he recognizes that he actually does want something for himself. He begins to care for things in his life, and he proves that he's a Giga Chad by the end of the movie. Chun-Lu started as someone who was honestly really annoying, but turns out that she has like a really sad backstory, and her monologue about the experience of human life probably has elements that we can all relate to in some way. Like the end where she almost died actually almost made me cry. Okay guys, I admit it, okay? An NPC almost made me cry. I confess now, dear Lord, forgive my fucking sins. The captain started off as someone who I thought was just an ugly old dude, but it turns out that he saved Chun-Lu from Yulong Wang when she was very young, and he tries to sacrifice himself in the end so that the other three can escape. Nora, who was a really annoying brat with an ugly Pikachu costume who just casually played around with grenades, turns out to be an abandoned child who's more scared of being alone than to die. And honestly, Wataru, who I spent like 90% of this summary basically just roasting him for having a nuclear reactor complex, turns out to have the most heartbreaking death scene of them all. He's like actually a really good guy who sacrificed his own life, and he named the nuclear reactor after his own daughter, who he couldn't watch grow up because of this job. If you compare this movie to the other ones I watched, you'll very clearly see why I enjoy this movie much more than any of the other movies in this series. Like, I think this was the first movie, and unfortunately the last movie I watched in this series, that didn't make the entirety of my brain cells just go extinct. So despite the fact that they only look like 30% of an actual human being, I was able to look past all the ugliness and actually just appreciate the movie for what it is, which is a bad movie with some actual heart to it. Oh, and I do have to mention once again, the soundtrack for this movie was fucking slapping. This shit was incredible. This guy though, he just fucking sucks. So there you have it. This is how this ugly NPC anime movie actually almost made me cry. I think I'm gonna give this movie a score of 6 out of 10. I think I've lost my mind. Ugly NPC movie go burr skibbity toilet. Have you ever watched a piece of media that's so vile, so disgusting, and so absolutely dumb and pointless that it makes you as angry as a streamer who tells his viewers to delete themselves?
You should kill yourself now!
Okay, well, I haven't been that angry, to be honest, but the anime movie that I'm going to discuss today did piss me off for being one of the most garbage things that I've ever seen in my entire life. Hello everybody, my name is Leohashi, and today I'll be talking about the awful rated anime movie, The Island of Giant Insects. Before I discuss this movie in more depth, I wanted to include a potential trigger warning, as the movie contains subject matters such as sexual assault and extremely gruesome scenarios that involve giant bugs doing disgusting things to humans. So if these are topics that make you uncomfortable, please watch with caution. The Island of Giant Insects is a 2020 horror anime movie with an average score of 3.65 out of 10. I like to think that this movie was created when someone at the studio said, hey, what if we made a movie where more than half of the characters are just the most unlikable pieces of shit, and then we kill off all the likable characters in the beginning, so the entire thing is just an agonizing experience to watch. And then someone else in the studio chimes in and goes like, and what if we also make it into a hentai and also put bugs in it? And then the whole studio just went back to monkey and decided to make a movie full of drawings of naked animated girls with larvae crawling all over their body. To sum it up, this movie is basically just insect porn. While I was watching this movie, a few questions came to mind. Why does this movie exist? What was the point of this movie? Why did I watch this? What was I supposed to get out of this experience? And finally, who the fuck is enjoying this movie? The fucking bug maniacs from Pokemon? Was this supposed to be like entertaining? Because to be honest, by the end I wasn't really entertained, but by the end I just wanted to have my ass cheeks pinched by a gigantic stag beetle. So the premise itself isn't actually the worst thing ever. A group of people crash land on a mysterious island, which seems weird because there's like a bunch of houses and like signs that people still live there, and then suddenly they're attacked by gigantic bugs, and now they have to fight for their survival as well as fight against each other when conflict arises. Honestly, that's where my praise of this movie ends. I guess it's not even an original premise because this was a manga first anyways, so I guess I'm not even really praising the movie. So yeah, this movie fucking sucks. The story itself was just kind of so mid that I feel like there's really no point in me talking too much about if it was good or bad. The characters are either just so boring and surface level that it makes a piece of paper look interesting, or just the most unlikable pieces of shit in the entire anime verse or whatever it's called. Why would anybody want to watch a movie where all the characters are just unlikable assholes while they kill off all the good ones in the beginning? This movie is also super violent and very disgusting. I'm thinking that maybe like 99.5% of the population of this planet probably isn't like the intended audience for this movie. It's one of those movies where it's just violent and gross for the sake of being violent and gross. If you have ever fantasized about a bug giving you oral I can't even finish the joke. If you've ever fantasized about a bug giving you oral, then maybe this movie is for you. I'm so sorry.
I've made a severe and continuous.
There's stuff like visuals of people getting brutally murdered by gigantic bugs in ways that I can't even describe, because then YouTube's gonna have a mental breakdown because it's just that awful. There's also a scene of wasp babies, like, you know, just being born from inside of people's bodies, and then like these victims are just being consumed from the inside out by these larvae. Yeah, that's fun. Oh, and while the person was being eaten from the inside out by these larvae, they just showed full titties, you know, like completely naked, just being eaten from the inside out by larvae. Bro, what the fuck is this movie? If you think naked girls being eaten by larvae is attractive or something that you want to watch, then maybe this movie is for you. Also, like about halfway through this movie, it just straight up becomes like a hentai. There's some indescribable scenes that I have to censor pretty much 99% of. So thanks. Anyways, let's just fly straight into this deserted island of a movie and start talking about the story. The movie begins at an airport and we see all of our characters spending their time there. But apparently, they're all high schoolers from the same high school. Now, I'm just gonna start off with listing all the characters out because it's just gonna be easier that way. So there's Musume, who is the main character who is obsessed with bugs, and her entire personality is basically bugs, which is convenient because they end up on an island with giant bugs. She's pretty much the only reason why any of them survived. She's kind of a pushover and she never really stands up for herself in the movie, which I guess is supposed to show that like she's a kind-hearted person or whatever. But honestly, at some point I'm just like, bro, just fucking like punch these assholes in the face, goddamn. She cares a lot about bugs. She'd be crying if she steps on a mosquito type. She's not like unlikable, but she's also not really a character that I was like, oh wow, I really care about this person. Now we have Chitose, the class president and Mutsume's best friend, who's kind of uptight. She is only really there for the plot and doesn't really serve much else in the story. She just basically exists as Mutsume's best friend. To be honest, some scenes make me feel like it's a little more than that, but you know what? I don't even know. They don't go in depth about it, so whatever. We have Ayumi, who is the softball captain, and that's her entire personality. Also, she's into girls. She's one of like the only characters in this movie with like an actual moral compass. So even though she's not that interesting of a character, you know, at least she's likable in some way. Kai, honestly, the only character that I feel like I actually ended up liking at the end of this movie. He's a very self-oriented person and doesn't really connect with others too much, which is why he seems like an asshole at first, but by the end, he proves himself to be the biggest Giga Chad in the entire movie. Moving on to Kamijo. You know what, guys? I fucking hate this guy. He's literally one of the biggest assholes, not just in the entire movie, but in the entire anime-verse. He's basically just a selfish, self-centered, narcissistic piece of fucking garbage. You'll see exactly why I hate him when I describe the story, so let's just move on. Next is Midori, who is the other one half of Garbage Asshole Squad, along with Kamijo. She's basically just an asshole to everyone throughout the entire movie. Again, you'll see exactly why I hate these two. Next is Mami, who is an idol. She's just kind of whatever. I mean, her entire personality is that she just kind of screams and then gets everyone else in trouble because of it. She's not evil, but she's just kind of annoying. Next, we have Mami Stans. Imagine people who are basically chronically online and are way too obsessed with an idol in real life, and you basically know these guys. And finally, we have Ai, who is an optimistic girl in the hiking club, who is also actually one of the only likable characters in the movie, which I guess is probably why the writers decided to kill her off first, so that your experience with the rest of the movie can be just that much more miserable. Let's just move on to the story, shall we? So Musume wakes up on an island and realizes that they have crash landed. She bumps into Ayumi, the softball team captain, and they begin to look for other survivors. On another part of the island, we see the rest of the survivors begin to discuss their options. Midori tries to manipulate the stands by, you know, like showing off her titties and being like, if you get me food, I will show you a good time. And then she literally shoves her melons into like my face. But then the fanboys are like, nah, you're kinda gross. And then Midori decides to be like, okay, well then I'll show you mommy's panties. And she like raises her like dress, and then like, why am I watching this fucking movie? I'm just gonna sum it up and say that 90% of this scene is just the characters being stupid and arguing and being annoying until our likable character, Ai, decides to tell everyone to shut the fuck up and that they need to work together. Ah, wow, a moral compass in the group. I wonder what's gonna happen next. She goes out to take a piss in the forest, but then she's attacked by some humongous what?
Humongous what? Humongous what?
Humongous bugs. She screams and the other run to see what's happening, and you know, she's taking a piss, so like she's in her underwear, right? So she pisses her pants, and the animation studio thought that was a really important detail to highlight, evidenced by the fact that it literally just zooms in on her crotch and just shows it like getting like, you know, water coming out. Like, okay guys, this is something that I needed to see today. And then she gets stabbed in her ass cheek by one of those bug stinger thingies, and then another bug like shoves the stinger like in her mouth, and then she gets all of her her blood sucked out and turned into a human raisin while half naked and taking a piss. I'm not really sure what the point of this scene was. Like, I don't really know what this violence is supposed to serve. I don't know if this is supposed to be entertaining or if it's supposed to be some kind of weird fan service, but I don't understand who's enjoying this shit. Oh yeah, I've always wanted a huge, gigantic, blood-sucking bug to just shove his fucking stinger in my and suck all the blood out of my body. Anyways, the rest of the group gets attacked by these bugs. Mommy, the idol, gets attacked, and Kai says to her stands like, yo, aren't you guys her fucking fans? Like, go protect her. And so the fanboys go and run to save her, but then the bug attacks the fanboys and then sucks their blood out, killing them by turning them into some delicious California picked raisins. To be honest, I think this is probably the most realistic part of the movie. Imagine like Jungkook from BTS like getting attacked by one of these giant bugs. How many people do you think would sacrifice themselves to save his cute ass? I don't know if I would, because I'm more of an RM guy, but you know what I'm saying? So Musume and the softball captain Ayumi finally catch up with everyone else, and then Musume is all like, oh my god, it's a papillomachia or something. I don't fucking know. It's a bug species. Musume is able to kill one of the bugs using a hairspray and a lighter, which makes the other bug fly away. The survivors then have a discussion, and I'm gonna mention right now, a lot of dumbass discussions happen during this movie, and all of them are just awful or unpleasant to watch because everyone's dumb or an asshole. But anyways, they're all like, what's happening? Stupid dialogue number 1. Kai asks everybody like, what's happening? Someone explain! What? Are you dumb? Like, how is anybody in this group supposed to know what is actually happening? Stupid dialogue number 2. Musume is basically just explaining about bugs and all this stuff that she knows. And then Mirei, the big titty asshole, is like, you like bugs that much? Gross. To which Chitose responds, you know she's the only fucking reason you're alive, right? Which is true! Like Mutsume's the only fucking reason you're alive, and your dumbass is just going out and making fun of her about it. Like, it makes no sense. Like, how? Mutsume explains to everyone that rescue should be coming in like 3 days, because I guess that's how things work here. I don't really know. Suddenly, they hear something flying, and they think it's like a rescue helicopter, so they all go run towards the noise, but then they're confronted by a giant mud wasp. Chitose pushes Mutsumi out of the way to save her, but then she's captured by the bug and then like stabbed and like paralyzed and then taken away to the wasp's nest. Oh, guess what time it is, guys? It's dumbass discussion time number 2. This time, our cast of dumbasses decide to argue whether or not they should go save Chitose. Stupid dialogue number 1. Kamijo is all like, we need a strong leader. I'll be the leader. I'm the boss man, and I say that she's dead, and I prioritize the life of the living over the dead. And he says this entire thing with like the most annoying smug face possible. Stupid dialogue number 2. Mutsumi explains to everybody that Chitose is alive because apparently wasps only bring their victims to the nest and then they don't come back after that. And then Mirei is like, you better not be making this up so that you can go save her. I mean, the rescue's gonna come in like 3 days, so she'll be okay. Like, you dumb mother f- Can you not understand the reason you're alive right now? These motherfuckers driving me insane right now. Oh my god. Then Mutsumi responds with, we can't really wait 3 days because by then they're gonna hatch eggs inside of the host, and then those larvae are gonna hatch and then start eating the victim from inside of their body. Like, what? So now we get this gross visual that I don't understand why it exists. It's just a shot of Chitose fully naked, you know, full booba in the shot, with larvae just eating her. Why does this exist? Like, is this some kind of fan service? Like, do people find this hot or something? Like, oh yeah, you know, I love a woman who's being consumed from the inside out by larvae. Anyways, stupid dialogue number 3. So softball captain Ayumi tells Mutsumi like, hey, you know what? Fuck these assholes. Let's just go save her on our own. And then Kamijo responds with, no, I won't let you go. I'm the leader. If we split up, our chances of survival will go down. Which is technically true, I guess, but at the same time, he says it with such like this smug tone that I don't even care.
このわけわかんねえ状況で助けになんていかねえよ。
So then the two begin to yell at each other, and then Kamijo is like, "Don't think I won't hit you because you're a girl," which, wow, look at this Sigma male, oh my god. Then Musume decides to use facts and logic and tells them, hey, Chitose is the only one with a working phone, with a working GPS, which apparently could help them find out what sort of bugs are in the area, which would increase their chances of survival. So anyways, they go to save Chitose. While they're walking to their destination, Mire asks Musume, why do you think the bugs are getting big?
なんでこの島の虫は化け物みたいに強大化してるんだ？そうですね。
Musume begins to explain, and obviously she's passionate, so like she keeps going and going and going, and then Mire just fucking makes fun of her for it.
ペラペラよく喋るんだな、虫のことになると。やっぱオリベってキメえわ、虫女。
She just be asking this question to make fun of her or something? Like, oh my fucking god. I kind of wish I could have just put my hand into the screen and slapped the shit out of these assholes. So they get to a village, but no one's there. And then they see that the houses have become the wasp nests. Now this part is probably the grossest part of the entire movie. They go into the nests only to find out that some of their classmates have become the victims of the wasps. Yeah, they're just being eaten alive by larvae. We get even more naked booba scenes with larvae just crawling on their bodies, which I still don't understand who's the demographic for this? So anyways, they all run outside, and guess what time it is, guys? It's dumbass discussion time number 3. Musume tells everybody, alright, well, let's go find Chitose now. And then Kai is like, well, guess what, guys? I just picked up a phone from someone else. It was still working and got a GPS on it and shit too. The asshole squad then goes, oh, well, we got what we came for, so fuck Chitose, let's just go and leave. And then we get another shot of naked Chitose getting eaten by larvae. As this discussion is happening, we see another wasp carrying another victim back. This guy is Akira, who is Kamijo's only friend, I'm assuming. Which is crazy to me because I can't believe a human piece of garbage like Kamijo would actually have any friends. But at the same time, I'm thinking maybe Akira's not that great of a person either if he's willing to be friends with Kamijo anyway. So anyways, Kamijo decides to be a hypocritical bitch and is like, oh, that's my friend! I have to go save him! And stupidly runs towards the wasp while screaming Akira's name, which is the dumbest... Oh my god, my brain is about to explode from the lack of IQ in this fucking guy's head. It makes no sense. What do you expect other than the fact that you might get attacked and killed if you scream and get the bug's attention, you dumb, disgusting, idiotic, fart-filled... Once again, Musume has to save this dumbass because otherwise he would have gotten killed. Kamijo chases Akira and the bug into his nest, and then he's attacked by a giant wasp. Musume follows him and saves Kamijo by, using the hairspray trick once again. Musume then tells him, hey, maybe we should run away and let the wasps leave, and then we can come back in and save our friends and not put anyone in danger. Oh, but guys, don't forget, Kamijo is an idiot. So he's like, no, I'm gonna save my friend. And he goes up to get Akira, even though he was literally about to ditch fucking Chitose right before this. This is the same exact situation. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but by this point, I was already sick of this fucking movie while watching it. So outside, the others pour like water on the houses because apparently Musume had a plan to like make the wasps fight each other and they can escape or something, but I'm not gonna go into the science because that doesn't matter really. So the two in the house find Chitose and Akira. Kamijo carries Akira and starts to run, and Musume is like, trying to hold up Chitose, but she's not strong enough to carry Chitose on her own. So, she calls out to Kamijo asking him for help, and guess what he does? He literally just turns around, looks at her, and then runs away. Like, bro. Human garbage? Human garbage? What? I don't think it's hard to tell that, like, this guy is one of the reasons why I just did not enjoy watching this movie in any capacity whatsoever. Anyway, somehow Musume escapes the nest with Chitose and everyone meets up again. Anyways, guys, guess what time it is again? Dumbass discussion number 4. This time, they have to make sure that Chitose and Akira are alive. Stupid dialogue number 1. After leaving her to literally die, Kamijo yells at Musume, yo, my friend better survive.
Oi.
Not even saying thank you to the goddess who that they should literally be bowing down and like kissing the ground and licking the fucking earth's asshole right now. So Ayumi, the Giga Chad, decides to confront him about it. Like, you're even saying thank you? She's the reason you're alive, right? And then Kamijo's like,
well, this only happened because I took the initiative.
Oh
my god, dude, shut the fuck up. Musume says that the two will be okay, but they need to get some saline solutions or something to get the poison out of their bodies. Conveniently, they find a map in front of them, and then they see a medical center in the island, so they start heading there. As they walk towards the medical center, Kai finally becomes the Giga Chad and admits like, hey, Mutsume's knowledge is really important for our survival. Then Midori responds with another classic line. She almost got us killed!
お前らなんか勘違いしてねえか？私たちはこいつに殺されかけたんだぞ。
Like, huh? You know you would have been dead if she wasn't there in the first place, right? Ma'am, is your brain just not working up here? Is there nothing in your skull? Do you have the capacity to think? I'm starting to feel that Kamijo and Midori just share half a brain cell, and that one half of a brain cell does not fucking work. Right after this, they find a tick on Midori's back. They then realize that they're stuck in a gigantic tick's nest, which is honestly just terrifying to kind of think about. But of course, because Musume knows everything about bugs, they're able to escape. Eventually, as they're walking through the tick nest, they actually see their teacher, but her face is just entirely covered with big ticks, which... Like, I know we've talked about some graphic stuff so far, but I personally think this might be the most disturbing part of the movie. I don't know why, but maybe it's something about not being able to see what they did to her face is probably the worst part about it all. So seeing her teacher wearing a tick mask, Mommy screams and attracts the ticks' attention. So they all start getting chased by the ticks. Now Musume realizes that the teacher, it was kind of way too late for her to survive. So they decide to use her as a distraction and like knock her into like the ticks. And oh my god, the teacher dies in like the most horrific way imaginable. I feel like I need to wash my hands and my face now. Anyways, it's night and everyone has to bathe in the water because they need to make sure that they're clean from the ticks. And I guess the studio decided to take this opportunity and make this movie into a hentai. So we basically got a shot of all the girls naked. Keep in mind, all these characters are supposed to be in high school, so saying that it made me uncomfortable might be a little bit of an understatement. The animators be like,
well, actually having them be all naked in this pool or whatever is actually really important to the plot because, you know, they gotta clean the ticks off, and also, like, you know, each boob represents something about the character.
I guess they knew that this movie was gonna be dog shit, so they needed something to get more people to watch it. So we get a scene of Mommy kind of manipulating Ayumi, the softball captain, and she's all like, can you please protect me? I know you're strong and you're in the sports club and I see the way you look at other girls. Yada yada yada, and then they make out and then they again. This is very necessary to the plot of the movie. Kamijo bathes as Akira lays there unconscious and Midori approaches him. She's all like, when Akira wakes up, you and him would be great leaders. You need to take control. And then we hear them having because, as you know, the one thing I really needed in my life was to hear two of the most unlikable anime characters in the entire universe having sex with each other. I mean, to be fair, they do kind of belong with each other because they both suck. We then see something crawling beneath Akira's skin. They finally get to the medical center and they find some saline solution, but they have to administer it into the people with mouth to mouth because otherwise they wouldn't swallow the solution. I don't know what this is. And this makes Kamijo be very insecure about his masculinity. Anyways, Kai finds the main generator of the building and so basically is able to give power to the whole place. He also finds food and resources for everybody. And of course, these fuckers have to argue about the food and resources. Like, I am so sick of this movie. Oh my god. They basically just conclude that they have to stay there for the next few days until rescue comes. Kai is exploring the base and he finds this weird experimental lab sort of place in the building. He steps on some gooey stuff and then opens like a door and he screams. Now, I'm gonna keep this short for you guys, but we never actually find out what's behind that door. Like, they really set up this entire mystery, which is the only intriguing part of this entire movie, and then they decide to blue ball you with that shit. Like, don't waste my time. Oh my fucking god. The others hear him scream, and they just kind of assume that he died at this point. Akira wakes up and then begins acting strange. His eyes then start crawling out of his eye sockets, and like, he becomes like a snail-looking thing. He just begins to like make noises and begins dancing around like It is kind of weird and gross, but overall the scene is just so goofy. Akira runs outside and he starts climbing a tower near the medical center, and apparently he's infected by some sort of parasite. Akira continues to scream and he ends up attracting a gigantic insect, and this time it's a Dobson fly or something. I don't know what that is, but yeah. So Akira's killed by the Dobson fly and everyone runs back to the medical center. Oh, but then the Apple squad decides to lock the other three out of the fucking building. Like, okay guys, we get it, okay? you guys suck. You don't have to keep reminding us of how garbage you are. They're like, oh, you guys might be infected like Akira was. Why is it so hard to get it into their stupid, empty, dumbass brain head, whatever, that Musume is the only reason that they're alive? I just don't understand. Okay, so before I move on with this part of the movie, I'm gonna bring back the trigger warning as this relates to sexual assault. So Chitose wakes up and she's still paralyzed. The two assholes then tell her that Musume is dead. Obviously, this is quickly proven wrong because she literally hears Musume outside of the door. And then Chitose begins to yell back. The two assholes are like, oh, we need to shut her up. And then Mirei says to Kamijo, you already have something that could shut her up. Which, you know, is obviously in reference to... So then Kamijo, you know, prepares to... Chitose. And Mirei holds her down, but before anything can actually happen, it turns out Kai is actually alive and he ends up knocking out Mirei and Kamijo and basically just saving everyone there. This is the part of the movie that kind of made it go from bad to just complete garbage for me. Throughout this entire movie, I've been asking, what's the point of this movie? What's the point of this plot point? How does this add anything to the story? I've never felt like that more in this movie than the scene I just described to you. It just felt like the whole thing was just in bad taste and I couldn't even really laugh at this movie anymore. Anyways, I'm gonna move on from this part of the movie. So the others are like, yo, we thought you died, dude. And then Kai responds with, oh, I mean, I just screamed because I found something weird in the lab. Again, this whole thing is just never explained after this, so I don't know why the fuck this keeps coming up. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to make a plot point that's kind of interesting and then never mention it again or tell us what it is. Wow, incredible storytelling. The four then come up with a plan to kill the Dobson Fly, and they succeed. There's also like an intense, like, you know, fight scene or whatever with Musume and the Dobson Fly. But to be honest, the scene before this just left such a bad taste in my mouth that I just genuinely stopped caring after this. Anyways, they then decide to leave the two assholes in the medical center, which, oh my god, it literally took them the entire movie to finally do something that they should have been doing from the beginning. But, you know... It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay. I didn't just waste an hour and whatever of my life or anything like that watching this movie. The movie then ends with the four going somewhere they're guaranteed to be safe, according to Musume. There's also a post-credit scene that just makes no sense. I think it's like supposed to be the village before it was attacked by the bugs, but two random girls come out of the house and then they're like, we'll be back, to a third girl, but the third girl's just acting sus. But again, this was never really explained, and I don't know what the fuck they expected. Like a sequel? Like, what do you think you are, a Marvel movie? I mean, sure, if the Avengers was just filled with the most unlikable people in the universe, then sure, this would be the Avengers. The end. Yup, this was probably my least favorite movie that I've seen for this series, which is saying a lot. I might go as far as to say that this is honestly one of the worst movies that I've ever seen in my entire life. The story is garbage, the characters are annoying, and honestly, the visuals are so gross that it makes me wonder if the internet was a mistake. The story was obviously dog shit, right? Like, how are you going to introduce actual interesting plot points and then never mention them again? This is quite obvious, but the characters were easily the worst part of the entire movie. Kamijo and Mirei easily made this one of the worst cinematic experiences that I've ever had in my entire life. Like, if I was on that island with them, I would gladly let a wasp take me to their nest, lay some eggs inside of me, let the larvas hatch and feed on me, because that is still a better experience than having to spend a single second with these two assholes. I don't know who's going, wow, I really love seeing people be giant garbage pieces of shit in this movie. I mean, look, maybe there's some people like that. I am not one of them. I feel like we already see so many awful people in real life. I watch movies to escape from real life. I don't want to watch a movie and then be reminded of real things, right? And again, just to touch upon the really awful scene at the end, it was disgusting, obviously, but it also just felt so insensitive and pointless to me. I believe that awful and traumatic events do have a place in storytelling, of course. This scene just felt like it served no purpose at all whatsoever. It's almost as if the writers were like, yeah, this is edgy and deep kind of shit, you know what I mean? Like, they included this because they wanted this to be more of an adult movie. But to me personally, it just kind of made the movie a lot more deplorable. I wanted to make this video to make fun of movies and make jokes and laugh, but this just wasn't funny. I also wanted to talk about the fan service that really didn't need to be in any of this. I don't get why we needed to see so many titties. Like, I get it, you know, fan service gets the money, it gets the bread, people are degenerate. I mean, I play Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. I understand what it's like to be a degenerate on the internet. But even for fan service, I just think this was so dumb. Like, what am I gaining out of seeing Chitose, you know, being completely covered in larva and getting eaten from the inside out? Like, wow. Someone please explain the appeal of that to me, because I don't get it, okay? Maybe I'm just not into bugs like that, but I just I don't get it. I swear to God, the animators made this movie with only one hand. I get that this genre of movies is supposed to be entertaining, right? That's why people watch horror movies. Like, it's expected from a horror movie for people to die, to have brutal violence and other awful things, because obviously that's what makes horror into an interesting experience. That's what makes horror horror. I don't know if I'm pronouncing horror correctly anymore. Horror, but you know what I'm saying? You know, like, I enjoy my fair share of horror movies. Like, I've watched Hereditary, I've watched Midsommar, but I don't know, this movie just didn't do it for me, man. It just was not entertaining to me, and it kind of left me in a really bad mood after finishing it. Like, I've watched plenty of bad movies, you know, but this is the second time in my life where I felt angry about a movie wasting my time. The first one being this horror movie called 47 Meters Down. Fuck that movie. I think what makes this movie worse than like other horror movies or other bad movies is probably the combination of everything that's shit about it. I mean, sure, there was needless violence and all that stuff, but that in itself isn't necessarily something that turns me away from something, right? Neither is like people being assholes or like, you know, weird fan service. Like, those individually, yeah, sure, I mean, they're not my favorite things, but they're not gonna get me this angry about stuff. But I think it's the mathematical formula that the studio used, where it incorporates every single awful variable that makes a movie unwatchable, and they just put everything in there. And so here we come back circling to my initial question that I asked. Usually I ask this question as a silly little joke, right? A little silly roast. But this time, I think I'm asking from the bottom of my heart. Why does this movie exist? How did an NPC goofy looking movie like Umi no Aurora have a lot more substance than whatever the fuck this piece of shit was? This movie was awful, and honestly, I just wouldn't recommend it to anybody. At least some bad movies are fun to make fun of. This is just bad out of 10. I don't even want to give it a score. This is just bad.
協力してくれる人たちをパパとママの願いを叶えるためにいつかきっと会えるって信じてた。
I shouldn't laugh. Have you ever been in a class or meeting that's so boring that you're literally fighting for your life to stay awake during it? Well, the anime movie that I'll be discussing today was basically that. It was so boring and so extremely mid that the most interesting fight scene of the movie was just me fighting for my life, trying not to fall asleep throughout the movie. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I'll be talking about the awful rated anime movie, Blue Remains. Blue Remains is a 2001 sci-fi anime movie with an average score of 3.61 out of 10. So I think I only really need one word to sum this entire movie up, which is mid. In my opinion, there are two types of bad movies. One type is movies that are so bad that they actually become entertaining. An example would be Super Kid, which is a movie I watched in the first episode of this series. Go check it out after this video. And then there's the other kind, which are the sanity draining, soul crushing, awful bad movies. Yeah, I'm talking about the mid ones. Because these kinds of movies, the mid movies, are literally soulless. They have no entertainment value whatsoever. Like, I would say they're the movie equivalent of watching paint dry. I don't know if anybody enjoys doing that as a hobby, but hey, I don't judge, I guess. Okay, I lied a little bit. There's actually a third category, and that group is the unspeakable pit of hell that I don't think any human being should actually enter, because otherwise you will never be the same person ever again. Anyway, let's move on. Here's the thing. Blue Remains is perhaps the most mid movie of them all. I wanna be the very mid like no one ever was. So the CGI animation was really awful, but not in like an endearing way like it was in Umi no Aurora. Oh no sir, this was just the worst unskippable cutscene of all time. You can press any button on the controller, but oh no, you have to watch the entirety of this Dollar Tree Final Fantasy looking ass cutscene. And if that's the boss battle that comes after this cutscene, then you have to watch the entire cutscene over and over. The plot was mid, the characters were mid. It was so boring that I think I just kept falling asleep. It felt like I was back in class. You wanna know the funniest part about this entire movie? While I was watching it, I heard a very familiar voice. Is that Dio? There's no fucking way. That is not Dio Brando. Oh my fucking god, it's him! I did not expect to hear him in this fucking movie. That's right, Poro Dio da. That was a really bad impression, but you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, that's Mr. Takehito Koyasu, who is the voice actor of many popular characters, including Dio Brando from JoJo, Takasuke Shinsuke from Gintama, Zeke from Attack on Titan, and of course, you can't forget Maros from Blue Remains. I guess every legend has to begin somewhere. And unfortunately, even Dio Brando's voice actor couldn't save this movie from being the most boring, awful, soulless, fucking empty casket of a movie. Okay, well, let's go over the story of the movie now, shall we? The movie begins with something about the sun rose and then set, bubbles like rising from the bottom of the ocean to the surface, and then some bullshit about the bubbles wondering, you know, why they were born, why they are still alive, some kind of philosophical bullshit that I don't really understand, to be honest. This intro sequence was just as meaningless after I watched the movie. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? As it was before I watched the movie. It really didn't add anything to the movie, but all it did was confuse me, you know, in the beginning of the movie, and then by the end of the movie, I was still confused about what the point of this entire sequence was. It's giving me Shakespeare right now. It just kind of reminded me of every time one of my high school English teachers would be like, hey, class, today we're reading Shakespeare, and I would be like, wow, I hate my life so much. Every time I would read a Shakespeare book, I'd be like, wherefore art thou, meaning of the fucking book. So we cut to outer space where a family is traveling back to Earth on a spaceship, and they're on a mission to deliver some seeds to the Earth so that they can implant Earth and then give it life again, which sounds like no, they weren't trying to impregnate the Earth with, okay, I guess they kind of were. Let's just move on. So we're now introduced to our main character, Amamiku, and her parents, as well as a companion dog robot thing named Pyron, and another robot, which is literally just the spaceship itself with like an AI inside of it called Musume. The family starts talking about how they're going to make the Earth great again. Wait, that's... no. So the family starts talking about how they're going to make the Earth better again until they start seeing some sort of like explosion happen on the Earth's surface. I think it might be like a nuclear war or something. But anyways, yeah, the dad is like, hey, yo, let's crash into the ocean because it's safer there than on the land or whatever. And so the ship starts crashing into the Earth, and Amamiku has the worst screaming voice actor of all time. We then get some text that's just way too fast for any human brain to like read and analyze and process.
Wait, what? How am I supposed to read that?
But basically, 90 years later, humans that survived this nuclear war decided to build a bunch of like underwater towns or whatever, and then they started working to revive the Earth. I don't know what the hell's happening, but let's pretend to understand. We find out that Amamiku was put to cryosleep by her parents, who unfortunately were already radiated, so they couldn't survive anyways. And then the parents are all like, hey, young child, we're literally gonna entrust you with the fate of the entire planet and everyone that lives on it. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, no pressure at all, whatever. We now see that Amamiku is a teenager, and also somehow her voice actress became worse. Holy shit, her voice actor is so bad. Although her parents have died, she still has Pyron and Musume to keep her company. Now we're introduced to our villain, who is a sexy looking brain with eyes named Glyptophane. Yeah, he's a greatly written villain and not generic at all. He's basically like,
well, humans are foolish and they always engage in selfish acts. As long as humans exist, there will be no future for this planet. The one who can save this planet once and for all is the one that can exercise the absolute law, and that is me. And therefore, I choose to make the human species go extinct by destroying them. And that way, I'll save all the other creations on the Earth. Yeah, something, I don't, yeah, you know.
現状を正確に把握しうる力。その力を持つ者は絶対法則の思考者たりうる。今や私こそがその絶対法則を思考できる存在だ。
Yes, Daddy. Like, I know he's supposed to sound like a villain, right? But he just sounds like a brat who didn't get, like, his candy for Halloween or something. Which is ironic because he's just as conceited, if not more conceited, than the human race. He's so generic, yet he's still somehow one of the most annoying villains that I've ever watched in anything. Anyways, Amamiku travels through the ocean while hanging onto Pyron. Her age may have increased, but I guess her IQ clearly didn't, because Musume's giving her a bunch of advice, you know, like, hey, so the ocean's radiated, so maybe it's a smart idea to go back because the ocean's radiated and that might hurt you, or even worse. But then Amamiku's like, no, I want to keep exploring. And then at some point she's like, oh yeah, it's time to rest in the water that's radiated. Anyways, now we're shown this undersea city or something, and a bunch of the sexy brain creatures are having a meeting. I guess you can call this a meeting of the minds, am I right? Okay. Which brings me to this question. If these brains have is it called a mind fuck? I'm dead inside. So anyways, 3 of these brain guys seem to be serving as like the council or like the government or something like that. And now we see this random blonde dude who is Dio Brando before Dio Brando with Dio Brando. His name is Malos? Malos? I don't know how to say that. They're discussing the future of the Earth when the villain brain, Glyptophane, that rhymed, holy shit, he flies into the meeting and then he's like, hello my fellow brain bros, I'm about to eradicate the human race. And then the others are like, you should probably think about that for a second. Maybe you should use your brain. Okay, I'm sorry. This is so bad. And then Glyptophane responds with,
no, I'm gonna destroy humanity because I am the law. Wah, wah, wah.
So the blonde guy, Malos, is tasked to keep an eye on Glyptophane. Glyptophane then decides to start his movement against humanity and basically summons his like underwater army to start his attack against humanity. Amamiku, who's Jay chillin' and ignoring the completely valid and, you know, actual good advice from Maizamic to go back to the base, is swept away by a huge wave that's caused by this attack. This causes Glyptophane to realize that Amamiku is still alive. To be honest, I'm not sure how Glyptophane knows about Amamiku's existence or her mission to, like, you know, give life back to the earth and stuff, and that's never really explained, but it's fine. She's attacked by a gigantic tentacle robot and is hunted down. But then she's saved by a dolphin. Amamiku is brought to a submarine which is operated by Malos and his crew, which consists of Sally, Old Dude, Mushroom Hair 1, and Mushroom Hair 2. Fun fact, one of these guys is voiced by the same guy who did Usopp's voice in One Piece, but to be honest, I don't know which one and I don't really care, so let's just move on. Amamiku, who, you know, hasn't seen like a human in like years of her life, is like, wow, that's crazy, nice to meet you guys, you know, all friendly because she's excited, to which the crew responds with, don't be so friendly, bitch! Like, come on. Suddenly an alarm rings and the soldiers all leave, leaving Amamiku locked in the room. Guess what? They're under attack by Glyptophane's army. I guess you can call him the head of the army, am I right? Or you can also call him the brains of the operation. This just does not get better. The more I say, I just... Anyway, so we have an epic NPC battle scene. They launch some torpedoes, boom boom bada 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 boom, and then they escape. Amamiku sees the dolphin that saved her earlier outside of the submarine window, and she sees that the dolphin is injured, so she's like, oh, I'll help you, don't worry. The crew comes back in to reveal that the dolphin is actually a robot that they use. They argue about whether or not robots have emotions. The crew's all like, no, they don't, get rid of the dolphin because it's damaged already anyways, damaged goods. And then Amamiku responds with like, you know, robots were my only family for like the past 100 gazillion years, so, you know, they argue until Amamiku opens up about her past, you know, when her parents died and she had to spend a lot of time alone with just robots, and also, you know, the fact that she was literally tasked with the entire fate of the planet. She's like, oh, I thought when I finally met other humans we could become friends, which, okay, that's pretty sad, you know. She begins to break down with some more incredible voice acting, very, very emotional. I shouldn't laugh.
この子、今までどういう環境にいたのかしら。
ずっと一人ぼっちだったんだな。
And the crew start to sympathize with her, and this prompts Malos to tell the crew to repair the dolphin. The crew and Amamiku talk about their mission, and now their goals are aligned.
Nice.
So they decide to return to Maizamic because that's where the seeds are, but unfortunately, Glyptophane was there first. Glyptophane once again repeats the same bullshit like an actual NPC, you know, that yada yada yada, I am the absolute law, I am the law and I'm gonna eradicate the humans because for the better of, you know, the law. Malos and Amamiku decide to head straight into Maizamic to get the seeds while the others fight to distract Glyptophane. Inside Maizamic, the robot AI and the two humans have a conversation. Maizamic is like, yo, who the f is that? And then Amamiku is like, don't worry, he saved us, it's Dio Brando. But then Maizamic responds with, nah bro, this kid is sus. we have to eject him. But then suddenly one of the good brains spawn into the room somehow, and he convinces Mesamic to help them with their mission to implant the earth with the seeds of life. I hate saying that sentence so much. Mesamic agrees and transfers her data to Pyron's body, and then they all leave with the seeds. And then they set a timer for the base to explode. They have some scientific conversation about how the body is a vessel to carry DNA down the generations or something, but I'm not even gonna begin to try to understand it because I don't want to feel like I'm back in biology class again. What is wrong with today's video? So they escape and the base explodes. The crew releases the dolphin to try to find Malos and Amamiku. As Malos and Amamiku travel, the seeds begin to germinate because of Amamiku's warm love. You know, which okay, that's cool. The good brains now have a conversation with Glyptophane, being all like, yo, you know, if humans being extinct is like the absolute law, then even without you doing anything, the humans will go extinct because that should be the absolute law. You know, that's just how it is. Glyptophane then responds with the same, no, I'm the law, I'm the law. Our heroes are once again chased by Glyptophane's army, so the crew splits up and like try to fight him. Unfortunately, a lot of them are killed. What's her name? Sally? In an attempt to destroy Glyptophane, decides to crash her own submarine thing into his ship. Unfortunately though, she dies, but he survives. Then the Mushroom Hair brothers are like, we have to look good too. She can't be the only one showing off, and then they get killed off by a tentacle right after that anyway, so they didn't really do much. Amamiku is all like, wow, the seeds are really happy to be here, which I don't know, this is starting to get kind of weird. So they start approaching a sacred area or whatever the hell. Basically, that's where they have to make it to, and a lot of different stuff happens, but I don't really feel like explaining it. And then the dolphin saves them, which basically proves Amamiku's point, and it's a good thing that they didn't throw the robot away, whatever. And then they make it to the sacred area, and they see a huge Minecraft block floating in the air above like a very quirky looking staircase. Amamiku, using the seeds power, enters creative mode, and she starts floating up to the Minecraft block, and then she plants the seeds there. However, once again, they are attacked by Glyptophane. Malos begins to fight Glyptophane by shooting at him, but then Glyptophane breaks out of his like robot thing as like a centipede monster. I don't know what the fuck that is. You know, if this is the absolute law, then please just put me in prison for the rest of my life. Centipede brain basically slimes up the staircase and then eats the seeds in order to try to prevent them from hatching. I was about to say hatching. To prevent them from what is the word? Oh, growing. To prevent them from growing. But Dio uses Zawardo and he makes it up the staircase in time. He jumps onto the centipede and then kills Glyptophane, saving Amamiku in the process. I guess you can call him brain dead now, am I right? As Glyptophane dies, the seeds begin to grow from his body and begins to return life on Earth. The seeds then turn into a gigantic tree. Honestly, I kind of didn't hate this scene because the soundtrack was pretty nice.
太陽の光
And then after this goofy ass scene, the movie just ends. So yeah, it was just overall mid. Like, it wasn't a good movie, of course, but it also wasn't like the worst thing I've ever seen or terrible anyways, to the point where it was entertaining. So it was just like really boring. I feel like the soldiers, when they're trying to like fight to save the earth from Glyptophane, probably had the same feelings as I did when I was fighting to stay awake during this movie. Admittedly, like the only thing that gave me a sliver of life while watching this movie was just hearing Dio's voice actor, which is still really funny to me that he's in this movie. The characters are blah. I mean, Amamiku, the main character, is just kind of bland. The character's also got some ugly ass haircut too, bro. Like, I guess the end of the world means you just stop giving a shit about how your hair looks. You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense.
There are 3 acceptable haircuts: high and tight, crew cut, buzz cut. Are the scissors broken in your house, son?
You know, the villain was annoying, one-dimensional, and a little fucking brat. Throughout the movie, I'm pretty sure he only said like 3 different sentences, but all just paraphrased in different ways.
その絶対法則を思考できる。絶対法則の思考者である私を絶対法則の思考者たる。
Also, what are these brain thingies, you know? I mean, they're kind of bad, but you know what I'm saying? Where did they come from? Were they humans at some point? Or did they hashtag wake up like this? Like, I don't know what the hell's happening. To be honest, I will say the movie had a little bit of potential to it, you know? If we disregard the goofy looking CGI animation, the story itself had some seeds of interesting stuff planted into it. For example, Amamiku is a tragic figure who lost her parents and spent her entire life after that with robots only. Also, she was tasked with saving the entire planet on her own and doesn't really have human bonds until the end of the movie. You know, it's quite the tragic backstory, and it would have been pretty easy to sympathize with her if it wasn't for her goofy ass crying noises. Another example is Malos, who is a soldier who didn't really understand Amamiku's perspective at all. You know, robots are just tools to use and throw away kind of thing. But then he's moved by Amamiku's, you know, passionate love, I guess, for robots. And by the end, he's like a father to her and like protects her until the end of the movie, which is pretty wholesome and sweet. I mean, other than that, the villain sucks, so whatever. And the others just died without doing much, so also whatever. Overall, you know, it was just mid. That's like the only way I can describe this movie. I would probably not watch it again, and I don't think I'd want to recommend it to anybody either. I would just tell you to save your time and go watch something that's even a little bit better. Go watch Umi no Aurora instead, you know? I'm going to give this movie a 3 out of 10, and those 3 points are all because of Dio's voice actor. Yeah, that's a movie.
¡Es Golden Bar! ¿Cómo habrá descubierto nuestro escondite? ¡Maldición!
Oh boy, there's a lot to unpack here. Mom, can we have Batman? We have Batman at home. Batman at home. Jesus Christ. That's right, today I watched an awful rated anime movie that's basically just a South Korean Dollar Tree ripoff of Batman. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I'll be talking about the anime movie called Black Star and the Golden Bat. Black Star and the Golden Bat is a 1979 South Korean anime movie with an average score of 3.55 out of 10. Now the first thing I want to mention about this movie is that it's definitely a product of its time. Like the animation and the voice acting are super goofy. So I feel like I can't really complain about these parts of the movie because, I mean, let's be real, the technology that they had back then is very different to what we have nowadays. This is a movie that can only be made during a time period where copyright laws weren't as strict as they are now. Because this isn't even like a ripoff. This is literally just Batman slathered in butter. Dude, it was so hard finding this movie. I looked so hard to find the original, which I couldn't find anywhere. So I ended up having to watch this South Korean movie dubbed in Spanish with English subtitles. Yo hablo un poco español, pero no bueno, so this was very interesting. Now before we go over the story of this movie, I should just say here that I ended up loving this movie a little too much. Honestly, I just think while I was watching this movie, something in my brain just fundamentally broke, and I think I've just genuinely lost my mind. I started off this movie thinking, yo, who the f are they trying to fool, man? This is literally great value Batman. But after the movie, I changed my mind to, holy shit, Batman wishes that he could be the Golden Bat. So let's just go over the story of this movie first, and then I'll give you a little more of my thoughts on this movie. The movie begins with an incredible sequence of the Golden Bat flying around. A rocket project created by somebody named Professor Kim is announced, and our villain, whose silhouette looks kind of like Shrek, gets mad about it or something. I don't really know. He calls the space station up and he's all like, hey yo guys, what's up? What the dog doing? I'm about to steal all your rocket blueprints and all that shit. And he announces that his organization called the Black Star is armed and dangerous. We then see a very amazing scene where the organization Black Star steals the blueprints from the space station.
Blackstar dijo que vendría ahora. Pero le será imposible romper las defensas aunque Blackstar sea un fantasma. Si aparece acabaremos con él sin dudarlo. ¡Ah, Blackstar!
The first time I watched this, I had no fucking idea what was happening in the scene because the animation was so dog shit. News is announced that Black Star has stolen the rocket blueprints, and it sends the world into fear because it's not safe anymore. We see a lot of random citizens get really scared, and for some reason in this world, when people shiver out of fear, they actually like quake like a magnitude 15 earthquake. I don't know why, it just kind of looks so goofy when they shiver out of fear, and every character shivers like this. It is literally the same every time. There's also this incredibly funny scene that I really shouldn't be laughing at. Basically, this little kid is like crying because he's obviously scared, you know? Oh my god, the world's gonna end. Am I gonna die? And his mom like comes into the room and she's like, if you don't stop crying, I'm about to call Black Star on you, little bitch. And that scares the kid into like not crying anymore.
Deja de llorar, que si no llamo a Black Star. Black Star?
What the f? No, Mama, Black Star, no. Mama.
Yo, these mothers be disciplining their kids by threatening to call a crime organization. Like, oh my god, bro. A1 parenting right there. I don't know what else to say. It's kind of like instead of saying, yo, Santa's not gonna come tonight, you know, to give your presents, your parents are telling you, hey, yo, if you don't shut the f up, Santa's gonna beat the shit out of you. I swear to God. Anyways, we cut to some members of the Black Star organization talking about how invincible they are or whatever, and how like the Golden Bat's gonna ruin our plan. And then they're all like, nah, but he can't find us here in this hideout. Basic villain shit that just kind of tells tells you, oh, these guys are about to get their shit kicked in. As they celebrate, they hear a laughter in the distance, and they see the golden bat. The bad guys then begin to magnitude 10 quiver. The golden bat continues to laugh and actually doesn't stop laughing throughout this entire battle scene for some reason. And also, like 90% of his dialogue in the movie is basically just him laughing. An incredible fight scene happens where the golden bat just demolishes these guys. And leaves them like stripped naked of everything except their underwear. The bad guys then wake up and then they begin to laugh at each other like, look, this loser's in his underwear. But then they hear the big bad boss coming down the stairs, and this guy is named Black Star. The minions stop laughing and begin to magnitude 10 quiver once again out of fear. And Black Star yells at the stupid minions, and then he announces that the golden bat will be getting defeated by us or something. Just to clear something up so it's not confusing, this organization is called Black Star, and it is run by a guy named Black Star. Yeah, that's not confusing at all, but whatever. We're then introduced to our main character. Somehow, after looking online as well as like rewatching parts of the movie to try to find it, I still don't have any idea what his name is. So we're just gonna call him Ligma for the sake of this story. So Ligma's just like walking around making cat noises for some reason. And then he walks by an actual cat, and the cat turns to him and goes, wow, bro, that's a weird cat, meow.
Qué gato tan raro. En mi vida había oído maullidos como esos.
And then Ligma turns to the cat and he says, sorry to bother you, but I'm also actually really good at making faces. And then he starts making like these weird faces. I don't know what's happening. He goes outside to the forest where he then LARPs with a bunch of neighborhood kids as well as a talking dog. After this epic LARP session ends, another one of our main characters, a kid named Chicho, wanders out into the forest on his own, pissing his pants but claiming he's not scared. Thankfully, we have a scene of talking animals explaining to us what Chicho is actually feeling. Because I guess we needed that. Gee golly, 감사합니다, animals. I'm so sorry. Chicho then encounters a weird creature in the forest and gets extremely scared. I genuinely think he canonically might have shit his pants in this scene. Anyways, Ligma and the talking dog go look for Chicho in the forest, and they find him unconscious on the ground. Ligma wakes Chicho up, and then Chicho begins to have a mental breakdown, and he's like, there's a ghost in the forest! Ligma says that no one is there, but they can go back to look for the ghost the next day. We cut to a random kid wearing glasses on a bed named Hani, who begins to randomly tear up as very tragically sad music begins to play. What is happening? Who are you? And admittedly, I kind of started laughing a little bit at this scene because, I mean, come on, look, you can't tell me this doesn't look goofy a little bit, okay? Like, sue me. Don't do that, but you know what I mean. Ligma, Chicho, and a girl named Junie all walk into the room to visit. The boy is very clearly sick. And you know what? In my defense, okay, I laughed before the reveal that he was like extremely sick, okay? I didn't know, okay? It could have been any random kid in a random bed just crying, okay? Which I guess now that I say it out loud doesn't really make my case sound any better, but anyways, let's just move on. Hani tells the others that he saw the golden bat in his dreams and that he wants to become like the golden bat when he grows up and destroy evil. He then asks his friends, hey, when are you gonna go look for the ghosts in the dungeons or whatever? Yeah, to be honest, the subtitles kind of sucked ass and honestly almost gave me an aneurysm a few times trying to understand it. The others respond that they're going tomorrow. Hani then starts to cough his entire lungs out. You feels bad? You feels bad? And the others are like, oh my god, are you okay? And then Hani responds with, yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, what the fuck is this goofy ass bullshit? To make Hani feel better, the three then decide to do a little show for him. Ligma does some very amazing impressions of animals. A chicken. A wolf. A nightingale. And a monkey. Junie then begins to sing a cappella to the boy. And at this point, if I was Hani, I would probably ask the sickness to speed it up a little bit, because I don't know if I'd really want to be there in that moment, because it just feels really awkward. I can just imagine Junie pulling out a ukulele and just wait, hold on. Toxic gossip train. Hani begins to cry, and then we suddenly see a flashback of Hani's early life, where he's next to his mother, who is in bed dying. What the fuck, dude?
Mama, ¿por qué?
Why are you doing this to me? I don't want to laugh at this.
Si muero, ¿quién se hará cargo de mi pobre pequeño? No puedo cerrar los ojos, no puedo dejarte solito, hijo mío.
No te mueras, mamá. No te mueras, por favor.
This scene is quite literally one of the most depressing things that I've ever seen in my entire life. It's not funny. It's not. This stop. Yeah, the mother just basically dies in front of the kid, and then the kid just kind of lives without parents after that. Like, we literally see him like right after this in another flashback where he's like delivering newspapers to the neighborhood, but it's in like the middle of like an absolute 0-degree like blizzard. Junie brings him a hot chocolate and then gives him gloves, because apparently no one in this fucking neighborhood gave this poor kid a pair of gloves, and like in a blizzard. Is he like delivering the newspapers for somebody? Do they not like have gloves? Like, I don't understand. Hani then bumps into Ligma and Chicho. They give Hani a jacket because apparently, and this is real dialogue, Chicho got too fat to wear the jacket.
Pues precisamente veníamos en tu busca. Ya sabes que Chicho engorda cada día más, ¿verdad? Mira. Engordo un tanto hacia la hora.
Sorry, it's just, I don't know why, it's just so blunt that it makes me laugh. Oh yeah, my homie right here, he's too fucking fat to wear this jacket, so you can have it. Now that's a feeling that I can definitely relate to. They then take the newspapers from him and finish the job for him, which, you know what, nice friends. Nice. We return to the present where Chicho is doing some goofy ass shit. But then Hani begins to cry. He tells the others that he's very grateful to have them in his life and good luck on your adventures kind of thing. The next day, the 3 kids and a talking dog, for some reason, I don't know why we have a talking dog in this movie, but we do, go out to look for the ghost. However, it begins to thunderstorm, so they end up running into this random house in the woods, which, you know, is always very safe and a normal thing to do. They find a skeleton in the house, and then they begin to magnitude 10 quiver once again. A random green man comes out of a coffin and then tells the kids to like go home before it's too late. I don't know what he's supposed to be, but he's clearly not a ghost. He's just a massively unhinged weirdo. He says, "Don't come back if you want to live," which I guess is good advice for the kids. As they walk back, they find out that the ghost or creature, whatever, that scared Chicho the day before was actually just a puppet and a tape recorder set up to scare people. Unfortunately, they then bump into a few soldiers from the Black Star organization, and Chicho sneezes, which almost gets them caught. However, these soldiers hear a lion in the distance, and they get scared, so they run away.
Esos rugidos, me parece que aquí hay un tigre. ¡Ay!
It turns out that it was actually Ligma who made the lion noise. He must be the greatest like animal impressionist that the world has ever known in like the billions of years that it has existed. I don't know how that works. I don't know what his vocal cords are doing to produce that noise, but you know what? Let's just keep going. We don't question it, we just appreciate it, all right? The kids then follow the soldiers and sneak into the Black Star organization's secret base. Inside, they find a huge auditorium filled with soldiers, as well as the weird green dude from the forest they saw earlier. The leader of Black Star comes out to talk. He said that they're going to finish their rocket missile project or whatever, and that they need to abduct Professor Kim to finish it. Turns out, by the way, Professor Kim is actually Junie's father. The kids say they have to report this and they try to escape, but unfortunately are caught. There's some goofy ass sidestepping animation here going on that kind of looks like they're about to bust down into a random TikTok dance, but unfortunately, instead of a TikTok dance, they just get abducted and then taken for ransom. News of their kidnapping spreads, and Hani hears about this. He prays to the Lord and Almighty Golden Bat, but then he's like, I can help them escape, and then sneaks out of the hospital. Professor Kim gets a call, he goes to meet the Black Star, and then he's kidnapped. The kids are rescued by the almighty quirky dog companion that talks and has intelligence, who finds the key and then unlocks the door to their prison cage. The kids run out of the base, but they're chased down by the Black Star soldiers, and they're almost captured until they hear a familiar laughter in the distance.
It's Golden Bat!
That's right, it's our boy, the Golden Bat! The bad guys begin to fight him, but unfortunately, the Golden Bat is knocked out in one punch! binge! The villain is all like, haha, we finally beat him! And then they unmask the golden bat. Under the mask is actually Hani, who somehow grew like 2 feet taller in the suit, as well as speed ran puberty because I don't know how, but his voice just got really deep all of a sudden while he was in the costume. I don't know how it works, okay? They take Hani and prepare to throw him off a cliff, which, Jesus Christ, give this poor kid a break, please. But then they hear another person laughing in the distance. This time it's the real golden bat. Let's go, baby! We now have an incredible fight scene where the golden bat absolutely wipes the floor of these soldiers.
Yeah, golden bat, baby! It only took us like 90% of the movie to get back to the actual character. Oh, what the fuck?
Even clapping one of their cheeks so hard that they just get destroyed.
No, perdóname la vida, maestro, padre, héroe, por favor, perdóname.
You were just about to throw a kid off the cliff, bro.
The kids escape with the golden bat's help and then return Hani to his bed. The kids then ask the golden bat to visit Hani because it'll help him recover. The golden bat says nothing and just walks out and like flies out. Professor Kim is forced to work for the Black Star organization because his family is being threatened. The golden bat then goes in to save Professor Kim, and we finally see the incredible confrontation between our hero, the golden bat, and our enemy, the Black Star.
What is that animation, dude?
And it's just the most incredible fight scene that the world has ever seen. I'm not going insane. I'm fine. Everything's fine. This movie is an Oscar-worthy golden amazing. Words simply cannot describe how amazing this fight scene is, which is why I'm just making noises at this point to like describe the how it's making me feel. This film is true art, okay? Fuck Marvel, fuck DC. This is the greatest superhero movie to ever be made in the history of any superhero movie of all time, and you can't say anything against it because otherwise that just means I've lost my brain cells for no reason. And you can't let me do that, okay? I need to have gotten something out of this experience, okay? Please just let me have this one. The golden bat then defeats Black Star, and then the whole base just explodes. Black Star then says, "I will see you again," which tragically does not happen because this movie unfortunately did not get a sequel, which makes me really upset. Like actually so upset, like genuinely so upset. We then cut to the doctor telling the kids that Hani's condition is so bad that he might need a miracle to survive. The others begin to cry, and then they go visit his room, telling him the lie of, "Yeah, you're getting better, man, don't worry." Hani then tells them, "I have to face the fact that I'm dying soon," which is just, oh my god, please give this kid a fucking break.
Me hubiera gustado ver a Golden Bat antes de morir. Habría visto realizado el más hermoso de mis sueños.
He then asks his friends to sing him a song about the golden bat before his end.
Come on! Don't do this to me!
You know, this would be extremely depressing and sad, but when the kids begin to sing, it's just such a goofy, like, scene. The dubbing is so awful and, like, it's just, I can't take it seriously. As Hani closes his eyes to die, the golden bat suddenly appears outside of the window. Hani miraculously is able to run to the window because he's so excited about seeing his celebrity crush. And then he's like, "How can I become just like you?" The golden bat finally then says his first actual line of dialogue in the movie.
Ser como Golden Bat, recordar, en cualquier circunstancia justos y valerosos.
And he takes off his mask to reveal just like some basic ass like random dude. He asks the kids to sing a song about him and then flies away and waves bye to the kids as they continue to sing. Hani somehow miraculously recovers from his illness that was literally about to kill him because he met his idol, which is like, okay. You know, if I was like Hani's age, bedridden from like, you know, an incredibly incurable disease that's literally going to kill me, and then like suddenly I hear a knock on the door, and then it's just like, "How's it going, bros? My name is PewDiePie." Honestly, I would probably go through the same thing where this biological thing that's gonna kill me is suddenly gonna get cured. Yeah, this movie makes a whole lot of sense. But anyways, yeah, that is the story of Black Star and the Golden Bat. I don't even know, man. This movie is just This movie was just something else.
Hello, future Leo Hashi here. So I did some research and it turns out that copyright was actually established way before this movie. So basically I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. It also turns out that the Golden Bat was actually a Japanese superhero created in the year 1930 and by many is considered to be the world's first superhero. It also turns out that Black Star is a villain created in 1942 that was the enemy of the 7 Soldiers of Victory. So I think that this movie is actually supposed to be featuring these characters, but for some reason the Golden Bat just looks like Dollar Tree Batman. But at the same time, I don't actually know if this is supposed to be like actually the characters that I just talked about or just a ripoff. Like I genuinely have no idea what's happening. If anyone watching has info on this, feel free to leave it in the comments below because I am losing my mind.
I love the fact that the Golden Bat only actually appeared in like 20% of the movie, right? And the rest of the movie, we just follow this group of goofy ass kids and their stupid ass talking dog. I hate to admit this, but this movie was one of the most entertaining ones that I've watched in this series. Like the animation was just so funny to me. Their faces were so weirdly disproportionate and like my heart would jump with joy every time they would do the fucking quiver animation when they were scared. I don't know why. It just, the goofiness just made me so happy. And the fight scenes are just, oh my god, dude. I wish the Golden Bat like clapped my cheeks like he did to that one villain in that one fight scene. Like, also, I just can't get over Hani's like story, like just how incredibly sad and depressing it was. He has this really sad and tragic backstory and we see some flashbacks where it's like, oh my god, give this poor kid a fucking break. And then he's about to die at the end of the movie. But then he suddenly meets his celebrity crush and then this all just goes away. What is happening? Obviously, it's a really old movie, so I didn't really expect anything like incredible. And honestly, I thought I was gonna hate watching this movie. But no, honestly, I just feel like Hani right now. I want to become the Golden Bat and defeat some evil. I think this movie might have inspired me to change my career path. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry to say this, but I think I'm going to quit trying to be a socially adjusted adult with a job and instead become a ripoff vigilante to defeat the evil in this world. I mean, I don't really know what else I can say about this movie other than the fact that it's just peak, you know? I'm gonna give this movie 7 ironic Hanis out of 10, which probably is the highest score that I've given a movie in this series. I don't really know what to think anymore. So if it seemed like I had lost too many brain cells to make an actual judgment of this movie, then you will be correct. I filmed this video after watching 3 other awful anime movies. So yeah, I wasn't really able to think at all at this point when I filmed it. This movie was obviously not great, but it was charming in its own way, and I enjoyed that aspect of it, even though it still felt like torture for my eyeballs.
今度の遠足行けるかもしれないわ。優しいおじさんが困った時はいつでも訪ねておいで。お母ちゃん。
Jesus Christ, what the f-
Did you know that there's an anime that was deemed so horrendously disturbing that it's quite literally banned in most countries, including Japan? Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I'll be talking about one of the most controversial anime movies to ever exist in history, Midori Shoujo Tsubaki. Boy oh boy, this is going to be quite the ride. Midori Shoujo Tsubaki is a 1992 eroguro? I don't know how to say that. Fantasy horror drama film with a score of 4.73 on my anime list and a 6.4 on IMDb. Eroguro, by the way, eroguro, I don't know how to say it, but it stands for erotic and grotesque, which I absolutely refuse to delve deeper into, but you get the gist of it, right? Before I dive into more detail about this movie, I'm just going to put like the biggest trigger warning in the history of all trigger warnings right here, right now, because man, this movie's got it all, dude. Like, if there was a bucket list of like all the worst things that someone could go through or experience or do to someone else, then this movie has checked off every single thing on that list because it's done it all, man. It has like, this movie has literally completed the national Pokédex of the worst things that can happen to a person. To be more specific though, this movie has depictions of sexual assault, child abuse, animal abuse, grooming of minors, pure unfiltered gore, people transforming and morphing into grotesque beings in very grotesque and disgusting ways, suicide, and extreme violence, amongst other things. So if any of these topics are things that might upset you or might affect you in a very negative way, then please watch this video with a lot of caution. So I went into this movie pretty much completely blind, not knowing what to expect, not really knowing anything except for the fact that it was pretty much banned worldwide. And I was just like, I mean, how bad could it really be? Oh boy. It was pretty rough, you know. Admittedly, I was completely blindsided by this anime. Before I watched the movie, I sat down all giddy and excited, like, let's go, time to have some fun. And then after the movie, I was ready to sort of stop identifying as Japanese completely, and I was ready to start identifying myself as a Hanguk saram. 안녕하세요, 오빠 사랑해. I'm dead inside. Okay, well, all jokes aside, this movie explores what's probably the darkest side and the worst side of the human psyche, and it does explore themes of like the worst things that humans can do to each other. It also makes me want to ask the creator of this movie, you good, dude? I'm sure there's an intended audience for this movie, like for example, people who just really enjoy abstract horror movies, or people who have, I guess, an appreciation for abstract and really fucked up art, I guess. And well, you know, I'm definitely not one of them, dude. To be completely honest, I was actually kind of surprised that the scores for this movie weren't like absolutely abysmal. Like a 6.4 on IMDb is much higher than I thought it would be. I mean, it's 64 out of 100. It's still a failure on the anime report card grade scale or whatever, but it's still like a way higher score than a movie like Super Kid, which was an artistic masterpiece, by the way. But I guess that just kind of goes to show that there's an audience for everything, regardless of how fucked up it is or how awful it might be. If I think about it, like Sneeko still has an audience somehow, so I guess it makes sense. I'll just make one thing very clear. I didn't like this movie. I'll explain to you a little bit more in depth why after I explain the story of the movie to you. Another thing that I would like to establish right here, right now, is that this video is my opinion. You might have a different opinion about this movie if you watched it. I mean, the reality is art can be interpreted in very different ways by different people. No one's ever gonna 100% agree on anything related to art. You know, that's just how it is. But me personally, I did not like this movie. And although, you know, usually I make my videos full of like memes and like me dabbing or making jokes or whatever, this video might be kind of different and it won't be as lighthearted as the other videos I make. I'm still gonna sprinkle some memes and jokes throughout this video because that's how I cope. But this is probably the most, I guess, serious video that I've made on YouTube. Anyways, let's dive into the story of this movie, shall we? Before I go into the story though, if you enjoyed this video, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more content. If you haven't seen my other awful anime reviews, the link will be in the description below. So this movie begins with like a 2-minute slideshow slash bit of animation of people doing some really fucked up and disgusting shit that I will gladly refuse to describe to you for your and my sanity. We then cut to a scene of the main character, a 14-year-old girl named Midori, or I guess Midori. I guess I'll pronounce it Midori for the video, trying to sell some flowers but being unable to sell any. Although she's very young, she has to be selling these flowers to make money because her family and home situation is very awful. Her father left the family and her mother is extraordinarily sick and unable to move. Midori is basically forced to take care of everything. While trying to sell these flowers, Midori bumps into a seemingly kind gentleman wearing a suit and a top hat. I'm going to call this guy Adobe Acrobat because this guy is just straight up a PDF file. And to be completely honest, I don't remember if they ever mentioned his actual name in the movie. Anyways, Midori asks Adobe Acrobat if he would like to buy any flowers, and the guy responds by buying all her flowers and then letting her know, hey, if you ever need any help with anything, you can always come to me. Not suspicious at all whatsoever. Midori returns home to let her mom know that because she was able to sell all the flowers and the random dude is helping her, she's able to go on a school trip the next day. Then suddenly she realizes that her mom is not only dead in the bed, but she has been eaten inside out by rats. And this kind of reminds me of another movie I watched where people are getting eaten from the inside out by animals. I think I kind of need to go to therapy now. I mean, if you're gonna have like people be eaten from the inside out by animals, can it be something a little cuter, like a rabbit? Oh, Jesus, what am I saying? Okay, anyway, after losing her mother, Midori is ostracized by the society around her because society is dog shit, and so she decides to go to Adobe Acrobat to ask for his help. Unfortunately, she has no one else to turn to at this point. It turns out that Adobe Acrobat is actually running a freak show circus, and Midori ends up staying there. However, instead of her life getting any better, Midori's life becomes even worse, unfortunately, as she is forced to be the other performer's servant, and she frequently gets bullied, abused, tortured, and sexually assaulted by everyone around her. Yeah, this is quite the beginning of a movie, huh? Let's take a brief moment and watch this cute dog video and just let our minds sort of rest for a moment. Okay, let's move on. Now I kind of want to talk about the members of the circus here. I don't know their actual names and they were listed on Wikipedia, but for the sake of my own sanity, I'm just gonna give them nicknames that are much easier for me to remember. The circus consists of Mummy Man, a disfigured pervert with missing arms and a face covered in bandages. He's gross. Snake Lady, a sadistic and promiscuous snake charmer who engages in sex with various men. She's gross. Sword Swallower, a one-eyed strongman who's described as a laid-back tough guy. And if by laid back you mean abusive, then sure, he's laid back. He's gross. Fire-breathing psychopath, a complete literal psychopath who swallows and spits fire, I think? They appear as like a doll-like young girl with a black ponytail, but actually has a It's unclear whether they're actually intersex or cross-dressing, but regardless of all of that, this person is also just gross. There's also a few others, but they're not really as important to the plot, so we'll just kind of ignore them. Anyways, long story short, these people are all just awful. Midori is forced to drop out of school, and then she ends up living in the freak show circus full-time, and her daily life becomes a living hell. I don't want to delve into too much detail, but you can only really imagine what kinds of things she's been subjected to every single day. Like, for example, we see a wonderful and amazing and delicious visual of a dead animal, and Midori pukes at the sight of it. The others are just like, oh, this is too squeamish. It's part of the job. Like, y'all, she's a child. Please give her a damn break. There's also a moment where Midori wakes up in the middle of the night, and she just wakes up to the sight of Snake Lady having sex with Mummy Man and Sword Swallower. Like, they're just literally having a yeah, good fucking morning, am I right? Wait, it wasn't, that's not what I didn't mean like a pun. And then she goes to another room, and then she literally sees Adobe Acrobat engaging in some eyeball licking action with the fire-breathing psychopath. Holy hell, what the hell is going on? And keep in mind, this fire-breathing psychopath is quite literally underage. Man, I didn't know they had Dr. Disrespect in this movie. Literally, one of them's just going like, ooh, there's some dusty specks in my eye. And then the other's just like, well, let me clean it out for you. I need to go home. Anyways, another day, Midori finds a group of 3 cute little puppies, which honestly is the only thing in this movie that's not like literally trauma-inducing. She feeds the puppies and takes care of them as her own, but the moment she leaves and walks away from the dogs, fire-breathing psychopath approaches the dogs, and for a lack of better words, this motherfucker literally deletes them out of existence in one of the most brutal anime scenes I have ever seen in anything. And I've said this a few times, but I think my grossness tolerance is like pretty high. I feel like I can probably watch Shrek having sex with Fiona while eating a delicious meal. It's like whatever. But even for me, this was pretty like shocking. Oh, but guess what? It gets even better. Because that night, fire-breathing psychopath brings home the meat and literally cooks a stew out of it for dinner for everyone to eat. You know, like a little bit of puppy porridge if you tell. Sorry. Look, I gotta cope somehow, okay? I need to crack a few jokes here and there because this is just a lot. During the dinner, Midori realizes what they're eating, and obviously, this scars her very badly. Anyways, let's take another breather for a moment and watch this really funny meme. In a heartbreaking scene, we see Midori wave at a train, signifying her desire to get the fuck out of there. Then on another cold night, she is quite literally sexually assaulted by Mummy Man. You know, maybe I should stop describing like specific scenes that happen in this movie and just say this. Basically, for the first 12 to 15 minutes of this movie, we watch this poor girl go through tons of irreversible trauma that will definitely affect her for the rest of her entire life in a very negative way. Yeah, it's just pretty awful, honestly. Anyways, we find out that the circus is not doing great in terms of finances. Adobe Acrobat has not paid his employees in about 3 months because they're just that broke. And then one day, a mysterious man who's able to fit himself into a jar and leave it at will comes to the circus. His name is Wonder Masamitsu. By the way, coming like inside and out of a jar at will is a very interesting and quite a unique skill set to have. Like, imagine putting that shit on your resume. My skill set is customer service, teamwork, problem solving, and coding in multiple languages, and I'm able to fit myself into a jar and leave it at will. Wait, what? Any jar is fine, it just has to be a jar. And also, obviously, it has to be a bit ajar. Get it? Like, you know, the jar is a jar like a little bit open, like a jar. You know what I'm saying? Like, did you get it? Did you get it? I don't hear you laughing. Hello? Hello? There's no laughing. That was a funny joke. Why aren't you laughing? Hello? Okay, anyways, let's move on. So Masamitsu shows Midori some cool magic tricks and begins to impress her. See, now here you might think, hey, maybe someone's actually gonna treat this poor young girl like an actual human being, because that's what I thought for like 0.1 milliseconds. And then my dreams and hopes were just all shattered in front of me as this guy goes in for a kiss. And not only that, but after his kiss ends, he's like, do I get one back? Dude, What the fuck, man? I guess Dr. Disrespect just out here shadow clone jutsuing himself in this movie. Actually, this guy reminds me a bit more of EDP. Holy crap, this is stupid. Anyway, let's move on. Again, a reminder that Midori is literally a 14-year-old child. She's also very emotionally vulnerable after the tremendous amounts of traumatic shit that she was put through in the beginning of this movie. So we basically watched this disgusting PDF file groom this poor child into falling in love with him to the point where she wants to like actually get married to him. Jesus Christ, man. Like at this point, I couldn't really believe what I was watching, and I genuinely felt like I wanted to turn the movie off. It just all felt so gross. So the circus begins to boom in popularity because of Masamitsu's entering and leaving a jar trick, and they start making bank because of it. Maybe I should put that on my resume if it's... Anyway, and Midori becomes a sort of like magician's assistant to Masamitsu. However, tensions begin to rise in the circus as Masamitsu begins to become the most popular act, and Adobe Acrobat begins to kiss his ass, being like, well, you are the money maker, sir. And then the others are like starting to get really pissed off about this. Masamitsu sees the way the others treat Midori, and this starts to piss him off. Masamitsu and Midori go on a date, which, by the way, fucking ill, actually disgusting. During this date, Masamitsu starts to explain to Midori how he actually does the jar trick, but unfortunately, instead of actually hearing the explanation, the movie then cuts to the scene that has text on the screen. It all sounds like a fucking riddle to me. It might as well have been written in like Minecraft enchanting table, because I still have no fucking idea what he said or what it was supposed to be or how any of this text relates to the story or what they were talking about. Maybe I'm just not high IQ enough to grasp the whole picture. I don't know, but anyway. Midori begins to wear makeup and becoming more confident in herself. She begins to talk back to her abusers. They don't like this. Sword Swallower gets angry and he starts like tossing her up and down like a little toy, and then suddenly Midori grows enormous, and then she starts like destroying the house around her, and this makes everyone shocked and scared and stuff like that. But suddenly we cut to Masamitsu standing in front of the abusers, and then we see Midori behind Masamitsu back to her normal size, and the house and everything is just back to normal. I think that might have been an illusion, but to the people who were seeing the illusion, it was like genuinely real. They were seeing it and feeling it as if it was genuinely happening in front of them. Masamitsu then basically forces everyone else to do some chores and stuff that they always force Midori to do. And then he goes to Midori and says, hey, you're free to do anything you want. Take some money and go. He also begins to do the calculations for everyone's payments and stuff, which usually is done by Acrobat. Basically, he's just starting to take over the circus. Midori, who's just chilling outside, is approached by Mummy Man, who comes up to her and goes, let me apologize. Let's be friendly. Disgusting. And Masamitsu watches this happen from the shadows. As Mummy Man walks away from Midori, he starts muttering to himself, Midori is mine. I'm not gonna give her to that man. Suddenly, he gets swallowed up by quicksand. I think it's quicksand. For the sake of the story, let's just say it's quicksand. He's suddenly approached by none other than himself. But Mummy Man sees through this and realizes that this is just an illusion created by Masamitsu, I guess. However, he sinks deeper and deeper into the quicksand as Masamitsu watches him and whispers to himself, Midori is mine. Everyone in this movie makes me want to vomit. I can't. They later find Mummy Man dead, and apparently it looks like he's suffocated to death from swallowing mud. Midori starts running away, and Masamitsu chases her down, and Midori tells him that she saw him killing Mummy Man by like shoving mud into his mouth. She says that she's scared of him. Masamitsu responds with, I did it for you. Before I move on, I just want to kind of explain my interpretation of all this stuff. So I think that Masamitsu, he has this ability to basically show people illusions, but these illusions are so real to the people that are seeing them. It just feels real, and the effects all feel real, and even though nothing physically might be happening, and even though you might actually not be getting harmed, you still feel like you are, I guess. Like for example, Mummy Man was sinking into the quicksand, or I guess quick mud, but that was just an illusion, and he wasn't actually sinking into the quick mud, but rather it was Masamitsu like shoving mud into his mouth. But I think the illusion made it feel like he was actually sinking into the mud and suffocating to death from that. Now I might be wrong, but I guess that's my personal headcanon for this stuff. Anyways, one day a filmmaker visits the circus and starts to scout out Midori. He tells her that she could leave this hellhole and live a way better life as a star. Masamitsu is angered by this, and he rips up the business card and he kicks the guy out. And honestly, this behavior didn't really surprise me, especially coming from a child groomer like him. Still, Christ almighty, it is difficult to watch this happen. Later that night, Midori lays lays in bed under a blanket, and Masamitsu calls her over to help him out with the show. But she's like, I'm tired. And then Masamitsu pulls the blanket off of her and sees that she had actually reconstructed the business card. This makes Masamitsu mad, and he like destroys the business card again, shoves her into like a mirror, and then after that traps her in a jar. And I think this jar is supposed to be an illusion to make her feel like she's trapped in a jar and not like she's actually in a jar. During his show, the audience starts to pester Masamitsu, who in return starts to freak out at the audience. He's like, I hate all of you, and like, you're all greedy little and then one dude in the audience calls him Shorty, and ooh, Masamitsu did not like that. Man, a child groomer and insecure about his height. This guy isn't a red flag, he's just straight up red. But yeah, he gets really upset after being called Shorty. He points his finger up to the ceiling and like light bulbs begin to explode. Everything goes to shit. All the people in the audience begin to like transform and become disfigured, or they start like exploding, or like, you know, it's just unspeakable things begin happening to these people. Just imagine that scene from Akira where Tetsuo starts to like blob up and like mutate into this amorphous big sort of blob of flesh. But that on steroids is basically what this is. Now to clarify, yeah, this is all just an illusion, and none of this is actually really happening to anybody physically, like in reality. But remember, this illusion, it just feels extremely real to the point where I'm sure that the people becoming like disfigured or exploding actually felt those effects. I'm sure that's not a very fun feeling to go through, I think. Later, Masamitsu is laying on a bed, tired from all the stuff that he just did. Everyone except Adobe Acrobat is cheering him on for going completely sicko mode on the audience. So yeah, it's confirmed here that it was just an illusion and that everyone's bodies changed back to normal, and no one was actually harmed, at least physically. Psychologically, now that's a very different story. As they discuss having to like move locations of the circus, Masamitsu tells everyone that he's quitting the circus. He later asks Midori if she would leave with him to go somewhere far away. Midori responds that she doesn't want to and that she wants to go home to Tokyo. Masamitsu then shows her an illusion, one where she's like happy, living a peaceful family life, and is preparing for school the next day. Her dad is actually there, her mom is not sick and also uneaten by rats, and Midori is happy. Now of course this is just an illusion, so none of this is real, but again, to Midori this illusion feels extremely real. To me, that adds like another layer of just tragedy and heartbreak. Something about this just makes me so sad to think about. She wakes up from this illusion and then tells Masamitsu that she's now willing to go with him. Now it just kind of feels like this dude is basically using these illusions to groom her. It's heartbreaking and also disgusting to watch. Adobe Acrobat then runs off with the money, leaving everyone in the circus to go their own way. We have a scene where Midori basically waves goodbye to everybody in the circus and leaves with Masamitsu, and everyone waves back with tears streaming down their eyes like this is supposed to be some sort of heartbreaking goodbye scene. Except for the fact that, like, you know, they spent like the first sort of like, you know, 20 something minutes of the movie absolutely abusing this poor child and traumatizing her to the point of no return. It just feels like, you know, Stockholm syndrome basically. The two then wait for a bus, but since they still have time, Masamitsu decides to go out and get some food for them. After this, Midori says to herself, this isn't a dream, and she's, I guess, happy for the first time, even though this entire thing is just genuinely very fucked up. I guess she feels happy, you know, because she spent so much time just being abused and traumatized and basically given no love by anybody around her, and Masamitsu is the first and only person to, I guess, show her an ounce of kindness. I guess she was finally happy that she felt like she was actually receiving love. This just all hurts so much. However, during a shopping trip, Masamitsu is stabbed and killed by like a random street thief. Midori wonders what's taking Masamitsu so long, so she decides to go and look for him, and she continues to look for him for a while, but she just cannot find him. Feeling abandoned by the only person in the world who ever showed her love, Midori now has nothing left. She then suffers an absolute mental breakdown where she hallucinates the members of the circus, including Masamitsu, all just kind of laughing at her. She screams at the hallucinations to die as she like swings a stick at them. The hallucinations disappear, everything turns to white and silent for a second until we hear Midori scream. After that, it's heavily implied that, for a lack of better words, she deleted herself from existence. And then the movie just ends there. I legitimately didn't know how to feel or think for a good while after I watched this movie.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this right now. I mean, I didn't like it. That was a fucking nightmare.
My brain was struggling to process this absolute trauma fest that I just witnessed. I'm dead inside. Before I move on to my thoughts, I do want to do a sort of brief overview of the history of the making of this film. This anime was actually based on a manga, which was based on a story from a kamishibai or paper theater that was popular during the Showa period of Japan. The true origin of this story story is uncertain, but the story is usually attributed to a creator known as Seiyun. The story was then adapted into an Eroguro manga by, what's his name? Suehiro Maruo. On a side note, I kind of wish I never learned what the hell Eroguro was, but unfortunately after making that video about the island of giant insects, now I know what it is, and my life is now worse because of it. This manga was then adapted into this anime movie in 1992 by Hiroshi Harada, who actually spent his own life savings to create this movie all on his own. He apparently hand drew over like 5,000 sheets of animation for this movie. It turns out that the subject matter of this movie made it very hard, nay impossible, for him to find any sponsors to help him produce and create the movie, which I guess should surprise like literally like no one on this entire planet. I can only imagine how these meetings went. This anime was apparently so traumatizing to a lot of people that the tapes of it were just straight up destroyed, and now it's banned pretty much everywhere, including Japan. After watching it, I can confidently say, yeah, I can see why it's banned pretty much everywhere. And now I wanted to talk about my personal thoughts and opinions on this movie. Now, did I like this movie? No. Did I enjoy this movie? No. Would I watch it again or recommend it to anyone else? No, no, and no. The art was certainly a choice. I mean, look, the creator of this literally drew the entire thing on his own, and that's no easy task. That is the only thing that I can give this guy props for, okay? Because that's a lot of work and passion. But at the same time, it's like, I can't really agree with the subject matter of what he was drawing. Like, I know it's quite possible that he created this film to have a sort of message and meaning that people can get from it. And it wasn't like he was drawing this shit to like enjoy it for himself in a disgusting way, but I'm still having a hard time getting behind it and supporting it at all. You're still drawing a depiction of childhood. The gore, the disgusting imagery, people getting deformed and shit, and also just the dogs too. While it was all a little extra, I would say it was actually the least of my concerns when it came to this movie. Personally, again, I have a pretty high grossness tolerance, so I think I could have just straight up eaten a meal while watching this movie in terms of the gore, but I can't imagine someone who might be a little more sensitive to like that sort of imagery and gore might feel about this. And I'm sure there are people who have been affected by, like, for example, the dog scene in a very negative way. Like, they could probably see some nightmares of that shit, you know? That was pretty bad. I hated the characters. I mean, let's be real. They were all basically just deplorable, irredeemable, awful, horrible human beings that literally just took advantage of a child. But above all else, I think what made this movie so hard for me to watch was to watch Midori, this poor young girl, go through the amount of trauma that she went through in this movie. After all the awful abuse and stuff that she goes through, she gets groomed, and then she loses everything, and then in the end she deletes herself. You know, that's just the entire story basically. It was painful for me to watch because no child should ever have to go through that kind of thing. Seeing this poor girl who did literally nothing to deserve everything that happened to her was just heartbreaking for me to watch. I know this is a piece of fiction, but it was really starting to affect me, man. Like, I was just starting to be like, dude, what is this? From a writing standpoint, it didn't even really feel like there was any sort of solid story. I mean, I guess there was a story, but to me it felt like the story was just Midori goes through a lifetime of awful traumatic shit, the movie. And you know, Midori, although I did feel extremely bad for her, it also felt like she was very surface level as a character, unfortunately. Her entire being was overshadowed by basically all the fucked up things that she went through. That kind of became her identity, I guess. The other characters weren't interesting from like a storytelling standpoint either. They were just deplorable. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have just irredeemable, terrible people, or have people go through awful trauma. There's a lot of not just animes, but shows or media in general with irredeemable pieces of shit characters. People go through traumatic things in media all the time. It's part of storytelling, and it's not necessarily always a bad thing. People can tell interesting or engaging or, you know, meaningful stories using these sort of story devices. But this movie just felt like, hey, watch this girl go through abuse for 40 minutes. And that's not something that I personally really enjoy. Look, I know that some people might make the argument that this is art, and art is supposed to express things and also carry a message that the viewer gets from it. People can interpret art in different ways and really can find meaning in anything if they really choose to do so. Like, if I really wanted to give a meaning to this movie, then I guess I could say that it does depict the evil that exists in our real world in a very raw and unfiltered way. For example, things like grooming and PDF files are still unfortunately very relevant to this day, because I mean, we see incidents of influencers talking to minors like every other day at this point. These are all things that unfortunately do exist exist in our world. The world is shit, you know? Like, people just go through terrible, awful things, sometimes just for no reason. But I guess I just can't completely bring myself to agree with that sort of messaging, because if I do continue down this path of the message that I just crafted about this movie, then the movie could be implying that things will never get better. You'll just lose everything and continue to lose everything. And literally this is shown at the end of the movie where Midori loses everything, including hope for herself and her life. I just personally have a very different perspective from that kind of thing. I personally believe that, yeah, life can suck just for anybody. Life is shit sometimes, and sometimes things might just feel completely hopeless. But hope does exist, you know, it's real. And you know, maybe it's a little naive for me to think this way, but I do believe genuinely anyone can fight through their inner demons and find hope in their life without resorting to doing anything irreversible to themselves. Again, I'm 100% not the intended audience for this movie, and I'm sure many other people weren't the intended audience for this movie, as proven by the fact that it's literally banned everywhere. And I'm sure there's also people who actually did like this movie, whether that's for like the artistry of it, or I guess maybe they got a different meaning out of it than I did. And there's also, I'm sure, people that enjoy this movie for like the worst reasons, and you know, I'm not gonna go into that rabbit hole at this point. And yeah, there's also the possibility that, you know, this movie isn't supposed to have much of a deeper meaning really, and I'm probably just like looking into it way too much. You know, this is just a horror movie that's supposed to entertain, and then you just move on from it. But then it's like, if I take out any sort of meaning from this movie, then it's like, what's the point of it then? What am I supposed to be entertained by? Because at least for me, watching a 14-year-old girl go through her entire life being abused and groomed isn't really my form of entertainment, you know what I'm saying? And there might be people who will call me a snowflake for reacting so negatively to this movie, but am I really a snowflake if I'm literally just watching an underage girl get abused and groomed in front of me? And so the bottom line is, yeah, I didn't like this movie. Again, I know that this is a piece of fiction, but even then, it just felt so painful for me to watch this poor girl go through so much shit. She was a victim of a cruel world, and I couldn't do anything but just watch it unfold. To me, there's just nothing to gain out of that, and no amount of like artistic expression or deeper meanings is really gonna excuse the awfulness that I just witnessed in this movie. I know it's not realistic to say that every story is gonna have a happy ending in stories or in real life, you know, that's just how the world is. But is it so wrong for me to want to see Midori have a happy ending after all the shit she went through? Long story short, yeah, I can see why this movie was banned from the entire planet. I usually score the movies that I watch, but for this one, I personally do not really feel comfortable scoring the movie really. And you know, you might be thinking, hey Leo, you are looking into this way too fucking much. It's not that damn deep, okay? And you might be right, but this movie made me feel so strongly about things that it felt hard to just sort of make a video only joking about it, and I felt like I kind of needed to discuss some of this stuff. But yeah, that's basically the story and my opinion of the most controversial banned anime on the entire planet. Ugh, Jesus, that was a fucking ride, man. I don't know how this video is not gonna get demonetized. This is Mars of Destruction. It's an infamously awful anime OVA, or original video animation, that's been talked about by many YouTubers over the years, including Jesus Christ himself. It definitely deserves its awful score too. The animation is absolute dog shit, with extremely laughable and hollow action sequences, subpar voice acting, and awful sound mixing that's going to make my already damaged ears even worse, and a completely incomprehensible story that gave me a brain aneurysm from just trying to understand it. You can put Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, and Galileo Galilei in the same room and ask them to solve this math equation that is the story of this anime, and they would come out and tell you that it's impossible. Okay, all jokes aside, yeah, this anime is just terrible. One of the worst rated in history. But did you know that this anime OVA was based on a PlayStation 2 exclusive visual novel that expanded the story and lore beyond anything that we'd have ever imagined before? Well, don't worry, if you're curious about it, I got you, because I watched the anime and then I played the entire game so that you don't have to. You're fucking joking. Now I have to watch this stupid bullshit again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, grab yourself a snack or a drink, or don't grab anything, it's fine, whatever you want, and get ready for this wonderful, terrible, awful, incredible journey with me. Hello everybody, my name is Hashi, and today I will be doing a deep dive into one of the worst rated animes of all time, Mars of Destruction. Hametsu no Marusu, or Mars of Destruction, is a 2005 anime OVA with a score of 2.22 on my anime list and a 1.7 on on IMDb, and that is very rightfully so. Rather than saying any other mumbo jumbo, let me just dive right into the story of this anime. In the year 2010, there's a glowing red piece of shit in space that's supposed to be some kind of spaceship that's trying to return to the Earth after an expedition to Mars or something. We hear some dudes bantering about drinks or whatnot, but suddenly, oh no, something goes wrong and the spaceship spawns out of existence. It turns out that the spaceship was carrying something they found on Mars, and the pieces of it fell onto Earth. Suddenly, strange things begin happening in Tokyo. Do you understand? Look, because this is my third time watching through this anime, and I have played through the entire game, I am able to explain all this to you, but I bet you that if you just went and watched the anime on your own, you would not get any of what I just told you from the anime. You just wouldn't understand any of it. Several months later, we see our crew of brave warriors chasing down some mole rat looking ass creature known as the Ancients. They face off in an epic battle scene where we watch this random anime girl's head literally get lasered off in 144p. On a side note, I swear to God, deadass, these characters are using like an Xbox Live microphone to talk to each other. Because this girl sounds like she's about to because this mic quality sounds like she's about to drop a slur like she died on Call of Duty. Oh god. Suddenly, our main character, a guy named Takeru, wearing a battle suit known as Mars, appears and faces off against the enemies in the most incredible action sequence of all time. I just love how hollow this entire battle is. Like, it's supposed to be this deadly confrontation between the last hope of Earth versus the otherworldly creatures with unknown origins. But it's hard to take it seriously when the characters move like they're literally made of molasses, and like the audio is just the most pathetically sad thing I've ever heard in my life. Anyway, Takeru destroys the mole rats, but then faints because he was injured during the battle. We then hear one of our brave warriors cry out, Takeru! That was the most emotional thing I've ever heard. You can really tell that she's hurting with her soul. As if she just lost the love of her life. As if she had something extremely important ripped out of her life. As if she just stepped in a huge pile of shit and then got shit on by a bird and then shits her pants right after that. We see Takeru in a hospital bed as they try to save him. We then see a flashback in which Takeru is arguing with his father, who's forcing him to wear the suit and fight against these deadly creatures. Although Takeru doesn't want to, his father's a dickhead and doesn't allow him to say no. I wonder where I've seen this plot point before. I think that's just my imagination, right? Yeah, no, this is original. Also, why does bro look like he's been mewing since he popped out of the womb? Because goddamn, girl, how is your jawline so sharp? How do I do that? Takeru out here looks-maxing before looks-maxing was even a thing. You know what I'm saying? Takeru wakes up and everyone is happy. We cut to a random blonde lady talking to a random girl about bringing the fallen fragments of the Mars spaceship to America. During this scene, the lady swivels her chair and they added a sound effect for it. I deadass thought she just ripped ass and pretended like it wasn't her. Anyway, they're talking about some lore and shit, but literally just from watching this anime, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever and nothing's explained. I just want to know who was in the cutting room and watched this and went, this is good. We should release this right now. Like, I feel like humanity will literally be able to solve how to divide something by 0 before solving what the hell they're talking about in this scene. And you can't divide anything by 0. It is literally just physically impossible to do that. That's how ridiculous this whole scene is. We're then introduced to the organization known as the Anti-Unidentified Ancient Specials Team, or AST for short. I have no idea why they didn't just call it AST. You know what, now that I say it out loud, I can see why. We see each of the characters show off their specialties in some of the most janky animation I've ever seen. Here's the thing though, who the fuck are these people and why do we give a shit? We have no idea. They never told us any of the information that we need. Who are these people? We are then told that Takeru was a regular high schooler before he became the person who wore a Mars vessel to fight the enemies, but no one knows why. Suddenly we cut to a random mission the crew is on where they're transporting some kind of secret important thing and they have to protect it from any attacks. They're then attacked by a bunch of the mole rats along with a spooky head honcho who looks kind of bad, I'm not gonna lie. Takeru puts the Mars suit on while striking the most historically incredible T-pose of all time. The suit literally strangles the poor kid like it's a corset from the fucking Victorian era. And he shrieks, which to be fair, I would also be shrieking if I was in that situation. But to be honest, it also seems kind of worth because like, god damn girl, those hips do not lie, you know what I'm saying? The green hair girl says time limit start, but this isn't explained. What time limit? Who? What? Where? Why? Huh? What? Time limit? Why is there a time limit? Where's there a time limit? Who has a time limit? What? Policemen that are are working with Ass are attacked and killed by the ancients. And it's so funny to me because these ancients literally just like walk and like shoot their lasers in like the slowest speed imaginable. And these policemen, rather than doing anything rational like running away or I don't know, maybe taking one step to the side, they just let it happen. They just watched as the slowest lasers come and absolutely obliterate them. Like what? Couldn't they just have slide to the left? Like, you know, do the cha-cha slide and survive? Do you know what that is? Man, I feel so old. We got some amazing battle sequences that are some of the most riveting anime fight scenes I've ever seen in my life. Takeru is getting his ass handed to him and the girls are in danger. Oh no, I care so much. The green hair girl brings out a giant sniper rifle that only works with a suit he's wearing. She tells him that this thing takes a while to recharge, so he has only one shot. And he's all like, I can't do that. And then she's like, if you don't do this, everyone will fucking die. No pressure though, teehee. A low self-esteem high school boy wearing a sort of battle suit to fight against an unidentified enemy from somewhere else because he's forced to because his dad is a dickhead who cares more about his research than his own child. Where have I heard this before? No, it's gotta be original. Anyways, Takeru turns on his aimbot and one shot kills the enemy. Then we randomly cut to the National Research Institute in America as we see Dollar Tree Joe Biden and Dollar Tree Professor Oak having a conversation about the Mars vessel being on its way to America. And they go into more lore shit, but like, A, who are these people? B, what are they even talking about? And C, who the f are these people? Cut back to Japan where they're analyzing the corpse of the creature they defeated. However, the creature suddenly gets up and grabs Takeru. The creature then says some of the most confusing sentences ever uttered in anime history. It was you that invaded this Earth. We are the Earthlings, the real Earthlings, released by the virus that wiped out the Martians. It sounds like it's supposed to be some kind of huge lore drop or like, I don't know, big reveal, but I literally have watched this scene like 5 times over and I could not connect the dots. I had no idea what he was saying. Anyways, he gets shot like 10,000 times and then he blows up and dies. The end. Wow, what a cinematic masterpiece. And by cinematic masterpiece, I mean, how in the hell did this like even get released ever? How is it possible for someone to physically watch this and then say, get him boys? And if this was any of my other videos, then I would make a few like hee hee hoo hoo ha ha jokes and then I'd roast the anime and it would be over. But this time I actually decided to sit my thick ass gat down and I decided to play through the entirety of Mars of Destruction. And it was quite the experience. I don't know how else to describe it.
Dude, the f***ing title isn't even capitalized. Look at all this text that I can't f***ing read.
Hamitsu no Marusu is a video game developed and published by Idea Factory and was released in 2005 on the PS2. It's supposed to be a Japanese romantic adventure game according to the Idea Factory wiki. This game came out after Idea Factory's other incredible games like Study X Steady and Skelter Heaven. That's right, these guys made the game Skelter Heaven, which, you know, also spawned another one of the worst animes of all time, which is crazy because they not only have one, but now 2 of the worst animes of history of all time under their belt. That's gotta be some kind of achievement, right? If you haven't seen my review of Skelter Heaven, then you should go do that right after this video, but I haven't played the actual game behind it yet, so if you want to see that, make sure to leave a comment below. Anyways, I thought to myself, how bad could this really be? I mean, the anime was so dog shit that I'm like, how can this experience make it any worse for me? May God have mercy on my soul. Playing this game was definitely an interesting experience. For one, it was only in Japanese, and it was like pretty advanced Japanese. If you're a weeb, you know what kanji is. It made me really question like what kind of herb my ancestors were smoking when they created this language. And who the f decides to go, let's make 2 huge alphabets so you have 2 different ways to write 50 different things. And then someone else went, let's add a whole ass language to this so that no one can actually fully grasp the language that we're creating so that we can communicate with each other. Look, okay, I'm joking, okay, nothing against Japanese. I'm just a little bit mad because my reading comprehension level in Japanese is like a 6th grader's level, so I had a very tough time trying to translate everything while playing the game. And then there's also the fact that this is a visual novel, and I'm not really the biggest fan of visual novels. I remember when Doki Doki Literature Club was huge, I like opened it up and played it for a minute, and then I asked myself, how the f do I read? And then I turned the game off, and then I watched all the messed up scenes on YouTube, and that was it. So that made it also kind of tough for me to get through this game. Another thing that I'm gonna get kind of nitpicky about, but it did drive me insane, was the voice acting. And not because it was bad, I mean, you know, it was pretty bad, but because like it was so weird in its selection of who to voice and who not to voice. Some of the main characters had voice actors and were fully voiced throughout the game, and some other main characters just had absolutely no voice. So you have this weird sequences where you like have a character talking, and then you have the next character just completely silent, and then you have the next character talking again. It's not that big of a deal, but for me, for some reason, it like drove me absolutely insane. It's just added to the mayhem of all this bullshit. bullshit. Now, there's a lot more bullshit that I'm going to be whining about later in this video, but I think it'll be easier to just do that while I'm talking about the story of the game. And also, fair warning, I did try my best, but I don't know if all the translations might be completely accurate, so please bear with me. The game begins exactly the same as the anime. And in fact, the first chapter of this game, except for the last scene, is pretty much the same exact thing as the OVA. Like, we have some of the same exact animation sequences, but the game actually adds context to some of the things that we had no way of knowing in the OVA. Like, for example, who the f are these characters and why should we care? Which is crazy to me because characters are kind of like the backbone of a story, you know, the spine of a story. So basically, the OVA Mars of Destruction, if it was a human, then it was a human that came out of the womb with absolutely no spine. So it's just like a little worm, and like, I don't know if that's how it works, but it just lacks one of the most important components, which is who the hell are these characters? I have to admit that I did sort of forget how to pay attention during the first chapter of this game because I have seen the OVA like 3 times and I was already losing my mind. So I was just like, I don't want to fucking watch this again. Like, I don't want to go through this experience again. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about chapter 1 because it's all pretty much the same. The game starts the same as the anime with the same shitty looking red PNG image in space blowing up, but I should establish some of the lore first. This is a spaceship sent by America to go to Mars to collect some kind of sample or something from there. I don't remember if they ever mentioned what they were looking for, but what's important is that this spaceship blew up while returning to Earth and the debris scattered throughout Tokyo. After this event, strange things began happening in Tokyo. Anyways, let's speed up the story a bit, okay? Spaceship goes boom, Tokyo goes weird, ancients go roar, XD, girls go pew 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 pew. Takeru goes ha 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 and destroys the ancients. He faints, go hospital, save Takeru. Takeru wakes up, everyone happy. Now I'm going to go over some important basic details. Our main character, and the one we play as, is Takeru Hinata. He's a high schooler who was forced to begin fighting against the ancients because his daddy told him to do so. The Mars suit was invented by Takeru's family, and not just anyone could wear the suit. Most people apparently weren't able to survive wearing the suit, but Takeru for some reason is able to equip it for up to 10 minutes. However, after 10 minutes, he will lose control and become extremely violent and unpredictable. Another important fact is that Takeru is unable to equip the Mars suit without the truck that carries the equipment. Also, based on this family picture, you can kinda tell the family dynamic, I think. Like, look how miserable this kid looks. Also, damn, why is this grandpa so... I don't know, like grandpa, more like granddaddy, or R. Okay, anyway. This guy is the Dollar Tree Professor Oak that we saw at the end of the OVA. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, how in the world were we even supposed to know that at all? And to answer your question, I have no idea. Unfortunately, his parents are killed in a flying accident, and after that, Dollar Tree Professor Oak went missing, and Takeru has no idea where he is anymore. Anyway, switching gears to the spaceship that went to Mars then blew up. The pieces of the spaceship all fell onto the Earth's surface, and this was when the ancients began to turn up everywhere and attack people. However, the ancients were reported to only attack at nighttime, so it can be assumed that they're not able to move around during the day. To fight against the ancients, a group known as the Anti-Unidentified Ancient Specials Team, or AST, was formed. And within AST, we have some of our main characters who I didn't even realize were supposed to be important when I only watched the anime because they were never named or did anything where jack shit except pew 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 and get thrown around by the ancient. That's kind of bad, but you know, whatever. Anyway, so the blonde lady is named Koko. She's the head of AST. Sounds kind of like head of ass, am I? Okay. Anyway, she is the head commander and she was also an assistant to Takeru's family before they died. After that, she took in Takeru as her own as he had nowhere else to go. The brown-haired girl is named Aoi. She has a serious and enthusiastic personality and is unable to abandon people who are in trouble. The blue-haired girl is named Tomoe, and she's kind of like the squad leader of these girls. She's always acting cool, calm, and collected, and she's showing her weakness to anyone. She's kind of like a tsundere without the casual domestic violence. The pink-haired girl is named Yamabuki, and she's kind of like the dorky sort of like tee-hee-hee kind of girl, you know what I mean? Finally, the green-haired girl is named Shizuka, who is basically like the older sister figure to everyone, and she has a huge brain. She's basically if Megamind was unattractive. Anyway, they go on a mission that we saw in the anime where they transport and protect something, but they get attacked, and Takeru equips the suit. And let me tell you, the creators of this game love this cutscene. This was the only cutscene that continued to play throughout the rest of the game, and it would happen every time we would put on the suit. So we got to watch this beautiful cutscene over and 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 Takeru gets whooped. Oh no, girl in danger! Takeru then aimbots with a sniper and wins. After this, instead of what we got in the OVA, which was the two old dudes talking about some random shit, we get a scene of a bunch of screens in the darkness, and we see Takeru's grandfather speaking to the people behind his scenes. It's basically just a glorified Zoom meeting, but it's fine. He talks about the samples that they received from the crashed spaceship. He says that it's confirmed that humanity has roots in Mars because the DNA found in these samples from Mars contain DNA from Homo sapiens, which to translate to Norminese, human. We cut back to our main characters, and the ancient wakes up. He says Earthling mumbo jumbo jumbo, you know that he was saying? It was you that invaded this Earth. We are the Earthlings, the real Earthlings. Release released by the virus that wiped out the Martians. Surprisingly, after playing this game, it actually starts to make some sense. But only if you play through this entire goddamn PS2 Japan exclusive visual novel. Anyway, he gets blasted and dies. Something important to note before I move on from this is that this is the first time they witness an ancient actually speak a human language. Before this, all they knew was like the Morat looking ass bitches who only made like the like the random noises. So technically, this is historical. And that's the end of chapter 1. Now I gotta say, things are already making a little more sense than they did when I watched just the anime. We got answers to questions like, who are these people? But with answers came more questions. The biggest one being, what the hell were they smoking when they made this fucking anime? Because how do you expect to fit all this lore and story into a not even 20-minute anime? If this was an attempt to get anyone to be interested in the game, then they really missed the mark with that. Time to move on to chapter 2. This is where the story begins to rev up a little more, and also I start to go a little more insane. Chapter 2 begins with Takeru telling us about the facilities and the roles that people have at AST, but to be honest, a lot of the details don't really matter to the overall story, so I won't say too much about this. Takeru ponders about the words he heard from the ancient before. Don't worry guys, we're not the only ones confused. The game characters are just as confused as us. Takeru wonders,
He refers to himself as the real Earthling, but if the ancients are the Earthlings, then what are humans? The ancients started to appear around half a year ago, when the American Mars expedition spaceship blew up and the pieces fell into Tokyo. So if anything, they're not the Earthlings, they're the Martians.
Honestly, at this point, I felt like I was already going insane because I was trying to read the story out loud to myself so that I can keep myself entertained while also trying to understand the story and translate everything and know what's going on. It was just starting to get too much.
そんな人が同じ something にいて、しかも something の something ときたらやりづらい足らない。今日もビルの something にある something 大きな一日 something。 Holy shit, this is impossible.
So now we approach a point in the game where Takeru has a few choices on what to do during his day. Being completely inexperienced with visual novels and just not really understanding what's happening with 90% of the game, I kind of just decided to choose something random. Unfortunately, this would come back to bite me in the ass, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, I decided to spend time eating lunch in the room I was in already. Tomoe, the blue-haired girl, and Shizuka, the green-haired girl, walk into the room, and the three of them eat together while having a conversation about the riddle given to them by the ancient. After a while, the other two girls walk into the room, and after some more dialogue that I won't bother explaining, Takeru proceeds to leave. So one of the biggest gripes that I had with this game came up during this chapter, and that is the music. Oh my god, the music. The music drove me absolutely insane. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. They basically play the same like 3 to 4 classical music pieces over and over again, but it's not even the whole song, right? They take a small portion of those songs, and they just loop that infinitely. So during these moments of the game where I'm like trying to understand what's happening and like, you know, trying to translate everything in my mind and trying to like process everything, I'm just hearing the same like 7 notes over and over and over again of Bach's Prelude in C major. Like, you know that one song that goes like, you know what I'm talking about?
I swear, if I keep hearing this fucking song, I'm going to blow my fucking brains out. I can't.
みんなお疲れ様。
Yeah, it made me want to smash my head into a wall until the ringing in my head would eventually replace the fucking music that I was hearing over and over again. Anyways, as Takeru walks around the base, he sees a room with a light on and peeks in. He sees Tomoe looking through a bunch of documents, researching about the ancients. Shizuka is also there with her. They ponder about the words Earthlings released by the virus and what exactly that might mean. Also, the virus had supposedly wiped out all of the Martians. They wonder if humans are actually from Earth or not, but obviously they're like, bro, what the fuck do you mean? Of course we're humans, we're from the Earth, what? Takeru then goes to his room and sleeps. The next morning, Takeru wakes up and thinks. And then he thinks, and then he thinks more, and then he continues to think. Actually, most of the text in this game is basically just Takeru's inner thoughts and monologues, and I get that's the point of like a visual novel, but oh my god, it started to drive me a little bit insane because this guy kind of thinks the same thoughts over and over and over again throughout the entire game. Like, I get it, okay? You don't know what the fuck the ancient was saying. You don't get it. You don't know what he's saying. You don't understand it. I get that you don't understand it. You said it like 100 times. It's fine. You don't have to say it again. Takeru then makes another decision for the day, and for my playthrough, I decided to visit the, I think, captain's office to see Koko. However, while walking there, Takeru bumps into Yamabuki in the hallway, and the two have a brief conversation before the world's quietest alarm begins to ring. As in, they just didn't bother to put in a sound effect here. I have no idea why they decided not to include an alarm sound effect here, while they were very trigger happy to put in the same ear-piercing gun sound effect every time they're fighting something. They depart to fight off some ancients. Takeru is in the truck with the Mars system because he would only be equipping it if needed. Because again, he can only be in the suit for 10 minutes. He ponders about some shit where he's all insecure and whatnot about,
oh, other people are fighting and I'm useless.
Yada 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 introspective shit that would be interesting in a better written character as in an actual better anime, but anyway. The girls are pew 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 fighting off some ancients, but then they encounter another unique looking ancient. Takeru equips the Mars suit and they very happily replay that same cutscene as before. He goes to confront the ancient, who also turns out can speak. So whenever Takeru's in the suit, his personality does a pretty huge shift. Like outside of the suit, he's all timid and insecure, like,
oh my god, I'm so useless, I can't do anything.
But when he's in the suit, he's like, I'll kill you, you little shit. You bitch ass, don't even try to come at me. I'm so much stronger than you, little piece of shit. Like, it's almost as if the Mars suit has another personality, or it just brings out like a wilder side of him. Or maybe he just started attending Hustler University Discord campus led by Andrew Tate. I have no idea. Lore drop time. This new ancient is called Kimballs. In Japanese, it's Kimbarusu. I have no idea how to say it or write it in English though, so we'll just call this dude Kimballs. And according to him, the ancient that they destroyed earlier was called Baigis, or in Japanese, Baigisu. So this Kimballs dude says that he's a survivor of the Earthlings that lived on the planet thousands of years ago, and he says that Baigis is nothing like him. After Kimballs so kindly and respectfully introduces himself to Takeru, he responds with, I'm not gonna say my name. I don't have time to tell people who are about to die my name. Whoa, buddy, chill. We got a badass over here. Oh my god. They face off and we finally are introduced to the battle system of this game. And let me tell you, when I say that I got my asshole absolutely obliterated while trying to learn this, I'm not even lying. The controls were really jank, but also I couldn't even read half of the instructions anyway. So I just kind of had to learn through experience. To explain this simply, this bootleg Osu looking ass screen has two big circles. The left big circle is a defense circle, and then the right red circle is the offense circle. There's gonna be a smaller glowing circle that rotates around the larger circles. Each of these larger circles will also have smaller circles spawn on top of them. Too many fucking circles. Anyway, so as the glowing circle rotates and meets up with the smaller circles, you press a button and it removes the icon. This ends up doing damage to the enemies, or you defend yourself from their attacks. If you miss the smaller circles, you take damage, and you win if you destroy their health bar, which is pretty self-explanatory. There's also a turn limit. Each full circle of both big circles is a full turn. There's also action meters, and I won't go into too much detail about what they do, but there's a large special bar that fills up the more actions you successfully do, and when this bar is full, you're able to use your ultimate move, which does a huge chunk of damage. Now, I'm able to explain this to you, I feel like pretty clearly, or as clear as I can, because I was forced to learn how to play this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get through the game. But I gotta say, the learning process was quite sanity draining. Obviously, the first few times, I'm gonna get my ass whooped because I don't know how to play the game. And if I lose the battle, then I'm forced to button mash through an entire death scene. And then it takes me to the title screen. And then depending on, you know, where I saved in the game, when I load it, I have to button mash all over again just to get to the point I was. And then I would get my ass whooped again. And then I would go to the title scene again, I would load it, and I would button mash more, and then I would lose again, I would button mash more, get to the title. You know, you get the deal, right?
This is Dollar Tree Osu looking ass game, bro. What is this? What? How did I lose? Did I just fucking die? Are you kidding me? Oh, I gotta watch this whole stupid ass cutscene again? You're fucking joking. God. Now I have to watch this stupid bullshit again? I can't. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this shit. Cause I can't even beat the first fucking enemy. I don't care. Ugly ass bitch. No, I don't want to read the tutorial again. This is what I get. This is what I get for spam clicking. Are you joking? How are you supposed to beat this shit, bro?
The one saving grace was that you're able to save at any point you want during the game, which I learned after losing, I don't know, only like 5 times. Anyway, after way too many tries, I finally won and beat this dude.
Oh my god, did I just do it? Did I just do it? Holy shit. Holy shit.
On a side note, I absolutely hate the soundtrack that plays while Takeru puts on the suit and like fights the bad guys. It's like the other songs I was telling you about. It's just like the same sort of song loop that plays over and over and over again. And it just plays throughout the entire battle scene too. There's no battle music. It's just the same. doesn't even sound like it's a battle song. It sounds like a bootleg Final Fantasy results sound or whatever. You know, like in RPGs, like when you win a battle and then there's a screen where you're like getting all the experience points and like a little jingle plays. Yeah, now imagine playing that jingle on loop over and over and over and over again during the hardest boss battle you've ever had to fight in an RPG. That was my experience with this game, and it was great. Anyway, after the battle, apparently Takeru literally kicks this dude's head off. Like, what the fuck is happening? His dialogue during the scene is basically just like, "You done running like a little bitch? Shut the fuck up, idiot." Like, okay, geez, calm down, bro. All that edge is literally gonna give me a cut. Kimballs dies after saying a strange sentence.
Why do you side with the Martians?
Takeru begins to lose control and screams. He begins to hear a voice in his head, "Let go." And he screams, "Stop, stop, stop." And they have to deactivate the Mars suit before anything gets worse. They return back to the base. We cut to the same dark room with a bunch of screens like before. Takeru's granddaddy stands in front of them. Apparently this unknown group is known as La Conquistador. I'm not sure what exactly they are, but you know, basically they're just shady ass people who control shit from behind the scenes. More lore drop. Granddaddy says that he found 2 types of DNA on the Ancient, which I think he may have had Bigus, the first Ancient, shipped to him using Amazon Prime or something. But anyway, he did some research with that shit, and the 2 types of DNA he found was the Homo sapien DNA, and the other one was a virus. Apparently this virus has leaked from the wreckage of the spaceship into the air of Tokyo, and this is the virus that destroyed the Martians that Bigus was talking about in the beginning. Even more insane is that if this virus enters someone's body, parts of their DNA will be destroyed and they'll be dead within 48 hours. However, it doesn't end with death, as it begins to change their bodies. The unknown group then asks Granddaddy, "If we can use these viruses, we could also get the power of the Ancients?" And the Granddaddy answers, "Perhaps." And they're like, "I bet, continue your research, you little hoe." Now moving on to chapter 3. The characters are doing some paperwork and Takeru thinks, and he continues to think, 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 and he continues to think. Okay, I'm aware of how petty this might sound, but Takeru just thinks too much, man. He thinks just the same thoughts too much. It feels like they're just trying to blow up the gameplay time. It's giving the same vibes as when I would write my essays in school and I would have to fill up the page requirement and I would just write the same fucking sentence, paraphrased in like 100 different ways. Anyways, here we have another big reveal. Originally, it was believed that the Ancients could only move around at night, but with the appearance of Kimballs during the afternoon, that changed everything. Takeru remembers Kimballs' last words. "Why do you side with the Martians?" Takeru is even more confused now. He had originally believed that the Ancients were appearing because they fell from Mars or something, but now it's becoming more unclear who is what and where anyone is actually from. The most quiet alarm in the entire history of the universe rings again, and they're sent out to fight again. However, this time it's right smack in the middle of the day. Takeru sits in the back of the truck as he waits for the command to equip the Mars suit. He thinks to himself that he might be kind of disappointed if he wasn't able to go out and fight in the suit, because it gave him a thrill having that much power against weaklings, twisting them around to his will, making them submit and destroying them. Man has a permanent hard-on for power. They encounter another unique Ancient, so Takeru is sent out in the Mars suit. They play the same cutscene again. Anyway, we meet the next big bad Ancient, and god damn! Why is he so thick? Oh my god. This guy introduces himself as Zoroark, which sounds like Zoroark, the Pokemon. But this guy was created before Pokemon created Zoroark, so actually, the Pokemon company stole from Mars of Destruction. I mean, to be honest, either way, I'd still smash. What? Now it was time for another Dollar Tree Osu battle, but this time, I got my ass whooped in like 10 seconds. What the f- What? It turns out that this was actually a scripted loss, but I didn't realize this at the time. I thought it was the same as the last battle, where if I lost, I'd have to button mash for 5 years, then reload the save file. So I kept mashing the A button without really reading anything, and so I ended up missing a good chunk of the actual plot, but it's fine. It's whatever. This game's great. Long story short, this dummy thick boy is much stronger than the others, and Takeru gets obliterated. It seems as though he's going to be killed until... What? Another Mars suit shows up. He quickly destroys Zoroark and then introduces himself as Mars number 2, his human name being Shigeru. Back at the base, Koko introduces everyone to Shigeru, who had become the newest recruit of AST. He's a very in-your-face kind of guy and very upfront, a little too upfront. The other members and Takeru spend this entire sequence trying not to show their dislike for him. The other girls are given tasks like showing him around the base and whatnot, but Takeru isn't assigned anything. And this makes Takeru insecure, not just because he felt inadequate, but also because he felt like Shigeru was stronger than him since he destroyed Zoroark with such ease. He brings this up with Shigeru, who mentions that because Takeru-senpai Tomoe was fighting against Zoro at first, he was able to figure out his weakness and was able to defeat him. Takeru is like,
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get along with this dude.
And to be honest, he kind of gave me sus vibes too. I don't know, boss, could be an imposter. Shigeru is also very pushy, labeling himself and Takeru as Mars mates.
Him and I are best Mars mates forever. Ooh.
Oh god, what the fuck? Anyway, this was when the voice acting thing I was talking about earlier became really prominent, because like the girls would talk and they would have the voice acting, and then Shigeru would talk and it would just be dead silence, and I'm just like, it starts to kind of drive me insane. Everyone else leaves the room, and Takeru now gets another choice. For my playthrough, I decide to go check the condition of the Mars suit. As he goes to the garage with the truck containing the Mars suit, he bumps into Yamabuki, who is doing gun maintenance. Yeehaw! Gun maintenance America moment, baby! The two talk for a bit, and then Takeru goes to his room and sleeps. The next day, the group talks about whether they sleep with their lights on or off or whatever, but to be honest, who gives a shit? We also find out that Shigeru can equip his Mars suit without a truck, and he can just do it anywhere. Now we get another choice of what to do for the day, and I decide to go to the research room to do some more research on the ancients. While walking through the hallway, he bumps into Tomoe and Shizuka, who are at first like, oh, you're going to do research? We can come with you and help. But then Shigeru literally walks in between them and goes, oh, wow, you're going to the research room? What a coinkydink. I was gonna go there too. Let's go together. And Takeru's like, oh, well. And the other girls are like, okay, well, have fun, Lamau. And they literally just ditch Takeru. All my homies hate Shigeru, I'm not gonna lie. Later, it's just Takeru and Shigeru in the room. Shigeru wonders if the others don't like him, to which Takeru answers, it'll get better over time. They were like that with me at first too. Suddenly, Shigeru switches gears to a different question. What if the ancients are just killing a lower species? Like a hunter hunts prey kind of thing? From a human perspective, yes, they are attacking humanity. But from their perspective, they might just be seeing this as hunting a lower form of life of the food chain type shit. Just like us humans, if we go into unknown land, we'll bring weapons. And if we get attacked by wildlife, we'll attack back. Which means that the ancients are just a higher species than humans. What do you think would happen if humans lost to the ancients? Wow, this is definitely not suspicious at all whatsoever. After even more text of Takeru thinking, he sleeps. However, he's awoken by the quietest alarm in the universe. This time, however, the Ast base is under attack by the ancients for some reason. Kyoko calls him and tells him to go to the Mars suit immediately. He hears gunshots and runs towards the garage. On the way, he bumps into Aoi and Yamabuki, who are fighting off a horde of ancients, and they also tell him to go to the garage. At the garage, there's even more ancients. Tomoe and Kyoko defend Takeru and the truck as he enters it to equip the Mars suit. Shizuka is in the truck to help him out, and wow, we see the same wonderful cutscene again. Equipped with the Mars suit, Takeru now goes out to wreck some noobs, and now he's kind of getting like super cocky too. He's like, phew, all these f***ers are too weak. I want to fight someone more strong. Who's the next person I can kill? Suddenly, the biggest ancient that we've seen so far in the game appears in front of him, and he asks him, are you the one that killed Zoruar? Takeru answers, and this is like actually what he says. He's like, oh, that fat f***, too bad. It wasn't me, but me right now. Now I'm stronger than that fat ass ever will be. Like, okay, buddy, calm down the edge and keep smoking that copium. You know what I'm saying? The ancient then responds, don't bark too much, Mars. How does he know what the Mars suit is called? The ancient then reveals his name to be Gilstein, Girustein in Japanese. It's time for another invigorating Osu battle, but this time, victory conditions were a little different. If I survived for 13 turns, then I won the battle. And that was easy since all I had to do was just not die. Takeru realizes that this guy is way stronger than Zoruark and is like, oh no! But then Shigeru in his suit appears to help him. They start to fight him together, but then Takeru begins to lose control of the Mars suit as it's been over 10 minutes. He is forced to unequip the Mars suit by the others. They then tell him to go into the truck and drive off as he wouldn't be able to use the suit without it. Everyone else stays back to cover him, with Shigeru holding the big ancient back on his own. Takeru, after much deliberation, drives through the garage doors and escapes on his own. Chapter 3 ends there. So at this point, I'm feeling kind of weird about this game because, again, this game is driving me insane. But at the same time, right, a small part of me is just like, I'm a little bit invested in the story, just a little bit invested in the story, you know, just a small amount. Chapter 4 begins with Takeru contemplating what just happened at the base. Takeru, worried about everyone else, decides to drive back to the Ast base to see what's happening. He sees that everything is destroyed as it was yesterday, but he doesn't see any ancients or Ast members. He wonders if Ast had won and cleaned up everything afterwards. Aoi then comes up to Takeru, and he's very happy to see that she's okay. The other girls also see him and approach him, and all seems well. Takeru asks where Koko and Shigeru are, and the others are like, well, let's go, we'll show you. It really does seem as though Ast had won. They go to the room where the two are, and he's like, Koko, I'm so glad you're safe. To which Koko replies, safe? Did no one explain anything to you? Something is clearly wrong here. Then the other girls begin to laugh and make fun of Takeru, saying,
We had to prank him.
And calling him dumb and stuff. Takeru is then called over by none other than Shigeru, who is sitting on a throne with the ancient behind him? What? Okay, to be honest, this didn't really surprise me at all. Like, Shigeru appears one day and then suddenly the base is attacked the next day. Who else could it be?
Guys, I saw Shigeru use the vent. Vote him out, boys. I don't know if you can tell. I've actually never played Among Us.
Shigeru and Gilstein talk about some lore that makes absolutely no sense to us. And Takeru's like,
what did you do to everyone?
Shigeru answers with,
oh, they're now ancients, but they retain their human forms.
They're an evolved form of the ancients. Anyway, Takeru is then stabbed to death by the 4 girls, and the screen goes dark, and he dies. Shigeru says,
oh, that's too bad. You should have ran with someone else.
Then the credits roll.
And at this point, I was just extremely confused.
You know the worst part about this sequence is I know it's not the actual end, because I know there's a 5th fucking chapter to this. Because I looked it up, because I'm like, how long is this going to take me to finish this fucking game? Okay, no way you're gonna make me sit through an entire fucking ending sequence just to like troll me, right? Like, don't waste my fucking time. If you're gonna do it, like, cut it short, like, now, please. I have shit to do with my life, bro. God damn. Wait, what? Wait, I actually died? Hello? Hello? What am I supposed to do?
As it turns out, this was actually like the full credits. It took me right back to the title screen after it finished. And then I was just really extremely confused. So I loaded the save file and I went through it again. And then the same exact thing happened. And at this point, I had a terrible realization. The choices I was making earlier in the game actually did matter. Because I needed to pick the right choices to deepen the bond between Takeru and like one of the characters so that they would eventually escape with him on the truck. And those characters would be the ones that you basically spend the rest of the story with. And I didn't do that, so none of them escaped with him on the truck. And I had absolutely no idea about any of this. And, you know, I only had 2 save files, and both of them were too past the point of, like, making different choices. Basically, yeah, I had to restart the entire game and pick the right choices. And suffice to say, I was not very happy.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that all my choices, like, actually fucking mattered in this stupid game? And because of that, I can't get past to the next fucking part of the game? Is this a fucking joke? Like, you want me to play this fucking entire thing again? From the fucking beginning because I made the wrong choices? Because I couldn't read the fucking choices? Is this a fucking joke? Are you fucking kidding me? I
don't think I've ever mashed a button more angrily in my life. I think this may have been the most intense button mashing I've ever had to do.
This is such a waste of my fucking time. I'm actually mad. What is this garbage? What is this trash? Fuck you. Fuck this stupid ass battle system. Fuck this ugly ass Martian looking ass piece of shit. Fuck everything about this stupid game. And fuck this music too. I'm so tired of hearing that. Like, fuck you. This music makes me go even more fucking insane. Well, I just lost because I fucked up. I can't even do anything. I can't even skip. I can't pause. I can't restart the fucking battle. I have to just let myself lose because I missed 2 fucking balls on a stupid ass circle.
Yeah, put on the Mars suit. Oh my god, there's a fucking alien. Oh my god, there's an alien. Oh my god, I'm scared. Help me, please.
This fucking you ruining my life right now. Fuck. No, I don't want to save. Fuck this fucking game. Go.
I need to give a quick pause and give a massive shout out to GXZ95 on YouTube, who I think may have the only playthrough of this game on YouTube. This guy is my god and savior. I had to use his choices so that I could actually get to an ending of the game because I sure as hell was not going to go into it blind and try stuff over and over again, okay? I do not have the patience for that. So the storyline that GXZ95 did will lead to the story playing out with Tomoe and Shizuka. Unfortunately, the only characters that remain in the game are the ones that leave with you on a truck. I'm assuming that you're able to finish the game with like the other girls escaping if you went that path based on screenshots that I've seen online, but to be completely honest with you, I don't think I have the patience and I don't really care enough to go through that.
I restarted the game and played through it with the same choices as GXZ95 did. And let's go back to a bit before the base gets attacked. So Takeru stares a bit at Shizuka sleeping and Tomoe is like, hey yo, what you doing, bruh? And we get a, you know, classic teehee anime misunderstanding moment, like, I swear I wasn't doing anything. We also get a bit more lore drop as Takeru discusses with Shizuka and Tomoe.
Takeru comes up with 4 important points. 1. The ancients began appearing when the Mars expedition ship fell onto the Earth. The second is the words that Baigus said. I'm an Earthling that was freed from the Martians thanks to the virus or whatever. The third point is that Kimbles said that he's not the same type of ancient as Baigus is, and Kimbles had been alive for a few thousand years. The fourth point is that if these ancients have similar consciousness like humans, then there's a chance that they could have their own civilization and culture. If they were to believe the words of Kimbles, then there would be 2 kinds of ancients. The really old ones who were alive for thousands of years, and ancients that were born more recently. The ancients from the past took a very different evolutionary route from humanity, but we can assume that at some point, both species did exist on Earth at the same time. They hypothesized, what if the reason why they disappeared was because of the humans? Takeru then says there's always been the word Martians whenever the ancients spoke. What if the humans weren't originally from Earth, but they actually did originate on Mars? This would mean that indeed the ancients would actually be the original Earthlings, and there are ones from the past and ones who evolved recently somehow. The evolved ancients are saying that they were quote-unquote released by the Mars virus. This virus brought out all of these ancients that seemed to be hiding all these years before. But they think the closest thing to these ancients in terms of size and shape are humans, which means that this virus turns humans into ancients, although they refer to it as returning to form. With many questions and no solid answers, the chapter ends the same way as it did before, except instead of Takeru escaping the base alone, he escapes along with Shizuka and Tomoe. I hope the lore is making some sense. I'm trying my best to explain it to you guys, but honestly, even I'm getting like brain f***ed right now. Okay, so chapter 4, for real this time. Takeru, Tomoe, and Shizuka begin to get closer as they talk about contacting their families. From here on out, assume that you can also complete the story with the other characters too. Also, for my playthrough, it seemed like Takeru and Tomoe were getting particularly close. Like Takeru exclaims,
I won't let you die, Tomoe.
Like I can't tell if this is supposed to have romantic undertones or not. It doesn't seem platonic, but it doesn't seem like they're fully lovers either, but whatever, man. Love is for losers, am I right? With nowhere else to go, the 3 of them decide to go to Takeru's home. He doesn't live here anymore after his parents died, but Kyoko comes around to maintain it once in a while. But it's been mostly vacant for about 4 months. There's also a research lab in the basement where Takeru's family invented the Mars battle suit. When the 3 head downstairs, they find a suit that looks very similar to the Mars one. Shizuka analyzes a terminal that was in the lab and finds out that this suit is called Type Ishtal, which was created for a woman to wear. Shizuka then looks up information about the Mars suit and notices that the terminal has nothing about it, as if someone had messed with the files. However, instead there's a lot of information about human DNA, as well as the Martians. It says that the Martians were mostly wiped out by a virus and they escaped to Earth. So it's confirmed here that humans are the descendants of the Martians. There was, however, one small bit of info about the Mars suit. It apparently edits the DNA of the humans and allows them to pull out the strength of the ancients. Basically, it temporarily turns a human into an ancient. Tomoe then points out a discrepancy, because in the terminal information, there was data about the DNA found in the Mars ship crash, but canonically, the DNA was actually only found like 2 weeks before the events of the game. So why is there information about something 2 weeks ago on a terminal in a house that's been vacant for 4 months? Before reaching any conclusion, Tomoe goes upstairs to rest because she wasn't feeling good. Now you have a choice to stay with Shizuka or go check on Tomoe. I decided to go up to check in on Tomoe. The two have a deep conversation about their parents and childhoods, but to be honest, this was not as gripping as the lore I was seeing about the Martians and shit. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm literally just here to see what's up with this insane ass lore, not for these goofy odd characters, okay? Although I did find myself getting a little bit attached to the characters of Shizuka and Tomoe after being forced to read hours of dialogue with them. And there's a scene where Tomoe like takes off her jacket and like she's like, oh my gosh, Takeru, help me, I'm injured. Don't call Shizuka though because I don't want her worrying. Like, what is happening? I don't. The 3 go outside for some fresh air when an unknown voice calls Takeru's name. They turn to see an ancient named Bainagard. In Japanese it's Bainagado, but oh my, these names do not get easier, Jesus Christ. Bainagard reveals that she is an ancient, but she used to be a human. She says that until 4 months ago, she was a human, and her human name used to be Kanae Hinata. Now, I'm sure no one remembers this, but Takeru's last name is Hinata. Yeah, it turns out that this ancient used to be Takeru's mom, but was transformed into this thing. She tells Takeru that she's here to pick him up, and of course, Takeru doesn't want to believe it, as he had believed that she died in an airplane accident. She reveals that the accident was caused by the ancients to abduct her and Takeru's dad, so that they can use them to create a suit just like the Mars battle suit, and their objective was to apparently have humans use the suit in order to make them into a being that's closer to the ancients, to release the current humans. You know, let's just pretend to understand all this, returning to a higher form type shit, and just move on, okay? She says her original human form, Kanae Hinata, is dead, and she returns to her true form. She tells Takeru to think about coming with her, then leaves, telling them she'll be back. Before she leaves though, Takeru asks her about his dad. She says that his dad died as he was unable to handle the virus and turned into one of the basic ancients, the mole rat creatures with no thoughts and shit. They're basically just a mindless pawn. Takeru wonders if any of the ancient mole rats he killed earlier in the game might have been his dad. Anyway, she leaves and the three go inside to discuss the shocking revelations and whether they might be true or not. They go to sleep without much of an answer though. Next day, they discuss a bit, but before they can do anything, a visitor arrives. It's Binegard, again. She tells Takeru to give up as the girls are already in the process of turning into ancients anyway. Although their forms wouldn't change and they still will look human, they'll be receiving the same powers as the ancients. Apparently, they messed around with the virus a little bit, so I guess that's possible now. I don't even know anymore. Binegard then confirms that this is the same virus that wiped out the Martians, or humans, from Mars. The current humans are getting weaker because of certain parts of their DNA. This virus destroys those specific weak parts of the human DNA, which allows for them to transform into an ancient and become more powerful. The Mars battlesuit is similar to the virus, except the battlesuit doesn't destroy the DNA of the human, but instead inhibits those parts of the DNA, which allows the person wearing it to pretty much become as powerful as an ancient during their time in the suit. However, whether it's the virus or the Mars suit, if they want to retain their human memories or consciousness while still having the strength of the ancients, they have to have a natural immunity to it. Takeru has this immunity, and so do the ass girls, which is why they'll be able to retain their human form. However, those without this immunity lose their entire humanity and just become those mole rats. She turns to Shizuka and says that her immunity isn't as strong as Takeru's, and if they keep resisting, they'll completely lose their humanity, and it'll be easier if she just accepts the transformation. As Binegard gets ready to grab them, Tomoe shoots at her with a gun from the second floor. She jumps down and tells them to get into the truck and put on the Mars suit while she defends them. The same cutscene plays again, but I just said f this shit and just skipped it immediately this time. Takeru in the suit challenges Binegard. It's another wonderful battle, and this time it actually did take me a few tries because there was actually like strategy involved. I think there was strategy involved, or maybe I just want to feel like I have a big brain. Anyway, I did have to use my humongous brain to actually come up with a strategy to beat this boss. What can I say, man? I might be on the path to becoming the world's greatest Mars of Destruction player. As Takeru goes in for the kill, a voice in his head stops him. Mother. As he stops, Binegard takes this opportunity to fight back and gains the upper hand, and she barrages Takeru until Tomoe uses the Mars battle sword and finishes Binegard off. Binegard calls out for Takeru and finally dies. Tomoe then falls ill, and she's now transforming into an ancient, and there seems to be no way to stop it. Shizuka tells Takeru the only thing they can really do is pray. Takeru wonders if he's gonna turn into one as well, and Shizuka hypothesizes that since the Mars suit is basically the same thing as being an ancient, his immunity to the virus might have gotten even stronger. Takeru then has a choice to watch over Tomoe or to see how Shizuka is doing. I went to check how Shizuka is doing, and it turns out that she's also feeling the same symptoms as Tomoe is. Also, ma'am, please hide the shoulder. Anyway, they go to sleep. Now we're back to the meeting between La Conquistador and Takeru's granddaddy. They talk about the destruction of Ast and conspire about some stuff. Wait, the destruction of Ast? I'm sorry. They talk about the destruction of Ast and conspire about some stuff like testing the Mars suit and using the Ishtal suit for something else. They're obviously up to no good, and they might be related to everything that's been happening in the game so far. They say that if this succeeds, then we won't need the ancients anymore. It's also revealed that the person who left the data in the terminal was actually Takeru's grandpa as a sort of hint for them. A hint for what? I have no fucking clue, but whatever. We are now finally onto the final chapter of the story, and at this point I was literally just one brain cell left. I just wanted it to end, but at the same time a part of me was just actually kind of intrigued at how it was going to end. I don't know, man. I'm losing my mind. Anyway, back to the main crew. They talk for a bit, but then they realize that the ancients have surrounded the house. Takeru runs to the truck, and another cutscene plays again. Skip. Takeru obliterates all the mole rats around his house, and everything seems settled. It's been over 10 minutes already, and Takeru's at risk if he doesn't take the suit off. However, suddenly, they're approached by Aoi, Yamabuki, and Shigeru. The two girls pointed their guns at Takeru, and they were already infected by the virus and had become ancients. Shigeru tells Takeru that he wants him to come along, as Takeru is someone with the potential to be reborn as the new humanity, and that they should welcome the new world together. However, Takeru goes ballistic as the suit takes control, and he becomes extremely violent. Shigeru transforms to fight back,
attack, but a random ancient holding a halo energy sword steps in.
Time for another wonderful battle. Guess what? I destroyed this little bitch in just one try. Easy clap. I just might be the greatest Mars of Destruction player the world has ever seen. I mean, to be fair, I might be the only Mars of Destruction player the world has ever seen, at least recently, but we'll just ignore that fact, okay?
Anyway, this random ass dude dies and disappears just as suddenly as he appeared. Takeru then goes in for the kill against Shigeru until he is stopped by none other than Shizuka, who tells him to stop and insults him. It was too late. She had tragically completed her transformation into an ancient, and the Shizuka from before was no more. Shigeru then lore drops. There's something called the Ishtal game, which is basically just a game to find a suitable partner for the Mars suit wearer, and the woman who was chosen would be wearing the Ishtal suit seen earlier. Shigeru says that whoever is closest to Takeru would be able to wear the suit, and in my case, that was Tomoe. They then walk away with Aoi, Yamabuki, and Shizuka all following Shigeru. Back inside the house, Takeru is now unable to take off the suit and seems to be permanently stuck in it. Takeru begins to freak out and Tomoe tells him to calm down. However, Takeru loses control and begins to choke Tomoe, who very sadly says that she'd rather die than turn into an ancient, and if she was to be killed, she'd only want to be killed by Takeru. These words snap Takeru out of his trance and he drops her and he begins to apologize profusely. Tomoe then faints and it's clear that she's also about to lose herself to the virus. Panicking, Takeru remembers the words of Shizuka from earlier, that wearing the Mars suit allowed him to develop an immunity against the virus. As a last resort, Takeru puts the Ishtal suit onto Tomoe, hoping that it'll save her from turning into an ancient. At first nothing happens, but then she begins to scream. Unable to do anything, Takeru wishes that Shizuka was still here to help and then knocks out. Later he's woken up by none other than Tomoe, who seems perfectly fine. It turns out that the suit had merged with her and now lives within her. This had saved her from turning into an ancient. It also turns out the same thing happened to Takeru, so he has now become one with the Mars battlesuit, and now it lives on inside of him as a part of him. Basically, they became neither human or ancient, but a completely separate new species, and now they can transform into their suits and out of it at will. They discuss their options from here on out. They assume that the enemy has taken over the Ast base, so they decide to head there and have the final battle. They get to the garage where they're confronted by shadow clone jutsu versions of Bayes, as well as the other members of their former crew. They say that Ast wasn't destroyed, but was reborn as an organization that protects the ancients. Tomoe transforms into her Ishtal suit and tells Takeru to run ahead, and that she will handle the other girls. Takeru is then confronted by Gilstein, the really big boy with the hottest shoulders in the game. And now we have the wonderful penultimate battle against the Gilstein. And guess what? No ancient can destroy the world's greatest Mars of Destruction player. I beat this motherfucker in one try, and we moving on to the last boss because I'm just so good at this game. Tomoe is forced to kill all of her former comrades with their own hands. Unfortunately, they don't have time to mourn as they must confront the big boss. As they enter the command room or some kind of computer lab, I have no idea, they find Shigeru and Kyoko. They question if Kyoko was also turned into an ancient, but she says that she actually has a very strong immunity to the virus, second to Takeru. That means that she's still a human, meaning she's here out of her own will, and that she had betrayed everyone. She was apparently invited by Shigeru after the initial attack on the base to witness the birth of a new humanity, and as a scientist, she couldn't resist. What is this Pickle Rick type shit, lady? Shigeru then says that him, Takeru, and Tomoe are the new humanity, not human, not Martian, not Earthling, not ancient, just a new species in general. Shigeru says that he was sent there because he was ordered to by people who want to control and restrain the ancients, and this refers to that group, La Conquistador. Shigeru is a prototype of an ancient that retains their human form. He was created for the purpose of becoming one with the Mars suit, which he succeeded in. However, since he was created for experimental purposes, his lifespan is limited to only 4 years. Because of this, Shigeru wanted to speed up the process of the birth of the new humanity. Tomoe then asks him what the Ishtal game is. Shigeru answers with the fact that if Shigeru and Takeru were the only two people in this new species, then they would only be seen as an anomaly by the world and not something that is natural and part of the world. That's why Mars needs a female partner, which is Ishtal, and in this case, that's Tomoe. They would find a woman that's fit to be the wearer of the Ishtal, and they would birth the partner of Mars. She then asks Tomoe, whose wife are you gonna become? Mine or Takeru? Bro, what is happening? What is happening? Takeru then turns to Kyoko and says that he'll never forgive her, which Kyoko responds with, thanks, that's wonderful. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with this lady? Like, what? Shigeru transforms into the Mars suit, and we have the final battle. The first time I tried this, I was literally, like, not even joking, 1 hit away from winning, and then I died. Yeah, that was really fun. Anyways, I beat his ass in the first try because I'm the world's greatest Mars of Destruction player, and nobody can say otherwise. Shigeru gets injured to the point where he's not gonna survive, and Shigeru says that he's glad that Takeru won, since he was only going to live for like 3 more years anyway. Even if we won, he wouldn't be able to help birth
of the new human species, which would mean that this new humanity would never be born in the first place. However, he didn't go easy on Takeru either, which means that Takeru won fair and square. He then points out the irony that he was created as an experiment to birth a new humanity, but the people that created him don't even know if they were going to succeed at all. And he hated the fact that he was just a being that would be destroyed after serving his purpose of collecting some data. There was no reason for him to exist at that point. He decided to give himself a purpose for his short life by choosing to make Takeru into the new humanity. If he did have time, maybe they could have spent time together fighting against the ancients, but unfortunately, this wasn't the case. He then says thank you to Takeru and then dies. Koko says that Shigeru was a case of the test pilot just going into the actual field. That was his tragedy, and while she couldn't save him, she was able to witness the thing he was trying to achieve. Koko tells him to live on for the other girls who lost their lives because of this, and that Shigeru died so that he could pass his hopes on to Takeru and Tomoe to start a new beginning. She tells him to go as the building is about to collapse. Takeru says, "You have to come with us." But Koko chooses to remain there to die. After this, Ast is completely wiped out. Back to La Conquistador one last time. They say that it's an emergency because Gilstein was killed by Mars. Takeru's grandpa says that's good news though, because this was proof that this new humanity had more power than the ancients. And also, Gilstein was an annoying little f*** anyway. They also mentioned that Mars too was defeated by Mars. They concluded the first experiment, and it was good that they knew that Mars and Ishtal were born. Granddaddy says, "Nice, congrats. Anyway, bye." And the rest of them are like, "Huh? What? Where are you going?" Granddaddy says that he served his purpose after the birth of Mars and Ishtal, so now he's going to f*** off and do some research elsewhere on his own. He believed that Takeru would come kill him after he found out about La Conquistador, and how his grandpa was one of the reasons why there was so much tragedy in his life. Which is fine with him, apparently. Like, Granddaddy's okay with dying, I guess. He also believed that La Conquistador was destined to be destroyed by Mars anyway. Either way, his desire to witness the birth of a new humanity was fulfilled, and as he steps out of the dark room, the members of La Conquistador desperately tell someone to stop him, but are unable to because they're literally in a Zoom meeting. What the f*** you expect? However, even after the professor leaves and disappears, the Conquistador will continue to experiment, as they believe that they are the ones who will become the true new humanity. The Ast base crumbles, and Takeru and Tomoe stand at the debris. Takeru asks her what they should do now, and Tomoe answers, "Fight the ancients. What else can we do?" They decided that they'll do what they want, which is to protect humanity. They don't see themselves as a new humanity, and Shigeru's wish probably won't come true. They then set off on a journey with a promise to return one day. The end. And that, folks, is the story of Mars of Destruction. Wow. What just happened? My brain is in immense pain at the moment. My one brain cell has worked overtime to just try and grasp everything that was going on in this game. I didn't actually expect to get as invested into the story as I did. Like, this went from, hey, let's make fun of the worst, shittiest anime ever, to it's confusing as f***, but, you know, it's a little less confusing now. To be fair, part of me might have forced myself to be interested in the story, because otherwise I would have just gone insane trying to finish this game. It really does make me wonder, though, like, what happened during the production of that anime? Because that OVA was just abysmal. It was abysmal. It didn't contain like 98% of what was in the game. I'm not expecting a masterpiece or anything, because the game itself is like mid anyway, but still, they could have done a little bit more exposition in the anime. To be fair, the whole Martian human, like, alien whatever thing, it was so complicated that it just would have been pretty much impossible to fit that into a 20-minute episode of anime. The craziest thing for me was that when I first watched the OVA, the words that Baigis said at the end of it was just the most confusing words I've ever heard uttered in my life. And no wonder it was, because the OVA was just missing so much. Just way too much information was missing. It's like they said, hey, let's take just the cutscenes, add like a little bit of extra animation, not explain anything, and now we have a masterpiece that the world will forever remember. I mean, I guess the world does remember it, but not because it was a masterpiece, but because masterpiece. Oh my god, I'm going insane. Not because it was a masterpiece, but because it was a master shit. I don't know, I'm going crazy. Gameplay wise, you know, I was kind of dying. Look, again, I'm not a visual novel guy, and the battle system was like, it was manageable, and I guess I was entertained, but you know, it's the same way like I'm entertained at school and I have like a fidget spinner under the desk, you know, and like I'm spinning the fidget spinner. God, I feel so old as I keep talking. But I did actually get kind of invested into the battles, and I was like coming up with strategies and thinking like, how do I even beat this guy? And I'm just like, what is happening to me? What is going on? Am I actually losing my mind? It's just hard being at the top, you know? I'm just suffering from success, man. This isn't a game that I would really recommend anyone to play, or an anime that I would recommend anyone to watch. Besides, the game is in only Japanese anyway, so it's not like most people can even play it or understand it. I gotta admit that the story did kind of shock me at a few moments, like that reveal that Takeru his mom became an ancient. It actually knocked the fucking balls out of me. Is that a saying? Is that the right way to put it? Knocked the balls off of me? And that's when I knew I had basically lost my mind. I've been completely absorbed by the world's most mid-storytelling and the universe's most confusing lore. And I was swimming in it, man. I was swimming. Overall, the OVA did the game very dirty. Not to say that the game is good. All in all, I didn't completely hate the experience. I mean, for the sake of comedy and for the sake of this series, I did try to hate it at first, and admittedly, I did hate it at first. I also hated the fact that I was forced to restart the entire game over again because I didn't know about any of the choices and shit like that. And also, I guess I didn't really think about why there were 12 entire save slots in the game, but now I guess it kind of makes sense why they did that. I feel like I've seen so much bad anime that my standards are just so low, like below hell level, and that's probably why it wasn't the worst experience for me. I don't know. I'm gonna give the OVA a negative 1000 out of 10 because it's absolute dog shit and it deserves to get roasted for the rest of eternity. The game I'll give a 4 out of 10. I didn't completely hate it. Hey y'all, did you know that Rick and Morty is an anime now?
Well, finally, an anime that takes actual IQ points to understand. Us intellectuals have been long deprived of intellectually stimulating content, and normies like to watch Japanese cartoons about dragons' ball sacks or whatever. But finally, there's now an anime made for true intellectuals like me. An anime that can finally stimulate the G-spot within my mind. I don't know what's about to go harder, this anime or my dick.
Let's put a stop to that disgusting travesty right there. Hey, what's up everybody? It's me, Leo Hashi, and I'm here to tell you about our dark and depressing future. You know how Doctor Strange does that thing with his hands where he's like, out of 1 million gazillion futures, there's only one future where we win the battle? Well, I'm here to tell you that out of the millions and bazillion and gazillion ways the world could have gone, we have ended up in the dimension where they decided to actually make Rick and Morty into an anime. And it fucking sucks. Yo, I got my gamer juice right now, so... How's it going, everybody? My name is Leo Hashi, and today I like to talk about Rick and Morty, the anime. Or as I like to call it, and horny. Because I have the sense of humor of like an unborn fetus that's still in the fucking womb. This isn't a full-blown review video because as of recording this video, there's only been like 5 or 6 episodes released so far, and the season isn't done yet. I'll probably end up making a full-blown review video about this anime once the entire season is over, but I could not just watch this trash dump and just not talk about it at all, okay? It's just it's garbage. This is an anime that is so bad that when I sat down to write the script for this video, I ended up just staring at my screen for a few seconds because like I had no idea where to fucking begin. Every single thing about this anime is just absolutely atrocious. There's no single angle I could take where it's just not disgusting garbage. The voice acting is terrible. The music is forgettable. The art looks like someone drew it in fucking Microsoft Paint in like 2 seconds. The characters, who fucking cares? And the story? What story are you even talking about? If you've been watching my content for a while, then you know that I've seen some truly horrendous anime. And so I can confidently say with ease and without the season even being fully over that Rick and Morty the anime is officially the worst anime that I have seen in my entire life. It has made it to the top. It has made it to the S tier of worst animes I've seen. It is insane. Rick and Morty the anime. It's actually impressive how bad this thing is. This anime has reached levels of terrible that I didn't even know existed. I have to confess to you guys that my IQ is unfortunately not that high. I've only seen like 3 seasons of Rick and Morty, and my favorite episode was unironically the one where Rick turned himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, so while I'm not the biggest Rick and Morty fan on the planet or in the multiverse or whatever it's called in the show, I did actually enjoy the episodes of Rick and Morty that I've seen. They were funny, quirky, and very intellectual, and I felt as though my IQ points were surging through the ozone layer as I watched every episode while scratching my balls and then reaching into the bag of Doritos next to me and then eating it with the sweat from my balls drenching the Doritos. Yeah, the show is pretty funny. So I went into the anime kind of expecting something like that. Maybe it'll have a little bit more of a serious story than the original show because it's supposed to be like, you know, the anime version or whatever, but also with the quirky and fun parts of what made Rick and Morty into such an absolute mega hit in the first place. So now take all these expectations that you and I might have of this show and take all 100% of it and then just burn it down until there's there's absolutely nothing left. No ashes, nothing. Because this show has reached levels of garbage I didn't even know was physically possible or metaphysically possible. I don't know what I'm saying. It feels like we've discovered like a new particle. What's the last one that was discovered? A boson Higgins or whatever the f— No, we found a new one. This is a completely new discovery. This show has quite possibly the most nonsensical story that I've ever seen in any piece of media. I mean, to be fair, calling whatever this bullshit a story is being completely generous, because beginning at 0 minutes of the first episode, the show stops making sense, and it continues to make no sense throughout the entire runtime of the show. Usually whenever I review something on my channel, I like to do a little bit of a recap of the story, but I'm telling you right now, I have no idea how to even recap this thing. It is literally the anime version of that meme that's like, random bullshit, go! I can't describe this story to you because it's just physically not possible to put this all together. The show has this aspect of like taking place in, you know, multiple timelines or dimensions or whatever the hell, and we get different versions of different characters, and these are supposed to be unique characters going through their own character arc, but then suddenly like we cut to another random character in a completely separate dimension going through another character arc, and then we cut to a third dimension with other characters, and none of this is connected at all whatsoever, and it just becomes absolutely impossible to keep track of what is even happening in the first place. Oh, I need more gamer juice after that. Like my Chance the Rapper impression. I love my wife. I don't even know if there's like a main dimension that follows like the main versions of our main characters or whatever. We have like 2 different versions of Beth living in one of the universes, and then there's regular Rick, and there's also this long hair version of Rick who's like super f***ing depressed or something, and he says goodbye to his family, but then, you know, the next scene is Rick meeting a Morty from another dimension or whatever, and Morty from this dimension is also depressed because he's trying to find this girl that he saw in a VR game, but she exists in real life apparently, and they're in love with each other. And also this girl has an alien design apparently, but then she also has a human design, and in one dimension Morty becomes a superhero and then fights crime along with the alien version of the girl, and then in another dimension Jerry becomes like a Chad, and this girl is living with the family like it's, you know, been like that the entire time, and then this girl apparently has the power to like see the entire timeline of the world as one. Like she knows the future and she knows the past and she knows everything that happens. Do you get what I'm saying when I say there's just physically no way to fucking explain any of this? My brain is exploding right now. I don't know what the hell I just said. I think the best way I could describe the story of this garbage is like, imagine going to a puzzle store. Okay, is that a thing? A store that only sells puzzles. You get a huge variety of puzzles, right? Some of them are the easy puzzles with like, I guess 4 pieces, and then the others are like 1,000-piece puzzles of like a piece of art of a naked lady drawn by someone in the 17th century Europe or something. I don't know. Now, from every single one of these puzzle boxes that you've bought, you only take 1 piece from each, okay? 1 small piece from each. And then you disregard the rest of the puzzle pieces, and then you try to complete a puzzle by putting these mismatched individual pieces together as one. But obviously, that's not gonna work because it's physically not possible. And that's Rick and Morty, the anime. It's a mismatched and incomplete puzzle that's missing the other 99% of each piece. I mean, long story short, it's just fucking garbage. It feels like they were trying to tell some kind of serious story, but no amount of storytelling is going to save this piece of shit because there's just no story to tell in the first place. It's just bullshit stitched together with more bullshit, and the writers are patting themselves on the back and jerking themselves off for telling a multi-dimensional story involving a rich universe full of lore, while everybody at home trying to watch this literally begins to hemorrhage IQ points from the brain while desperately trying to solve the impossible equation that is this anime. I've gone through every single possible outcome in every single dimension. I couldn't find a single one where the story of this anime made any sense to anyone in the universe. I've asked all the geniuses of every dimension, every Albert Einsteins, and all of the Stephen Hawkings, etc., and everyone said that there's just no solution to the problem that's trying to understand what the actual fuck is going on in Rick and Morty the anime. Yeah, I know, my fucking Stephen Strange impression is like unmatched, okay? Why am I sweating? The art also just sucks. The original Rick and Morty has a very charming art style, and some might call it simple, but it's also got a lot going for it. The animation style is pretty fun to watch, and they do a lot of absolutely like insane shit when it does come down to it. The anime then takes this art style and then absolutely just storms all over it. Okay, you put it in the fucking toilet and then someone sits over it and there's just diarrhea all over the art style. It's like they try to draw the characters in Microsoft Paint and then just call it a day. Like, if this is what it takes to make a fucking anime, then I guess even I could make a fucking anime. Man, I wish I got hired to design the characters for this show. Because damn, bro, if whoever drew these character designs made any money from that, then I guess I also have hope to make art into a full-time career of mine. I also just cannot stand the voice acting. I don't know how the voice acting is in English because I watched it in Japanese, but the Japanese voice actors did not do a great job on this show.
僕はモーティ。僕も戦士だ。ビームセーバーを操る。あ、今はないけど。
少なくともわしの場合はな。
If this is what it takes to make an anime, then fuck man, I could probably make Rick and Morty the anime at home. And it'll still be better than this nonsense. And so, I set out on trying to make my own version of Rick and Morty the anime.
So I decided that since the Rick and Morty anime is so dog shit, that I will be making my own. And I'll be remaking my favorite Rick and Morty scene.
I'm a pickle! I'm Pickle Rick!
I don't know, is it better to make it into a realistic pickle? Or is it better to make it a clip art pickle? The choice of pickle is one of the most important parts. Maybe I'll just have to use like the original Pickle Rick picture, but just replace his eyes or something. I found Rick's eyes. Oh my god, there's so much AI art. If only AI could also generate me a real life girlfriend, am I right? This one has adult content, safe search over it. I'm scared. I was just trying to find like an image of like some anime eyes I could use for this. I'm not trying to look at AI generated titties right now. There's a time and place for that. Okay, well maybe I should get, holy Jesus, okay. It's not my fault they were so large that the gravitational pull, okay? My eyes were just pulled towards it. It's not my fault. It was because of science. I feel like there's nothing else I could really do. I just made Pickle Rick, but anime. Oh god, why is the face is not staying on? Wait, this is not. What the fuck is this shit? This isn't even a pickle anymore. This is gross. Why is this so dangly? There's gotta be a dick joke in here somewhere, but I won't go there. Jesus Christ, that thing is flaccid. This is regular Morty right over here. Oh jeez, Rick. This. Oh jeez, Rick, it's me, Mario. I just made Morty. I made anime Morty. Let me do like a little bit of a vocal warm up, you know. Oh jeez, Rick. Oh boy. Oh jeez, Rick. Oh everybody, it's me. I'm gonna kill myself. Oh jeez, Rick. Rick-ji-chan? 大丈夫なの? Oh jeez, Rick.
モーティかちょっとこっちに来い見せたいものがある
わかったけど Oh jeez, Rick. 今の爆発は何だったの?
モーリー来たらわかる
じいちゃんどこにいるの?
ここじゃ
どこにもいないじゃないか天井にでも隠れてるのか
ここじゃテーブルの上じゃ
テーブルの上のどこに
そこにある緑色の長いものをちょっと動かしてくれ
Oh jeez, Rick. なんかのいたずらでしょこれ触ってあはは実はそれは宇宙人のだとかなんかバカバカしいこと言ったらもう二度と話してあげないからね
モーリーわしはそんなバカげたものはしねえ緑色の棒をめくるのじゃは
あ Oh jeez, Rick. わかったよもうああリックじいちゃんなんだよこれ
わしはピクルスになったのじゃ
はどういうこと
どういうことって今説明したじゃろわしは自分の体をピクルスにしたのじゃ俺はピクルスリックじゃ
Oh jeez, Rick. だけどなんでだよじいちゃんなんでわざと自分のことをピクルスに変えたんだよ
それのことなんじゃがモーリーわしはもう人間では痛くないのじゃよ
じいちゃん
わしはこのまま一生ピクルスの人生を送ることにしたのじゃ
Oh jeez, Rick. なんでそんなことするんだよ母さんや父さんサマーと僕のことはどうでもいいのかよ
まあお前の父さんはどっかの穴でのたれ死んでてもいいのじゃが分かっている わしはお前たちにすごくひどいことをすることになる。
じゃあなんでピクルスになったんだよ。
モーリー、わしはもうこの世界に絶望を感じていたのじゃ。まあ世界より人間に絶望をしていたのじゃ。バカで間抜けで臭い人間たちに絶望を感じ、しばらくしたら自分のことも見抜くくなっていたのじゃ。
そんな。
そしてある日、わしは思った。もう人間ではなく、他の生物として暮らしたいのじゃと。何でもよかったのじゃ。鳥でもいい、猫でもいい、食べ物でもよかったのじゃ。ピクルスでもよい。もう人間じゃなければ、何でもよかったのじゃ。
リックじいちゃん、人間は全部悪いものじゃないよ。僕もサマーもいるでしょ。母さんも父さんもいるよ。ジーズリック。
もうお前の父さんの話はやめてくれ。余計に絶望してしまう、モーリー。
お願いだからリックじいちゃん、戻ってきてよ。僕たちのもとにみんなで一緒に幸せに暮らそうよ。
もう無理じゃモーティ。わしは二度と人間には戻れない。このままピクルスとして生き、ピクルスと死ぬ運命なのじゃ。
じいちゃん、そんなやめてくれよ。
わしはピクルスリークじゃ。
Yeah, anyway, that was my version of Rick and Morty the anime. I hope it was an enjoyable watch. Let me know in the comments if it was better than the original. It was a performance that I put all of my heart and soul into. So make sure to leave a like, otherwise you're gonna be crushing my soul and I'll become super sad and I'll never recover from this. Anyway, yeah, the Rick and Morty anime sucks major cock. Magical girl anime, defined on Merriam-Webster's dictionary as a subgenre of anime for the girlies. They are focused on, quote, young girls who possess magical abilities, which they typically use through an ideal alter ego into which they can transform. Quoted from Wikipedia. Don't worry, okay, the works cited page will be at the end of this fucking paper, okay, professor? Famous examples include Sailor Moon, Cardcaptor Sakura, Pretty Cure, and Puera Magi Madoka Magica. All of these shows are super fun and innocent and family friendly and not depressing whatsoever. Everything's good. However, there's one legendary magical girl anime that exists in the world that one of my viewers very passionately recommended to me, known as one of, if not the worst magical girl anime ever made. Mahou Shoujo? Naria Girls. Mahou Shoujo Naria Girls has a score of 3.87 out of 10 on my anime list and a 2.1 out of 10 on IMDb. But don't let these scores fool you. This anime is a masterpiece, okay? A silent voice wishes it could be as incredible and as heart-wrenching as Mahou Shoujo Naria Girls. Naria Girls? Your name? More like you're lame, am I right, girlies? This anime is a masterpiece, a masterpiece, a masterpiece, 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 masterpiece. Hello everybody, my name is Hashi, and today I decided to watch the worst rated magical girl anime so that you don't have to. Now, full transparency here, okay? The only magical girl anime I've ever seen is Madoka Magica. Basically, I know everything there is to know about magical girl animes, okay? But before I talk about this any further, there's something I need to fix really quickly, okay? Just give me 1 second.
Alright. Moon Prison Power! Make up! Now we can talk about Naria Girls, okay? Excuse me, my eyes are up here, okay? You gotta stop looking. I know it's a little tight on me, okay? I swear I'm in my diet era right now. The only way I can truly describe this anime to you is that throughout the entire runtime, I thought I was having the most insane fever dream that I've ever had in my entire life. Like, I couldn't believe that this was an actual anime that exists in our universe. It looks, it sounds, and feels like this homemade YouTube skit that a few VTubers decided to create. Now I'm going to explain like the basic premise of this show. After the Ice Queen brings eternal winter to the land of Naria, what the fuck? The only hope to restore balance is to gather human warriors and give them the power of Naria crystals. For this reason, Animaru, which is like this ugly little companion monster thing that accompanies our main characters, chooses the middle schoolers Urara, Hinaho, and Hanabi as warriors. I think they're missing one person though. Me.
I can be the best magical girl in the world if they wanted me to. Anyway, so far it seems like a pretty basic run-of-the-mill magical girl show, but then you watch it and it's like, no, this is nothing like any other magical girl show, okay? This is the greatest magical girl show to ever exist in the universe. Here are the main characters. We got Urara, the pink-haired girl, who is the main protagonist of this anime. She's also the narrator, and we see this story from her perspective and point of view. Her mom unfortunately abandoned her, leaving her to live with her grandma and later with her dad. Hanabi, the blue girl, is this sort of quirky, like airheaded doofus type character, and she's voiced by Aoi Koga, who's also known for characters such as Kaguya from Kaguya-sama and Paimon. Then we have Inaho, the purple girl, and this is how Urara introduces her to us. Those are her words, okay? Not mine. Yo, she has 2 personalities and they're both humongous. Guys, I'm fine, okay? I'm fine. Everything's fine. So the 3 one day meet Animaru and become the Naria girls. They're powered by Naria energy, which can be collected through making other people happy. They decide to become idols at some point so that they could make more people happy and collect even more Naria energy so that they can save the land of Naria. But throughout the course of this series, they're attacked by the Ice Queen's minions, who all try to screw our 3 protagonists over by using the ice mirror. Basically, this ice mirror forces them into acting out the most unnecessarily specific and weird skits that just turn the show into an absolute shitstorm in the best way possible. Now first, let me address the magical elephant in the room. This anime isn't really animated, as you can see. It's a mixture of like a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation, slideshow, and VTuber rigs. None of it's like actually an animation like your typical anime, but you know, it's fine, it's fine.
Please don't tell me it's another slideshow. No, don't.
When I first started to watch this show and it looked like it was going to be a slideshow, I literally had war flashbacks to one of my least favorite animes of all time, Ladyspo, which is still one of the most awful garbage pieces of shit, terrible fucking horrible piece of shit garbage slideshow that should never have been created in the first place. So yeah, I was really terrified at first to watch this show, but then it devolved even more so than Ladyspo because the anime switched over from a slideshow into 3 VTuber models just fooling around and having like the most head-ass conversations while like moving around like NPCs. Look, if this anime was something to be taken seriously, then I probably would have complained about the animation style or lack thereof, but honestly there's something about this extremely Dollar Tree style of this show that just really adds to the charm of the whole thing for me. Most of the episodes are pretty much the same structure. Urara narrates the beginning of the episode, introducing herself and what happened in the last episode, as well as their objective for this episode.
実は今テレビ CM 出演の話が来ていてね、先方は商品のチョコレートのイメージに合う清楚な女の子を求めているみたいで、君たちともう一人で写真撮影をして先方に見てもらおうかと思ってるんだ。
Usually, a new character is introduced to the 3 protagonists that's going to help them achieve this objective for the episode. However, to the surprise of absolutely no one on this planet except I guess our 3 main characters, these other characters are always just the Ice Queen's minions disguising themselves as humans. There's usually a scene where our 3 main characters goof around. And then like a sort of talking head interview of the bad guy of the week, where they talk about the most whatever the bullshit. I don't even know. Then the bad guy is like, ha, you fools! I'll get you! And then they take out their magical evil ice mirrors or whatever that has the ability to make people act out ridiculous skits or something.
この氷の魔境が映し出す幻の世界で奥さんを合成のメイドロボットだと偽って売りつけようとする訪問販売の詐欺師と怪しいなと思いつつメイドのおっぱいが気になって断りきれないピアパーになってしまう。
The three girls are then taken over by the mirror's magic and they all start acting like headasses.
失礼します。私、株式会社メイドのウララと申します。ただいま、高性能メイドロボットのモニターを探しておりまして。はじめまして、ご主人様。今ならモニター価格で、たったの500万円。いや、そういうのはいいんで。お話だけでも。ほらほら、おっぱいもこの通り。
But then Animaru is like, guys, it's the bad guys attack! Transform into the Naria girls while you describe something super specific and unrelated to the show in any way! And then we watch the three girls transform while they say some kind of weird monologue.
What is this?
And then they literally beat the bad guy in one frame. Then everything is resolved and the episode ends.
すまなかった。君たちを誤解していたよ。ぜひ君たちに CM に出てほしい。
Did you get all that? Of course, there's sort of a story, I guess, but honestly, the story really doesn't matter for Jack in this anime. The important part is all the headassery that happens in the show. I'll just do like a quick rundown of the show's story though, just to get you up to speed. Episode 1, they become magical girls. Wow! Episode 2, they find confidence in being magical girls and they conquer a rift in their friendship. Episode 3, they become idols to get more happiness power to power their Naria crystals. Episode 4, there's a hot transfer student that the three girls can't stop thinking about, but it turns out that he was one of the Ice Queen's minions. Episode 5, the three try to make a commercial but are screwed over by a minion. Not like the minions, like the Ice Queen's minions, you know what I mean. Episode 6, Urara's grandmother dies and the show takes a very sudden and super depressing turn for like 2 minutes. Episode 7, a fun summer vacation at Inaho's villa, except the maid turns out to be the fucking minion. Episode 8, another alleged magical girl appears and asks the three if she can join them, but it turns out she's the monster. So what if I'm the monster? Guys, I know that meme is old as fuck, okay? But it's still funny to me, okay? So whatever, okay? Dab the haters away. Episode 9. These recent events cause Urara to question her entire life. Is she really needed by anyone? What is the point of life? And then one of the Ice Queen's minions sits down next to her and is like, stop, I'm the Ice Queen's minion. And then they start talking about how depressing life is together. It's just crazy. The minion talks about how he wants to be needed by someone, to be given a purpose in this depressing, dark life. And Urara is like, yeah, same, bro. And then as Urara looks back at her life, she remembers all of the good memories that she had with her friends, and she suddenly becomes very happy once again. Episode 10. They perform at the Tokyo Dome to collect a bunch of Naria energy, but the energy is stolen by a bad guy to power the Winter Queen. Episode 11. Urara looks into pictures of her memories with her grandma and asks her dad why their mom left. And her dad keeps making excuses and like keeping secrets. It's later revealed by the Ice Queen's most powerful right-hand minion that the Ice Queen is actually Urara's mom. Believing that her mom hates her, Urara becomes very upset and summons a bunch of Naria energy and they're able to defeat the bad guy. Afterwards, her dad reveals that Urara was actually a stillborn baby and her mom wished for her to live. So she wished to the Naria or whatever to make her come back to life. However, this was not without price as she had been taken over and she became the Ice Queen as a result, losing any consciousness and memories of her past human life. Pause. What the actual fuck? First I was watching these three goofy goobers be like the most head-ass people on the planet, and then the next moment we're finding out that Urara was a stillborn baby and her mom sacrificed herself so that Urara could have a life. Like, what the fuck is this? Episode 12 is the final confrontation, except when they're being attacked by a bunch of the Snow Queen's minions, they just start talking about bras and then the crowd keeps cheering in the background. It's so cursed.
私ね、今年ブラの福袋を買ってみたの。福袋ってさ、おまかせじゃん、あれって。いやね、4つブラが入ってるんだけど、どうしたの？全部ヒョウ柄だったの。ワイルドだぜ。もうワイルドすぎてさ。
Not the fucking minions like
screaming in the background. Anyway, the other two girls sacrifice themselves so that Urara can go confront her mother, and she wins and her mother dies. And in the end, Urara makes a wish to the Naria to get rid of everything in the first place so that her mother would never actually make the wish in the first place. But as a result, Urara disappears from existence. However, later on it's revealed that Urara's parents had a son, and he was growing as if he was living for two people, and they wonder why. Now, I wonder where they got this ending from. Look, as depressing as this ending is, it's also, you know, not really an original ending. So yeah, maybe, okay, maybe, just maybe, some parts of this ending made me feel just a little bit emotional, okay? Just a little bit emotional. Why am I feeling sad right now? Why am I getting emotional? But that's only because they ripped off another show's ending, and that show's ending actually made me cry the ugliest tears I cried in a while, okay? It was because that show was good, and not because Naria Girls was any good, okay? Guys, okay? I hope you've been able to keep up so far with what's going on, and not just this anime, but in this video too. Even if you're confused, don't worry, because I'm literally making the video on this show, and I'm just as confused as you are. This anime feels like an anomaly, like something that just shouldn't exist. It goes against the laws of nature. Now let me tell you about some of my favorite bits from this anime. There's an absolutely legendary talking head interview with the bad guy of the week where they talk about this.
私と井上さんとはじめさんの3人でファミレスにこの前行ったんだよ。そこで流行ったのが、お前のお尻にブロッコリーぶっ刺すぞっていう捨て台詞が流行って、それを言われた相手は必ずごめんなさいを連呼しなきゃいけないっていう決まりができたんだよ。それが一番楽しかったんだよ、この夏。
That's so real. I will definitely be taking inspiration from this. Every time I go out to eat with friends, I'm just gonna loudly and proudly declare that I'm going to shove a broccoli up one of their asses. And they have to respond, I need a shit! Or else I'll legitimately shove an entire flower of broccoli up their ass. There's this one skit where the bad guy turns them into a magical girl who's anxious to fight the enemy that's right in front of them, a magical girl who starts to worry about things at the worst possible time, and a perverted magical girl who's getting excited to realize that he's actually a boy. Oh, Jesus, I can't. There's also an absolutely amazing performance by Hanabi, where she sings an enka song she wrote called Stop Illegal Parking. This song just hit me right in the feels right here, right in the, you know, right in my right titty. Right titty? Is that where my heart is? No, it's my left titty. Oh my god. By the way, enka is a type of Japanese song that resembles like traditional Japanese music. There's also this bit where Urara pretends to be a plant. I just couldn't. It just destroyed me. The level of badassery here was just so incredible. Or this one amazing haiku by Hanako. Jesus Christ, bro. Or this other amazing haiku by Hanako. And finally, this incredible rap performance by Hanako.
俺はキュウリもあるし、そんな感じで今日どうだい?
I can't believe this is like a real anime. It really doesn't feel like one. Man, I genuinely don't think I have any brain cells left anymore. All I have are my left and my right. That's all I need in my life, isn't it? So yeah, that's basically the entirety of Mahou Shoujo Naria Girls. It's an absolute mess of a storm that left me absolutely destroyed inside because of how funny I thought it was. Now here's the thing. The reviews and scores all absolutely obliterate this show, okay? But that's only if you go into this show with like the mindset of, oh, this is going to be extremely deep and meaningful and I'll be taking away important lessons about friendships with the girlies. Then you're going to be extremely disappointed. However, if you go into this with the mindset like I did, which is just having a case of terminal brain rot so bad to the point where any thought I have just erodes away into dust the moment it actually appears in my subconscious. Only then you might be able to enjoy this anime for what it is. I also saw that a premise of this anime was that 3 girls decide to make an anime and they decide to make it into a magical girl anime. I don't know if the events of this show are canon or if it's just like these characters are making this anime and then we're like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I also saw on Wikipedia that like this anime is supposed to be some like user generated, or I don't know what it's called, but something, you know, I'll put it here. I have no idea what the fuck it means. I just thought it was interesting to know. I don't even know anymore, okay? I think I'm just gonna go save some people now to generate more Naria energy so that I can help save the land of Naria. Anyway, yeah, that was the worst rated magical girl anime, Mahou Shoujo Naria Girls. It would be an absolute understatement to say that this show completely and absolutely changed my life. It inspired me to change my career path to magical girl. Sorry guys, I think I'm done with YouTube now. I'm now going to be the world's first real life magical girl. And no one can stop me, okay? 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 Hello and welcome. This video is going to change your life just like how this anime changed mine. I have been awoken to a brand new ritual known as the strike. I will now demonstrate how this ritual works. You'll need to gather 2 things. 1, the striker, and 2, the striked. Now, when the time arrives, the striker must strike. Strike! Yeah, what's up? How's it going, everybody? My name is Leo Hashi, and today I'd like to tell you about quite possibly the most cursed anime in existence. It's a short 3-minute anime called Utsu Musume Sayuri, or in English, Striking Daughter Sayuri. Sayuri? It's a 2004 Japanese short film, but since it's on my anime list, I'm gonna call it an anime, okay, whatever. With a 3 out of 10 on IMDb and a 2 out of 10 on my anime list. I found this by asking everyone's best friend, ChatGPT, to give me a list of the worst animes, and this one came up as 2nd place. I was very curious as to how exactly this short 3-minute film got the silver medal in the worst anime Olympics, so I decided to watch it. And you know, dear God, I'm gonna save you some brain cells and describe you the story of this whatever the fuck it is. And if you like to go watch it yourself, you could literally watch it anywhere on the internet, but only after this video, okay? Please stay till the end. I swear it's worth it, okay? As always, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to obliterate that like button and subscribe for more content. If anyone will be willing to help me out, I have my Ko-Fi account linked in the description below. All donations will be used to improve the quality and output of my videos. That being said, let's move on to this absolute nightmare, shall we? The short film begins with a title card. We suddenly cut to a dangling tentacle-like thingy. I mean, okay, I guess so far this seems pretty normal for Japan. Then we see Sayuri, who has this weird tentacle thing sticking out of, what is that, her ear? I don't, what? Yeah, this motherfucker has a tentacle sticking out of her ear, which sounds, actually, this sounds really hot. I mean, ew, that's so gross, what? Anyway, so Sayuri is this beautiful and grotesque something.
This girl is Sayuri. Sayuri.
I have no idea what it is. She is? Is this thing a person? We now meet Sayuri and her jolly family. We meet Hiroshi, who married into Sayuri's family.
This man is Hiroshi. Hiroshi.
And apparently in this universe, marriage means literally gluing your asshole to your husband's face so that he just suffocates for eternity while continually eating your ass the entire time. What the fuck am I saying? Then we meet the mother, who is described as this creature by the narrator.
This creature is Sayuri's mama. Mama.
She's a A banana? A sentient dildo? I give up. We also meet Sayuri's dad, who's also a weird worm-like sentient dodo-like creature, question mark.
This creature is Sayuri's papa. Papa!
What a beautiful love story. It's almost like these two are made for each other. Or are they twins and they had a kid together and that's why Sayuri looks like this? Oh, sorry, that was... Yeah. We then hear them continuously yell, Mama, Papa, Mama, Papa. Mama, Papa, Mama, Papa. Until the father's like, Sayuri!
Your time has come to strike.
And then the mother also begins to tell Sayuri,
The time to strike is here.
The mother then bounces around Sayuri, humps her head, and then appears from within her eye socket.
Right now.
Everyone's telling Sayuri to
strike it. Strike it. Strike it.
Sayuri responds,
Perhaps I'd like to strike it.
While doing a little fucking like woo thing. Oh my god, she's so cute. Then this creature? Dude, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but it has no right having an ass that nice.
Nice ass. Do not lust in your heart. Jesus, you're right.
Dear Lord, please forgive me, for I am about to sin. Anyway, Sexy Cheek starts to yell, Then he starts to back his ass up in front of Sayuri. And then he continues to beg to get striked on his ass cheeks, detailing specifically which part of his ass cheeks that he wants to get struck.
Please strike me.
I mean, that's a nice ass though, right?
Strike here, and here.
Sayuri then drags her finger up this thing's ass crack and then smacks her lips like, and then says,
It will be wonderful. Yes, yes.
Someone begins to sing, and Sayuri uses her tentacle-like thingy to clap his cheeks. He gets his cheeks clapped 3 times and faints, or he just died. I genuinely have no idea. Yo, why is this kind of hot? No, I'm The short film then ends with a close-up on the mother, and then we see the credits. During the credits, we hear someone singing about how the mother was waiting for the time her daughter would be striking. She would wait while cooking rice, she would wait while working at night, patiently raising Sayuri to be obedient for the time to strike eventually arrives. The end. Yeah, that's the end of the thing. How do you even begin to describe this? Here's the summary from my anime list. Sayuri is a curious creature who lives on her husband, yeah, that's right, with her equally surreal mother and father. With an antenna-like whip protruding from her head, she is a striking daughter, and her long-awaited time to strike has come. Her family and friends watch eagerly as Sayuri carries out this bizarre ceremony. Yeah, my anime list is probably just as confused as we are, so let's try to delve into the lore of this story a little more, you know, do a little reading between the lines or between the cheeks, you know, into the butt crack. Sorry, so in this world, a ceremony known as strike happens. I'm assuming once in a while, you know? Something like one of those chosen one things, right? Except instead of saving the world, the chosen one is just clapping cheeks.
The world consists of some weird-ass creatures as well as regular humans, and I guess they coexist. But these creatures can marry humans, which in the creature's culture means that you glue yourself to your husband's face to remind him who's truly the dom and who's the sub. Now in this short film, it's time for Sayuri to partake in this ceremony, known as the strike. Everyone is really excited for this. Literally even the farm animals are yelling at the top of their lungs for Sayuri to clap them cheeks. God damn! Suddenly we see the sacrifice. Those who want their cheeks clapped give themselves to the striker and happily ascend to heaven as their dreams are granted.
I don't know, man, okay? I just made that whole thing up. I don't know what the f this is. Guys, I think it's time that I introduce you to someone. Say hello to my boyfriend Hiroshi-kun. We've been dating for a while, and I think it's time you guys meet him too. Stop! Don't look! Hiroshi-kun, what did you think of this anime short film nightmare thingy?
Leo, your time has come to strike.
Strike it, Leo-kun, 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 strike it, Leo-kun. Please! Please, strike me!
Perhaps I like to strike. It will be wonderful.
Bad anime. If you've been watching my channel for a while, then you would know that I've watched my fair share of garbage anime. I've seen actual PowerPoints disguised as anime, an anime movie with a plot so convoluted that you'd need Stephen Hawking to explain it to you, and Dollar Tree Goku at home. And while I've wanted to bash my head into a wall an insurmountable amount of times watching these animes, it's hard to be too angry at these anime simply because I knew they were garbage going into it. But do you want to know what's worse than bad anime? An actual decent anime with a garbage ending. An ending so bad that it literally takes all of the precious seconds you spent watching the episodes before the ending and shoves it right back up your ass and tells you to go f yourself. To me, that might just be the worst type of anime. Oh god, I'm getting Game of Thrones flashbacks all of a sudden. Let me introduce to you La Storia Della Arcana Famiglia. Pretentious ass name aside, I absolutely hate this piece of fucking dog shit that's disguised as anime. And I'm gonna tell you exactly why this is my least favorite anime of all time, but I'm gonna warn you here, okay? I am a petty ass bitch. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi and welcome to my very petty rant about my least favorite anime of all time. This story begins all the way back in the year 2012, the year that the Mayans predicted the world would end. And while the world is still here and spinning 13 years later, the Mayans weren't completely wrong, I think. I mean, that was the year this godforsaken anime came out, so during that year, I randomly stumbled across this particular anime called La Storia della Arcana Famiglia. I thought the art style and character designs were pretty cool, and I decided to check it out. Suddenly, in the first episode, we're introduced to a magical, mafia-like group called the Arcana Famiglia. The head of the family announces a fighting competition within the family, taking place in 2 months in order to determine who will be the next head of the family, as well as marrying his daughter, Felicita, whatever the shit, wanting to determine her own fate. The episode ends with Felicita choosing to take part in the competition to win her freedom back. Dope, I thought to myself as the first episode ended. Magical mafia family members fighting each other using their unique and special powers? Sign me up for that any day, baby! Cool characters, each coming with unique personalities and different backstories and inner demons that they have to overcome over the course of the series, while we get to see their bonds with each other grow stronger too? Hell yeah, bro! I love that sappy shonen shit. Let's get this bread. And an awesome opening sequence on top of all that? That's as sweet as those disgusting fake-ass plastic maraschino cherries that they put on top of my milkshakes. Oh wow. During the hook of the anime opening, we have that cliche shonen anime opening thing they do, where every main character gets to show off their super cool abilities. I might have discovered an underrated gem. This was as ball-busting, nay, even more ball-busting than the first time I had ever found a block of diamond ore in Minecraft. That shit was way harder back in the day, okay? Trust me. I played the Minecraft beta, okay? And as I watched the series, anticipating this epic competition, I started to become attached to each of the characters. And I kept watching, and oh wait, we're done with episode 11? The next episode is the last episode of the series? This epic battle competition still hasn't happened yet? Oh, well, the last episode must be about this amazing competition. I wonder how they're gonna pull this off. They kept teasing this epic competition throughout the 12 episodes that I just watched. Oh, I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I'm so fucking excited! Now imagine this, okay? Your school hypes up a field trip you're gonna be going on in 2 months. You're so excited that you'll tolerate anything that comes your way. But when the day of the field trip arrives, you get there, and instead of having fun, your teacher straps you down into a fucking chair and forces you to watch a PowerPoint presentation about covalent bonds or ionic bonds or whatever the fuck we learned in chemistry class. And after that PowerPoint, you get up and you go back to the bus and you're taken back to school, wondering to yourself when the real field trip is going to begin. Unfortunately though, it's already night and you're already back home getting ready for the next day of school. And that was my experience with the show. The incredibly hyped up competition that was pretty much the entire premise of the series basically turned out to be a garbage slideshow. After the ending credits start to roll, all I could think to myself was, wait, what? That was it? What the fuck was that? A PowerPoint? No fucking way, they made the entire competition in Google Slides and gave us quite possibly one of the most garbage, smelliest, most gunky, disgusting endings possible, right? They didn't just waste my fucking time watching this entire anime only to rug pull all of my hopes and dreams out from under my nose like Logan Paul or Hawk Tuah Girl did with their audience's money, right? It was kind of like dreams Holmes face reveal where literally everyone who saw his face hyped him up to be like Minecraft's Jungkook or some shit, only to reveal the face that's had its angle memed into oblivion. Okay, let's pause the tragic backstory here and let me tell you all about La Storia della Arcana Famiglia. In the first episode, we're introduced to an island named Regalo and its vigilante protectors known as the Arcana Famiglia, a magical mafia-like group that protects the island from harm. The members of this group each possess a special power known as Arcana, a power that is gained by forming a contract with a mystical card deck known as the Tarocco. Mondo, the head of the family, announces his retirement and that a successor to his position will be decided in an epic competition taking place in 2 months, where members of the family will fight each other in order to decide the future of the family's fate. Mondo also announces that the next head of the family will be getting married to his only daughter, Felicita, who is the protagonist of this anime. The episode ends with Felicita choosing to win her freedom back by taking part in the competition. Now let me introduce to you to some of our wonderful characters. Felicita, the main character whose name I will never pronounce correctly, is the daughter of the head of the family. And that's honestly the extent of what I could describe her character as. She's honestly a bit dry, and I'm 99.9% sure that she's a basic ass blank piece of paper ass self-insert character, and she feels more like a plot device rather than an actual character. But that might have something to do with the fact that this anime is an adaptation of a video game and she's the playable character, but we'll talk about that a little later, okay? Either way, she's boring as shit. She has a contract with the 6th card in the Tarocco called the Lovers. It's an ability that lets her pierce and see through one's innermost thoughts. She also has another super cool secret power that's brought up later on in the story, but we'll get back to that later. Then we have the other members of the Arcana Famiglia. Liberta! Liberta, whatever, is the loud and sort of generic shonen character who's like that lovable idiot who has like 2 brain cells. Behind his loud and childish personality is a traumatic childhood that left him unable to use his Arcana power at will. He has a contract with the Fool card from the Tarocco, which is known as card number 0. Nova is a very serious and strict tsundere character who is allergic to being honest about his emotions to the point where he might actually need to carry around an EpiPen. He has a contract with the 13th card of the Tarocco, known as Death, and with this power, he had put his parents to an eternal sleep when he became enraged at them for using him as a tool to gain power. Then there's the young adult trio of childhood friends. First is Debito, a cheeky and carefree young man who is kind of a womanizer and a flirt, and low-key, he's kind of a creep. He has a contract with the 9th card in the Tarocco, known as the Hermit. Then we have Pache, a loud man whose main personality trait is food in all caps, but he's also quite introspective and attuned to people's emotions, prioritizing good vibes over all else. Food and good vibes, a man after my own heart. He has a contract with the 11th card in the Tarocco, known as Strength. Then there's Luca, a responsible and mature man who was assigned as Felicita's attendant from a young age, and as a result has become overprotective of her to the point where other family members might tease him by calling him a quote-unquote stalker, which sounds healthy. Yep, healthy. He has a contract with the 14th card in the Tarocco, known as Temperance. We also have the more senior members of the Arcana Famiglia. Daddy Dante is the executive head of the Arcana Famiglia and Liberta's father figure. He rescued Liberta when he was very young and helped guide him through his trauma and life in general. And no, the daddy part of his name is not canon. I just have a thing for middle-aged bald men with a tough exterior and a kind heart, okay? There's also Jolly, the family advisor, who spends every moment in the show acting as sus as possible. He spends most of his time alone in his laboratory conducting alchemy experiments, whatever the fuck that means. He's basically just a complete menace. He's this show's version of the saying, if evil, then why hide? Mondo is the head of the Arcana Famiglia and Felicita's father, and although he seems to be a cold-hearted and tough leader figure, he's actually a giant softie inside. He has a contract with the 21st card in the Tarocco, known as the World. Unfortunately, it's not the World. Sumire is the family's fortune teller and Mondo's wife, as well as Felicita's mother. As you can see here, we've got a pretty decked out mafia tree of get it? Each character has their own unique quirks and personalities and their own little story arc that makes them even more interesting too. Liberta's traumatic past as a human experiment continues to haunt him throughout the series until he's able to accept it and move on from it with the help from those around him, especially Daddy Dante. Nova, having a terminal case of tsundere because of his broken relationship with his parents, pushes everyone else away, but through the course of the series learns to open up and trust the people important to him, and even volunteers to awaken his parents from their eternal sleep. Dabito, Pace, and Luca all have a shared traumatic past where they were actually experimented on by Jolly as kids, resulting in the three having a Taroko contract being forced upon them. While extremely morally questionable, Jolly actually did this because Mondo's Taroko, the world, has an unfortunate side effect where all of the other cards that don't have a host survive off of the energy of the host of the world. This means that Mondo's power is constantly being drained to the point where it could actually threaten his life, and Jolly, desperate to keep Mondo alive, subjugated these children to forced contracts in order to prolong Mondo's life. During the latter half of the series, it's revealed that the reason why Mondo decided to have this competition was because he was going to die very soon as a result of the unfortunate side effect of his Taroko card. He also wanted the next head of the family to marry Felicita in order to protect her. Desperate to save her father, Felicita is given information by Jolly about her second secret Taroko contract with the 10th card of the Taroko, known as the Wheel of Fortune. It's a power that directly affects the relationship between an individual and their Arcana, reversing any harmful effect that the Taroko might cause to the person it's contracted to. Knowing that she could save her father, Felicita rushes to use this power on him. However, Jolly purposefully didn't tell her the consequences of this power, which is that she would end up losing all of her memories if she used it. Felicita is found without any of her memories left. Everyone is angry at Jolly as they found out what had just happened, but it also turns out that Jolly is the only one that could potentially bring her memories back using his Arcana power. He goes into Felicita's subconscious to bring her back, but realizes that it might have been too late. Mondo then appears to help him, but then he begins to cough blood in the process. The two seemingly are going to lose Felicita when suddenly Liberta and Nova appear to save the day. Felicita gains her memories back and everything is fine and dandy again. Just kidding. Felicita then overhears Jolly talking about the truth that her attempt to save Mondo's life actually had failed, which basically meant that this whole stupid ass story arc not only made no sense because is Jolly evil or is he the savior? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Why is everyone begging him to save her and saying thanks to him when he was also the one that instigated this entire arc on purpose anyways? And in the end, it was mostly pointless. So anyways, one night Felicita then is able to hear the voice of her main Taroko, the lovers. The voice tells her that she must fall in love in order to activate the true power, but basically it's like, oh my god, I have to either fall in love with Liberta or Nova in order to activate the final power that will save my father's life. So that's basically the first 11 episodes of the series. Then you watch the last episode of this anime, and the creators of this anime just take all of this really cool, really interesting stuff, douse it in gasoline, and set fire to the entire fucking thing while menacingly laughing at your dumbass who just wasted a bunch of his time and energy watching this fucking show. All of these detailed explanations about the Taroko cards, or the interesting and tragic backstories of the characters, or the family tension that was built up throughout the entire anime, or the energy you spent anticipating this awesome epic competition that will literally shape the entire future of this fucking family, none of it matters. Might as well take all of it and shove it up your ass because none of it fucking matters. None of it matters. I'm about to give you a play-by-play of the last episode. Mondo announces the start of the competition, and we have these three fucking announcers that just narrate the entire competition for us like some sort of shitty recap episode that, you know, shows sometimes do. We go through every character having like a frame of animation where they beat up some random NPC and everyone's cheering in the background, and the announcers are like, oh, the winner is the Red Witch of Regalio, Felicita, as they do like a single frame shot of the characters' faces, and that's like literally the entire fucking battle. And then we move on to the next character where a similar shitty 1 second animation of the character beating up an NPC is shown, and the same annoying ass announcement of, oh, the winner is the epic samurai swordsman Nova. Maybe I'm being a little too petty, but listen to this, okay? Debito uses his powers to turn invisible, okay? Which is cool. The NPC starts looking around like he's like, oh my god, where is he? He's gone. Meanwhile, Debito takes 2 fucking steps forward and pulls out his gun, and this epic battle just ends there. What is that lame ass shit? You took 2 invisible steps forward. What a fucking battle. Oh my god. I watched 12 fucking episodes of this damn show to have this bitch disappear and take 2 steps forward, and you're telling me that this is the competition that was hyped up to be some kind of insane life-changing event? Suck my ass, you dipshit! After the lame-ass preliminary battles, we then see the older trio of Debito, Pache, and Luca each face off against Felicita. All three of them have some kind of like epic speech where they're like, I will lose just like that even though you're the daughter of the family. I will go easy on you. But literally as the battle is about to begin, the anime just suddenly cuts to a singular frame shot of them just moping in a dark corner of the tournament venue because they just lost. Which sure is funny, but it's also extremely annoying to not see literally any of the fucking battle at all when I had just spent 12 fucking episodes anticipating this event in the first place. Miss me with that bullshit, okay? Then Jolly comes along and tells them, do you know why you three lost? And the three are like, nope. And then Debito's like, oh my god, is it because her dad is still dying and her powers didn't actually save his life? And Jolly is like, that's right. And the three are like, oh man, her will to save her dad was so strong that we just got our asses destroyed in less than one frame of animation. And I'm just sitting there watching this all unfold in just absolute awe. I'm just appalled at the audacity of this bullshit. Then Liberta beats Dante in like 2 frames while resolving his entire story arc in like 2 seconds. And then Nova beats Sumire in a tournament while resolving his entire story arc in like 2 seconds. But we don't actually see any of these story arcs get resolved. They just tell us that they're resolved. Like, oh, by the way, you didn't see any of it, right? But their story arcs, you know, the one you just spent like the past few hours watching and getting invested into? Oh yeah, they were resolved in the background. And we're just updating you right now. Like, excuse me? Oh, then we get the duel of a lifetime, you know, the one that's been teased throughout the entire series. Liberta versus Nova. Oh my god, their powers are so equal that they're fighting until afternoon. Except again, we don't see like 99.9% of the fight, and the parts we do see are basically as insignificant as the 0.1% of germs that hand sanitizers are unable to kill. Then they both activate their Arcana powers that suddenly became stronger because of their plot points that were resolved in the background. As they're doing this epic clash, we get a flash to white. Then suddenly, they wake up to find out that their powers were so equal that they both fainted and the fight ended in a fucking draw. Wow, what a pointless waste of my time. And then we get to see the conclusion where Felicita's dueling her father, but her father's clearly getting closer to dying. Felicita then realizes that she shouldn't be trying to fall in love with someone in order to save her father, but she should be focusing on what's the most important thing to her at the moment, which is to save her father's life. She apologizes to her father for focusing on the wrong thing, and this realization then allows for her to activate her complete full Toroko power, which leads to saving her father's life. Felicita's marriage is then cancelled as she ends up being the winner of this competition, and she wishes that her father would continue to lead the family as long as he is healthy. The story ends with Mondo becoming even more overprotective of his daughter, challenging anyone who wants to marry her to beat him in a battle. And everything's all good. We got a happy, goofy ending where it's almost as if nothing really changed in the end except that you, as a viewer, are a few hours closer to your death. Hello? Can you do me a favor and, well, miss me with an absolute bullshit? Are you kidding me? This has to be a joke. This is the most dog shit ass, bullshit ass cop-out of an ending. This episode takes everything that you just wasted and shoves it down a fucking meat grinder and minces it into absolute nothingness. Literally all of the things that I just took so much damn time to describe to you about this show, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Might as well just go fuck yourself at this point, because that's what I did, you know? Fuck myself. I fucked myself by watching this stupid show and expecting anything from it. The reason why I described so much of this show in so much detail to you is to hopefully give you a similar experience to what I felt back when I first watched this show in 2012. There is so much interesting stuff here, and none of it matters. Forget about all of it. Who gives a shit? Whatever. Sorry, Anime Studio, okay? I'm not a fucking Microsoft PowerPoint sexual, so I don't enjoy getting off to slideshows, okay? Maybe you guys do, but I don't, okay? Let's do some math, okay? An average episode of this anime is around 23 minutes. With 13 episodes, that makes around 299 minutes. The average human lifespan is 72 years, which in minutes is equal to 37,843,200 minutes. Now, if we divide 299 by 37,843,200, we get 0.00000790102, or around 0.000079%. What I'm trying to tell you here is, assuming that I live up to 72 years old, this show wasted 0.00000 0.0079% of that precious lifespan of 72 years, which might not seem like much, but a minute is 0.0000026% of 72 years. So compare those two and you might come to the conclusion that all this makes absolutely no fucking sense. I'm just trying to tell you that this show is a waste of my damn time, okay? Well, actually, I watched this show again for the sake of this video, so it actually wasted 0.00158% of my lifespan instead. Okay, anyway, this whole show just feels like a whole lot of missed opportunities for me. Genuinely, I think the characters were pretty interesting. The show even had a cool power system like every other shonen anime in the form of the Taroko cards, where everyone would have a unique contract with a card and would be given cool powers that were all teased throughout the show. But in the end, this power system might as well be a fucking fart in the wind, because they never explain what these powers actually do, but only give us vague ass names and teasers of it. They're always like, oh, be careful of his Arcana power. Oh, your Arcana power is the only thing that can save this person, without actually telling us what any of these fucking powers do. And while the characters sometimes did act very creepily towards Felicita, who is 16, and it would be very cringe, like Jolly, a man in his 40s, being like, oh, the thought of Felicita being my wife gives me chills. Or Debito, a man in his mid-20s, calling Felicita Bambina in this like weird, almost suggestive tone for the entire show, or asking her to let's have a more adult-like fun time together, or you know, like whatever, constantly throughout the show. But I could chalk all this up to the fact that this anime was based on a video game made in Japan, but not just any video game. Oh no. Arcana Famiglia is actually an otome game. What is an otome game, you might ask? Well, it's a story-based romance video game mainly for female players that features a female protagonist. And it makes sense too. Felicita was super duper bland, like a pink piece of chalk throughout the entire show. But that's because she's the player character and therefore is meant to be a self-insert. At least in the fucking game where you actually make the decisions for yourself rather than whatever the anime studio decides to shove down your gullet. And the focus was on all of the dudes and their personalities, their backstories. All of it makes sense when you frame it in the way of what this anime actually was based off of. The anime story is basically the game's story told to us in animation form, but without any of the actual choices, which to me just feels really pointless. But hey, they made anime of games like Persona 5, and I heard those weren't really that good either, but they keep making this kind of anime for some reason. I mean, maybe it just makes dollar bills, who knows. And I won't talk too much about the game itself, mostly because I don't really have any experience or knowledge about the game, but this would explain a lot about why the anime itself is so dog shit. It's hard to portray a story that's originally very choice dependent in a linear way that tries to satisfy every choice you can make in the game. It also explains a lot of why Debito, who is again a man in his 20s, is constantly flirting with Felicita, who is 16 throughout the show. Like, if you really want to get technical, right? Because the age of consent is 16 in Japan, it is legal for Debito to be flirting with Felicita. But the age gaps between these characters still manage to set off a few red flags in my mind. But anyway, this isn't even really why I hate this damn show, but it does not make it any better in my eyes. So if the terrible ending of the show could be explained by the fact that it's based on an otome game, then why do I personally hate it so much? Well, it's mostly because I'm a petty bitch, okay? Back in 2012, as a dumbass middle schooler, I didn't really know how to Google search, didn't really care to research things. I just wanted to watch move on the screen. And at first glance, I feel like if you didn't know anything about Arcana Famiglia, you can't really be blamed for mistaking the genre of this show. You cannot look at this and tell me, oh, it's a show based on a game for girls to romantically date these 2D men. So yeah, maybe my dumbass looked at this anime and went, I wonder if it's a shonen anime of some kind. And then you begin watching the show, then you get this fire opening, and you see the typical shonen anime opening thing with the characters all showing off their cool abilities that they use for fighting. The entire first episode of the show is basically just packaged as a shonen anime, and if you didn't know any better like me, it was really easy to eat it all up as another shonen anime. You get a really shitty ending where everything is resolved behind the scenes out of plot convenience and a fucking slideshow to accompany that, like a goddamn corporate company-wide Zoom meeting. What a waste of my time! We didn't even get like any romantic developments or conclusions either. At least, right, at the very basic bottom line, it's supposed to be a harem, but the harem doesn't even go anywhere. So what's the point? What is the point? I don't even like harem anime, but at least do something with it, right? Am I mad that I didn't Google any of it? Sure, but whatever. It's not my fault this anime decided to clickbait my ass, okay? Here's the real tea. This anime is actually not really that bad at all. Which is why the ending makes it all that worse. Because to me, the worst thing a piece of media could do in the end is waste my damn time. Even badly rated animes that I've seen didn't really feel like a waste of time, because at least I could share my experience with you guys and we can all laugh as we take a massive collective on these bad animes. But Arcana Famiglia was genuinely a waste of my time because the bad parts of it aren't funny or laughable, but it genuinely just brought down the overall series in a way that just leaves an awful taste in my mouth. No, the show didn't really commit any terrible crime, but it truly wasted my time, and for that reason and all the other petty ass reasons I just mentioned to you throughout this video, La Storia Della Arcana Famiglia is my personal least favorite anime of all time. Yeah, like the title said, this is very petty. Rent a Girlfriend. Recently, I made a post on my community tabs asking for anime that you guys hate and that I'd watch and review the most upvoted one. I have never been more horrified to see that Rent a Girlfriend was the most upvoted one with an insane 70 upvotes. To say that Rent a Girlfriend is a divisive anime might be a massive understatement. I've seen some people who really like this show while others absolutely despise it. And I won't lie, this show made me want to tear my hair out so many damn times. Oh my god! Anyways, to show that I'm not just talk and that I do walk the walk, I ended up binge watching 3 entire seasons or 36 episodes of Rent a Girlfriend in 3 days, and it went so great. I just finished episode 5 of Rent a Girlfriend and I am in immense pain. I watched 12 episodes of Rent a Girlfriend today, and the only good part about this show is the opening. I want to kick the main character in the balls. This show makes me want to tear my hair out. Just finished episode 30 of Rent a Girlfriend. This show is exhausting. 36 episodes of this garbage in 3 days has got to be like a lethal amount of Rent a Girlfriend for any human to watch, right? Like, it doesn't sound healthy. I think my brain has been poisoned by overdosing on Rent a Girlfriend. Anyways, today I have a lot to say about this show. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Rent a Girlfriend, so you don't have to. Unless you already have seen it, then I am so sorry. Before we dive into it, this video is my own personal opinion, and obviously you're allowed to have your own. Whether you like the show or hate it and despise its existence like I do, leave your opinions in the comments below, because I'm curious to see what you guys think. Oh, and also, just in case you do want to watch this show for yourself, heavy spoiler warnings, because I do not give a fuck about what I spoil for who at this point. First off, what is Rent a Girlfriend? It's a harem anime about Kazuya Kinoshita, a college student and the most insufferable simp in anime history. After getting dumped by his first ever girlfriend, he decides the best way to cope is by paying a girl to pretend to like him. Meet Chizuru Mizuhara, the picture-perfect rental girlfriend who's way out of his league. What follows after this is a never-ending cycle of forced misunderstandings, love triangle bullshit, and Kazuya making the absolute worst decisions possible at every opportunity. Instead of actually growing as a person, Kazuya spends 3 whole seasons flip-flopping between simping for Chizuru, thirsting over his ex, and leading on multiple girls while having zero backbone for the entire runtime of the show. The series milks the same bullshit-ass drama, stretches a paper-thin plot over way too many episodes, and refuses to let anything meaningful actually happen. It's a rom-com where the romance is non-existent, and the comedy is watching how much worse Kazuya can actually get as a person. At this point, Rent a Girlfriend isn't really an anime. It's more of a social experiment to see how much secondhand embarrassment a person can handle before rage quitting the anime. Are you a masochist who likes wasting their time watching a romance anime where the romance actually never happens and the closest thing we actually get to a happy ending is some scenes of the main character jacking off in his room, then throwing his nasty ass rags on the floor? Then this show is the show for you. Bro, the garbage can is right there, you gross piece of shit. Just throw it out. So the entire story begins with Kazuya Kinoshita, the main character who you will hear me continually roast throughout the entirety of this video. If there was a Mount Rushmore of the worst main characters ever in anime, Kazuya would definitely be one of the heads. You can tell that anime is actually fiction because there's no f***ing reality where Kazuya would ever actually be the center of any harem whatsoever. He is first and foremost a pervert. He's like giga pervert, omega pervert. I don't know what the f***ing description is, but on God, dog, this man is the god of all gooners. He is the gooning god. All the other gooners bow down to Kazuya. A very important and vital aspect of the show is scenes of Kazuya straight up just gooning in his room. We canonically see him goon. It's absolutely insane, but also it's like really fucking weird. You know those like awkward moments where like someone just says something weird and all you can do is really laugh because you don't know how else to react? That's like kind of what this is like. Is this something that I really needed or wanted to see? Did it add any value to my life whatsoever? Kazuya is introduced to us as this sort of loser. In the first episode, he immediately begins acting down catastrophic by letting us know just how much of a virgin he is, and that his first ever girlfriend, Mami, had broken up with him. Heartbroken, instead of dealing with this extremely sad and emotional situation in a bit more of a mature way, he decides to instead rent out a girlfriend by paying for their artificial plastic love. I know that's plastic love. We're then introduced to Chizuru Mizuhara, or real name Chizuru Ichinose. She's the main heroine of the show. Heroine? Dude, I still don't know how to say that word. You know, the one girl that the main character ends up with at the end of the show. And she's basically the face of the show and the one people recognize. During their first fake-ass date, Chizuru is very friendly to Kazuya, clearly putting on an act as the ideal girlfriend. Although the date ended and the two never expected to meet again, it turns out that by some twist of fate, they actually go to the same college, and not only that, but they're next door neighbors? Oh my god, what a coincidence! At first, I thought Chizuru was like, whatever, basic ass, fan service ass, tsundere ass girl who acts fake as hell and wears a mask like Dream, but slowly opens up to Kazuya as he continues to rent her over the course of the series and pays her an insurmountable amount of cash, like a tier 3 Pokemon sub. But then you realize that beneath all of the fan service and the raunchy angle shots of various parts of her body is a tragic character with an even more tragic case of terminal tsundere. Anyways, crazy and fun twists and shit happen, and Chizuru is forced to pretend to be Kazuya's girlfriend because Kazuya is too much of a fucking little coward to actually be honest about anything. When his two closest gooner friends bumps into him with Chizuru on their fake date, the two friends are extremely jealous as Kazuya, instead of being honest about it, decides to say that she is his actual girlfriend. And this is an act that continues on with more people, eventually culminating in Chizuru being introduced to Kazuya's family as his actual girlfriend, and vice versa, you know, Kazuya being introduced to Chizuru's grandma, Sayuri, as her actual boyfriend. But because now they're way too deep into the lies, and everyone believes that they're a genuine couple, they feel like it's too late to actually tell the truth about the relationship. And so they decide to continue the fake relationship to fool everyone else around them. And fun and wonderful hijinks happen as they meet more fun and quirky girls, all in one way or another becoming affiliated and somewhat obsessed with Kazuya. We get to also watch as Kazuya and Chizuru become closer to each other as their fake relationship begins to bleed into each other's personal lives as they slowly but surely catch feelings of love for each other in a beautiful story of slow burning romance. Oh, wait, sorry. Did I say it culminates into a relationship? I meant to say it will never fucking culminate into anything worth jack shit because this ain't a fucking slow burning romance. It's the slowest goddamn burning romance in all of existence. It's so damn slow, you start to forget there's actually a romance anime beneath all of this dog shit. This show is just a constant, never-ending form of blue balls in the shape of anime. You are fed the same type of garbage over the course of the series, episode after episode, only to end up in the same exact spot where you started. And it definitely does not taste good. Although Kazuya might be the main protagonist, Chizuru is clearly the center of the story. I mean, Kazuya's story is basically just simping for Chizuru. We learn about Chizuru through Kazuya's eyes and his exhausting inner monologues. We see him basically admit to himself and all of us that he's fallen head over heels in love with Chizuru pretty early on in the series. We also see that Chizuru is also clearly starting to develop feelings for Kazuya, but she continually denies it to the point where it just gets really irritating. And the entire show becomes about their relationship while also trying to be a harem at the same time. Here's the thing about Rent-a-Girlfriend. It's a harem anime where the final result is made painfully obvious from the beginning. We all know that Kazuya is going to end up with Chizuru. And sure, the other girls might like Kazuya too, but none of them matter because the story is basically just about Chizuru and Kazuya, and everyone else is just kind of a plot device. Why do we need all of this artificial, made-up drama between these characters when ultimately, well, none of it's gonna matter anyway? It just feels like a stupid waste of time at some point to continually watch Kazuya get closer to these other girls when you know that none of these relationships will actually ever happen anyway because he's going to fucking end up with Chizuru. Like who cares? And honestly, Chizuru and Kazuya as main characters and the main romantic ship, they kind of suck. But in that very special, ironic way, they truly do belong to each other. Obviously, they're going to end up together, so we're basically just getting to watch this absolutely torturous process of the slowest burning romance, and we'll finally get to see a confession in the year 2125 at this rate. Gosh, can't wait! Let's talk about Kazuya first. Kazuya has absolutely no backbone whatsoever, and this never seems to change throughout the entire show. He is shown to be extremely insecure about himself and basically sees himself as a giant loser and a lesser being than everyone around him. We constantly hear his inner monologues throughout the show, and these inner monologues might be one of the worst parts of this whole entire series. It is fucking exhausting listening to this guy whine about the same same type of bullshit for 36 entire episodes straight without missing a single beat. I swear, he has an annoying inner monologue in like every single episode of the show. He is basically the anime version of the phrase, "How can I make this all about me?" Kazuya feels like a self-insert character for someone who never actually wants to change or improve themselves. He's a character who time and time again shows us that he's all talk, but he can never actually walk the walk. He will always inner monologue about getting better, working harder, or how much better everyone else is than him, especially Chizuru. He constantly has these woe is me type of monologues in his head where it's always just about him. It's always about how he's never good enough, or how he's always a bother to everyone else, how he's a problem and no one wants him around. And while these are feelings that I can personally relate to having felt at some point in my personal life as well, it's really fucking annoying when he does this. Like every time anything remotely negative happens in this damn series, sometimes not even really that related to Kazuya, this fucking dude just starts wallowing in self-pity. But somehow, through God or divine intervention, I guess, everything ends up working out in some way. And Kazuya only proves to us again and again that ultimately he just never truly changes. One thing I absolutely hate that Kazuya constantly does is this thing where he assumes what everyone else is thinking for them. Like something happens between him and a girl, and instead of directly trying to resolve the situation by, I don't know, communicating a little more honestly, he just spends most of the show just crying about it in his head like, "Oh, she must hate me now, I'm such a bother, yada yada yada." And at some point it just gets really exhausting to watch. This is coming from a place of, I understand that feeling of anxiety when you really don't know how someone else might be feeling about what you said or did, and making the worst assumptions so that you won't get hurt as much just in case you're right. You know, it's kind of a defense mechanism, and it's something that I've personally struggled with before in my own life as well. But there's a point where it's just like exhausting to watch this in the show, and some of the things he does because of this is just incredibly creepy and borderline stalking. Like for example, when Kazuya ditched Ruka, a girl who actually genuinely likes him, on Christmas Day in order to stalk what he thought was a date between Chizuru and another dude, only to find out that it wasn't a date and they're just classmates in acting school. Like, it's just embarrassing at a certain point to watch, you know? I understand having this problem of anxiety, but the thing is, he never tries to actively change it in any way. He's just always stuck in the same old way of thinking, and it's the same cycle over and over again. If I wanted to hear about this kind of thing, I just go and read my old diary entries from years ago. I'm not really trying to watch this kind of thing in an anime personally. Dear God, it is not entertaining to watch. Real talk, 99% of all of his idiot's problems stem from his lack of having any balls or a backbone. He is the biggest coward I've ever seen in anything. It almost makes me feel better about myself. All of his problems could have been solved if he had just been honest from the first fucking moment. The reason why Chizuru had to continue being Kazuya's fake girlfriend was because Kazuya had lied to his grandma about the relationship in the first place. Kazuya's grandmother apparently really wanted to see him find a girlfriend before she died, so Kazuya couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth when she looked so happy about it, leading to the next few hundred chapters of the manga. He could have just, I don't know, told his grandma the truth. She can handle it. Sure, she might really like Chizuru almost to an exhausting point, but honestly, who gives a shit? Who cares? In the end, Kazuya, your marriage is yours, not your grandma's. I think it's just a really stupid and weak plot point in my opinion. Sure, grandma would have been sad to find out about the truth, but she could have gotten over it in like, what, a week or something? And this is a constant throughout the series too, where Kazuya continues to try to worm himself out of difficult situations by never actually taking any accountability, telling lie after lie to everyone around him, which is an action that usually ends up hurting someone in the end. And yeah, of course, as a harem protagonist, it's almost like a fucking requirement at this point that he's a completely and absolutely hopeless pervert. The way he cannot control himself around a single body cell of a woman is absolutely unbearable. Like, they're a human being, dude. Calm the hell down. It's almost like he's not a dude with a penis, but more like a penis with a dude hanging off of it. They could be having the most normal of conversations between the two, but all this dude can think about is how cute the girl looks in her clothes. It is so dumb. Yeah, if his inner monologues aren't about wallowing in his self-pity, then it's usually about a girl's body. The amount of times Kazuya has described the girls in his inner monologues feels almost criminal at this point. He has this way of describing different parts of women's bodies in different, very descriptive, unique, and colorful ways, like the Japanese Shakespeare. This shit is way too overdone and quickly gets really annoying, okay? It is exhausting hearing this dude's inner thoughts about how good or cute Chizuru looks, okay? Like, we get it. You think she's hot. Like, it makes me wonder, do you really want her for her personality? It feels like this man only sees this girl for her body and really nothing else. Even during moments like when Chizuru is going through a life-altering event where she's losing the literal last blood family member she has left alive, he cannot help himself. But imagine Chizuru without any clothes on. That's just like the default state of his brain at this point, bro. And after Chizuru's grandma tragically passes away, bro's out here trying to cheer her up after her grandma's death, but is still getting distracted by her ass. Can you not do that for 1 second, man? Please? Also, remember how I told you that he's the Gooner god? Well, look at his room! What the f is wrong with his room? There's always his Gooner gunk depositories. Kazuya seems like he's not the only person to blame for his behavior. Have you seen the way his family treats him? If you haven't seen the show, they are so mean to him. I know they roast him a lot for like jokey and comedy purposes, but these people are way too comfortable with demeaning their own son over and over again. It becomes a little uncomfortable how much they make fun of him sometimes for being unpopular with girls and how it's God's miracle that anyone would ever love him. Like, no shit, he hates himself. I would fucking hate it too if my family kept telling me over and over again that no girl could ever love me because I'm just that much of a shitty fucking whatever. Like, it kind of makes sense why he is the way he is. Does that really excuse any of Kazuya's behavior? No, because ultimately he's an adult and he can make his own damn decisions, but his family really not any better. They honestly kind of suck. He ultimately becomes a giant simp for Chizuru, and it's almost like he starts worshipping her as a goddess rather than an actual human being. He canonically struggles to send a basic text or even add this girl on a messaging app after a whole year of knowing each other. Like, he's absolutely crashing out over like, oh my god, should I add her as a friend online? It's been a year, dog. She's a damn human, not a deity. Just add her, bro. The way he puts her on a pedestal is so insane to me. The way Kazuya thinks and acts throughout the show, this is how I used to act back in middle school. To a certain point, I can kind of sympathize with some of his actions, if any, but there's only so much self-pity bullshit I can handle before he stops being sympathetic and just starts becoming annoying. We don't actually see him try to actively change or better himself. Everything just happens to work out for him in a way where he doesn't truly need to change. If I want to watch someone repeat the same cycles over and over again, I'll just go to YouTube and look up Amberlynn Reed, okay? That's a very obscure reference, but anyway. Kazuha is just a trashy main character. I think he was funny sometimes, but that was more because his voice actor was really good. He is infuriatingly stagnant as a character, and let's be real, a lot of storytelling, you know, involves character development, and we have none of that here. And while I don't think Kazuya is truly evil or malicious, he still sucks ass. Like, sure, we see him being portrayed as a good guy, but he's only a good guy to Chizuru. He's a selfish little snot-nosed asshole when it comes to the other characters. The way he treats Ruka is not how I'd imagine an actual good guy would treat any human being, really, but I'll talk about that more later. Now it's time to talk about Chizuru and how much I can't stand her either. I say this truly and from the bottom of my heart. Chizuru and Kazuya truly do belong together because they are both just as unchanging as the other. They both always keep playing this game of, oh, I want to change, but then going back to being the same exact as before as if nothing ever happened. Like, you think you'll actually see her try to change even just a little bit, but then nothing about her character actually changes that much. She's still mostly the same and everything is still the same and nothing fucking matters. And that's basically the entire show in one single sentence. Chizuru is a character who has a terminal case of tsundere. It's so bad that it actually makes the show actively worse, in my opinion. Like, it's not even an endearing type of tsundere either. It's just really, really frustrating. She's kind of cold and distant due to tragic happenings in her life growing up, but has a love and passion for acting like no other. She works hard and always has a smile on her face, despite all of the awful pain that she's gone through. And Kazuya, in her monologue, compliments her a lot. He's always like, oh, she's always super mature and she's so calm and such a respectable and strong girl. And during these inner monologues where he overtly compliments Chizuru, he then usually ends the sentence with, unlike me. Can you see why this can get really annoying really fast? Throughout the series, we see her begin to feel more comfortable with Kazuya as the two become more involved in each other's personal lives. Chizuru's backstory is honestly sad. Her dad left their family, her mom died when she was young, so she had to move in with her grandparents, and her grandpa died from a car accident. Now her grandma, her only blood relative and support, is in the hospital. It makes sense as to why she is the way she is. I think Chizuru's story, at least with her family and not with Kazuya, was one of the more engaging parts of the story. Let me tell you about a particular story arc that I genuinely did like, involving Chizuru's grandma's sickness and an eventual tragic death. We get an explanation as to why Chizuru was even being a rental girlfriend in the first place. As a young girl, she was inspired by her grandma's past as an actress and wanted to become an actress herself. Her grandpa was very supportive of her and pushed her to chase her dreams, saying that dreams do come true. Unfortunately, her grandpa died in a car crash. Since then, it's only been her and her grandma, and now she wants her grandma to at least see her on the silver screen. Sayuri, despite being sick in the hospital, maintains a smile and optimism about at all, even making morbid jokes about her passing and reviving. On a side note, Sayuri might actually be my favorite character in this series. Like, I think she was actually the GOAT. The harem. I want to go out with Sayuri. I'm not even gonna lie. No, I'm not falling in love, guys. No. I am not simping for a 2D grandma right now. Anyway, over the show, Sayuri's condition worsens until we find out that she doesn't have much longer left. Chizuru continues to fail auditions and starts to worry that she might not be able to make her dream come true. At her wit's end, Kazuya then declares that he wants to help her make a movie by starting a crowdfunding page for a movie starring Chizuru, working his ass off, and actually making a movie starring Chizuru. They then go check out the movie venue they were planning on showing the film at, and Sayuri insists on coming along despite her worsening condition. Honestly, it was pretty clear from the get-go that this was a huge death flag. Predictably, she then collapses in the middle of the day and is taken to the hospital, where she is either going to make it or break it that night. Obviously, Chizuru is very affected by this and sits next to her pretty much the whole night. As Sayuri's condition clearly worsens, Kazuya then does the only thing that I will give a small amount of respect to him for, which is to get a projector and the freshly finished movie and to play it in the hospital room so that Sayuri is able to see her granddaughter on the silver screen before she passes on. It's actually a really heart-wrenching moment in my opinion. As much as I fucking hate Kazuya a lot, I do think this one moment was really good, and I do admit that I did tear up a little bit, especially because we didn't fucking hear Kazuya speak or interject with an annoying inner monologue. Like, he just comes in silently, does his shit, and leaves the two alone. And I'm just like, why can't he be like this for the rest of the fucking show? Anyways, we then get to see Sayuri and Chizuru's last interactions with each other as Chizuru bawls her eyes out, and I also admit that I cried like a fucking baby during this scene, okay? TV shows can make me emotional, okay? Even if they're shitty. And like, this girl is losing her last family member in the world. I feel like it's kind of hard not to feel a little bit of sympathy. I personally think this arc was kind of good and really tragic. I was surprised that I was even this affected by this garbage ass anime. I don't know if I'm giving Rent-A-Girlfriend too much credit, but I actually did like this arc. It's just too bad that this show is a harem anime, so none of this fucking matters in the end anyway. Despite going through so much at once though, Chizuru continues to smile through the pain, as I'm sure many of us also do. And even after losing her last living family member, she continues to stay strong, not letting her smile falter no matter what. But of course, eventually, like any other human, she reaches a breaking point, and we get this scene of her crying her eyes out on Kazuya's chest, and I'm just like, oh my god! Finally! Some character development for both characters? Maybe the relationship will take a step forward? Oh my god! To be honest though, there was a certain point where I went from feeling bad for Chizuru to feeling just as exhausted with her as I was with Kazuya. And this was after this entire fucking story arc. The next time the two are together and Kazuya tries to bring up the night before, Chizuru literally just cuts him off and pretends like it never happened while talking about something completely different. I get being tsundere. I get hiding your emotions or acting strong or whatever the fuck this is, but at some point, it's like as frustrating as Kazuya's issues of never changing. Like, sure, she shows signs of crushing on Kazuya behind the scenes, and so we as a viewer know how she feels about certain things, I guess, kind of, but not really. But as far as Kazuya knows, she could still just see him as a client and a complete stranger, and he wouldn't really know the truth, I guess, because she like goes out of her way to refuse to show any genuine emotion around anyone. This entire relationship between the two is a constant one step forward, two steps back. Time and time again, we see a small tease of an actual relationship forming between these two, only for the show to say, go f yourself, and basically make everything the way it was in the first episode. I get that these behaviors happen, you know, people do act this way, but dog, I'm trying to watch a fucking show and be entertained, okay? Not eternally being blue ball. Holy mother of God. Unfortunately, this incredibly dramatic and sad arc about family and death is overshadowed by the show going back to the same old shitty annoying ways as before. Like I said, this show takes one step forward and two steps back. This arc with Chizuru's grandma and the effects it had on Chizuru and Kazuya was one step forward, but then they decided to take two steps back by continuing to play this ambiguous game of will they, won't they? Fucking hell, man. I at first thought that Chizuru was a pretty well-written character, you know, with the tragic backstory and dreams of acting and whatnot, but after this whole fiasco, I take it all back. These two are as unchanging as each other. They're a perfect match, okay? Whatever. And the saddest part is that despite all of this, Chizuru still feels somewhat more like a plot device than an actual character at times. I feel like I could tell you a lot about her, but also tell you nothing much about her at the same time, because it feels more like a bunch of sad plot devices put together in the shape of fan service to make a really compelling character without any actual depth. I don't know if what I just said makes sense. It's like a bag of chips. From the outside, it always looks full, but when you open it and all the air comes out, you realize that they scammed the shit out of you and only like 30% of the bag is actually chips and the rest was just air. And that's what Chizuru's character feels like to me, except I guess instead of air, it's more like like fan service. Real talk, this whole relationship is just a fucking mess, and it really sucks in my opinion. And at some point, I even question myself, do I even want to see these two together? I mean, they physically struggle to barely communicate as regular friends for most of the show. How does anyone think they could ever be in a healthy relationship with each other? At some point, it's kind of clear that if these two dated right now, it's just gonna be a shitty cyclical relationship. These two clearly need to fucking go through a lot of changes in their mental well-being before actually being able to maintain a relationship. Because it's one thing to actually get into a relationship with someone, it's another to actually cherish it and maintain it, even if that means changing something fundamental about yourself. I don't even really see their chemistry, bro. It almost feels like Kazuya only likes her because she's attractive. We get way too many fucking monologues of Kazuya lusting over Chizuru's various body parts. Like, it all feels way too superficial to feel genuine sometimes. I just can't with these two idiots, man. It's also really annoying because this whole rented girlfriend thing between them makes it even more ambiguous, and it's just used as an annoying recurring plot point for the author to go back to in order for the show to go on for longer. Since their relationship is considered client and rented girlfriend, or they never establish anything beyond that, the relationship is kept ambiguous the entire time. Clearly, you two are at least friends at this point. I mean, it's basically just an infinite money glitch in real life. All in all, this relationship is one of the reasons why this show sucks ass, which is not great because this relationship is what the show is entirely centered around. So I mean, that's the gist of our main plot and the two central characters, but what about the other characters in the show? Let's start by talking about Mami. I can sum her character up with a single question. Remember when she was a main character? The show made her seem like a big deal in the first season, but she disappears into the abyss at like the end of season 1. It feels like she was literally forgotten until the last episode of season 3. Mami is the reason why this show's plot began in the first place, because she was Kazuya's first girlfriend who was really weirdly distant and ended up breaking up with him. Clearly, she didn't like him, but at the same time, it seems like she does. The show is never really clear how she feels about Kazuya. Mami seems like a very sweet girl on the surface, but has a really dark personality beneath, where she basically just fucking hates everyone and talks shit about people on her Twitter account, which sounds very healthy. And we see this when her eyes become hollow and her tone becomes really evil or whatever. Her entire character is a confusing mess of nonsensical logic. She breaks up with Kazuya and blocks him, seemingly cutting off all ties with him, telling him that she likes someone else, but then gets upset when Chizuru appears and then starts to chase Kazuya again. Girl, like, come on. You broke up with him, now you're trying to get back with him even though you blocked his ass on everything. What is this backwards logic shit? And in the show, it's never really explained what is up with this fucking girl, okay? It's insinuated that she might have something going on at home. Maybe she has an arranged marriage of some kind. Who knows? It seems like she had personal reasons to break up with Kazuya in the first place, but like our titular main characters in this damn series, she is allergic to being honest about anything to anyone. So we don't know. Does she actually like Kazuya? And is that why she tries to keep getting in between Chizuru and Kazuya? Is she jealous of the two? Or is she just angry? Does she want to love Kazuya or want revenge on him, or all of the above? I don't know. Nothing about her makes any sense, but at this point, I don't care anymore. It's been too long for me to care about this character. That is basically all I got on Mami. Next, I'm going to talk about Sumi. If I was at gunpoint and forced to choose a favorite character who isn't Sayuri, I think Sumi would probably be my favorite character. To be honest, she's way too pure to be in this disgusting show. Well, she's not really that important of a character. She was one of the only characters who I actively enjoyed watching, and there's a few reasons for that, but the biggest one is that, well, she actually changes. What? Really? Character development and rent a girlfriend? Sumi is a very socially anxious girl who decided to become a rental girlfriend in order to break out of her shell and to grow as a person. But this isn't really going well, so she asks Chizuru for advice. Chizuru then asks Kazuya to take her out as a rental girlfriend to practice, and he agrees. At first, Sumi is very shy, but seeing as Kazuya seems to understand her, she starts to feel comfortable with him and see him as a true friend. And maybe even more than that, as she literally confesses to him at some point, but oops, her voice was too soft, so he missed it. Bruh, I'm glad he missed it because she deserves way better than Kazushi anyways. There's a scene involving Sumi that made me lose basically any shred of respect I had for Kazuya. They're at the bowling alley and Kazuya goes to get something. He comes back to see that random men are sexually harassing Sumi, and guess what Kazushi does? His first instinct is to hide and watch this happen for an uncomfortably long time. He just stares as 3 creeps get up on Sumi, who finds herself paralyzed and unable to do anything from her fear and anxiety. Kazushi, seeing this, just watches and actually considers fucking waiting it out to see if they leave her alone. Like, huh? Is he for real? He's seeing this girl that he's supposed to be the boyfriend of, and he just wants to see if these guys would just leave her alone if he waited and hid here. Is he for real? The only reason why he actually ends up going out there to help Sumi is because, oh, this is a request for Chizuru and she will be upset if I messed up. Not because there's a person that I'm with who looks like she's in dire need of some assistance right fucking now. It is just absolutely pathetic. I understand being scared in the moment, for sure. I personally think I might also be a little scared if I'm suddenly thrown in a situation like this, but at the same time, really, dude? You're gonna fucking hide and watch? Enough about Kazu shit. I don't even want to talk about him, okay? Sumi is the goat of the harem, in my opinion. She's the only character I feel like we saw any actual character development with. We do see her slowly but surely begin to get over her social anxiety over the course of the series, mustering up the courage to say or type her thoughts out loud, which I guess is like the bottom line of character development. But hey, in this ever unchanging series, I will welcome any sort of change, okay? I'll take whatever I can get at this point. And although I think Sumi liking Kazushi is an awful plotline because she deserves someone way better than this fucking asshole, I also think I enjoyed their chemistry most out of all the characters. I mean, Sumi's kind of a simple character, I feel like. She's someone who Kazuya can turn to when he's unsure of something to do, and the two seem to share a genuine friendship that I feel like can't be said about a lot of the other characters. There was one moment where the two end up sharing tears about either of them being unable to do anything to help Chizuru while she was going through the loss of her grandma, which I admit really did catch me off guard. The episodes with them together weren't constantly full of unneeded bullshit drama. A lot of it was just wholesome fun times, other than the moments where Kazushi, you know, inevitably sexualized her in his inner monologues. But whatever, that's just Kazushi being Kazushi. I'm trying very hard to give it a fair assessment, y'all, okay? All in all, I appreciated Sumi's presence in the series. Why out of everyone does she like Kazushi? Huh? And I'll briefly talk about Mini. I don't really have that much to say about her, to be honest, because she only appeared starting from season 3, but she gave me a much needed reprieve from all of the other bullshit that the show would constantly shove up my ass. Mini felt like the first glimmer of hope that this stupid ass romance between Chizuru and Kazuya would actually go anywhere worthwhile. She actually said shit like it was and was way too blunt at times. She directly calls out Kazuya and Chizuru for liking the other and even tries to orchestrate opportunities for them to get closer to each other. I won't even lie, she's a gacha gamer. She's honestly me. She's super quirky, calls Kazuya boss. I mean, it was a much needed comic relief character. Other than that, I don't really know much because I only watched up to season 3. I do actually like her character, if only because as someone who has spent money on gacha games before, I finally feel represented. And there's other characters I could talk about, like Kazuya's grandma, who is low-key kind of insufferable. I thought she was funny at times, but most of the time, she felt way too extra about a lot of things and was kind of imposing her own desires and wants on other people. And then there's Kazuya's gooner friends, who are just as, if not even more depraved than Kazuya himself. One of them is just kind of annoying and dumb, and the other one I just feel bad for. And if you've seen Rent a Girlfriend, then you know that I've been saving a certain relationship in the show for last to talk about, because I truly think that whatever bullshit anyone can say to tell me that Kazuya is a good person truly dies with this relationship. And it's his relationship with Ruka, who is someone that genuinely, for God knows why, likes Kazuya for who he is. The way Kazuya treats Ruka throughout the show is absolutely unforgivable. It was the one thing about this show that actually made me feel kind of angry while watching it because of how stupid this whole subplot between these two was. First off, Ruka is basically a plot device in the shape of an anime girl. Straight up, she is not a person or a character in the anime, but a breathing, living, walking plot device. Ruka comes out of nowhere and suddenly wants to date Kazuya without much of an explanation. She even rents out one of Kazuya's friends in order to go on a double date with Kazuya and Chizuru in order to get closer to Kazuya. She constantly checks her heart rate throughout the series, and I'm assuming that this has something to do with why she's so in love with Kazuya to the point of like genuine concern, but it's never truly told to us by the show, at least in the anime so far. And if there is a reason as to why she's so in love with him and like this heart rate has to do with it, I'm gonna be honest, it is way too late for me to even give a shit, because regardless of what the reason is, the way he treats her throughout the series shows that she just deserves way better than this piece of shit in the first place. She falls in love without much explanation. He agrees to let her be his trial girlfriend, and Ruka clearly does like him for who he is. She clearly wants to be his actual girlfriend for one reason or another. One of the greatest unsolved mysteries of our time. Why the f does she like this piece of shit? To be fair, Ruka does do some unhinged ass shit throughout the series to make this relationship into a reality, going as far as crashing family meetings with Kazuya and Chizuru and trying to worm her way into Kazuya's family's graces, or coming up with insane plans to sleep over at his place, or learning where he works at and getting a job there to spend more time with him. I don't think Ruka is completely innocent either, because some of the shit she does is a little ridiculous, but at the same time, Kazuya just treats her like trash anyway. Ruka's entire personality is basically, I'm gonna make Kazuya into my real boyfriend. I don't even really know if she has any hobbies, where she goes to school, what the f she studies, whatever, all this stuff. All she is just a plot device that's meant to produce artificial drama where there really shouldn't be any. And throughout the show, Kazuya is just super shitty to her, man. He always acts like he doesn't want to be there with her, acting super cold and super distant. Or when she is talking to him on the phone about her life, he's not even listening. He just responds with one word, completely disinterested in the conversation. And even on her birthday, not getting her anything for a gift, despite them technically being in a romantic relationship. It's almost like he treats her as an inconvenience or like an item or like a pest, and clearly doesn't like her back in the same way that she likes him, yet continues to string her along,
even almost actually asking her out to be his girlfriend until Chizuru came back around and he immediately took it back.
No shit, she's gonna just keep being fished back into love with you if you keep saying that kind of shit. Save her some time and energy and just fucking break up with her, man. Tell her how you truly feel. You're in love with Chizuru, you can't be with Ruka, and this is a problem that Kazu can solve in like 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I don't like you back in that way. I only see you as a friend, and I don't think that's ever going to change. Done. Boom. Problem fucking solved. Sure, she'll definitely be sad, but I think it's more fair to not waste her fucking time and energy on your stupid, pathetic ass than not. This dumbass Kazu bitch cries about not having a girlfriend from the beginning of the show, but then spends the rest of the show literally treating a girl who genuinely likes him and wants to be his girlfriend like trash because his pathetic ass fell in love with a girl who he fucking rented in the first place. This shit is insane, bro. Time and time again, he has played this game of push and pull with poor Ruka, knowing that she genuinely actually likes him for who he is, and that she is basically the girlfriend that Kazuya has wanted since the beginning of the show, but he just can't give up on Chizuru, which is fine. You do you know, you like who you like. But if you know that, then fucking cut Ruka off, right? It's infuriating when there's scenes of Ruka literally crying and actually being hurt, and this dude is just like,
well, anyways, oh my god, Chizuru has nice ass.
There are moments in the show where Ruka, whose love for Kazu is almost treated as a joke, but then there are also moments where she's clearly hurt by something Kazuya did or said to her, and then he always gives this like wishy-washy apology and continues to put this girl through bullshit, then gives us this whiny ass self-pitying inner monologue of, oh my god, Ruka is such a good girl, how can I play with the feelings of such a good person? Bitch, just fucking break up with her then. Are you dumb? Unbelievable. Again, the weird fucking love bullshit happening with Chizuru, Kazuya, and Ruka can all be solved just by fucking communicating honestly, the minimal level of communication. But these characters are incapable of doing so, and it's incredibly infuriating to watch. I get doing this for like a season. I cannot stand this for more than 3 fucking seasons. Ruka and her stupid subplot with Kazuya is easily the worst part about this whole series. It does make the show genuinely hard to watch. All in all, Ruka deserves better. I don't even really know if I like her character or not. I think Kazuya should either have dated her from the beginning and broke it off with Chizuru, since they weren't even actually dating anyways, or told Ruka that he's not interested in her at all, while he goes to spend thousands of fucking yen to go out with a girl who is being paid to fake like you. Ruka deserved better from both Kazuya and the writer, bro. And after all this, they expect me to agree that Kazuya is a good guy? Kazuya is not a good guy. He's just a good guy when it's most convenient for him, like when Chizuru needs help or when Chizuru wants something. But if he was really a good guy, then he would actually respect Ruka's feelings and actually break things off with her so that she can find someone who will actually treat her like a human being. No, Kazuya is not a good guy. He sucks major ass, and the show tries way too hard to justify his shitness and never changing attitude. So that's basically what I have to say about the story and the characters of this anime. It was certainly quite the ride. I did laugh and I did enjoy very brief moments of it, but most of it felt like I had my legs attached to a horse who was dragging my ass back and forth the farmlands. I don't think it's the worst anime I have ever seen in my life, but it's certainly up there with some of my least favorites. I just think the writing is so trash that I cannot get past the fact that I watched 36 episodes just to end up right back where we started. I mean, sure, I can give credit where credit is due. This show is not boring. It can be kind of entertaining at times. At first, I really couldn't stand this show, but as more of the quirky cast got introduced, I started to find some of the drama entertaining because of how stupid it all was. This show is like a reality show. It's trashy, dumb bullshit, artificially crafted drama that really holds no value in any way, but at least it's an entertaining car crash that you just cannot keep your eyes off of. That's how I coped watching through this show anyways. This show feels like a vain attempt at telling a deeper story about loneliness and love. It feels very vanity driven overall. Like, it's always about how hot these girls are. I'd understand it a bit more if it didn't spend half the time sexualizing the characters. The fan service isn't even trying to be subtle anymore. Like, it's just like there and you know it's there. Everyone fucking knows what this is about. You get a lot of imaginary sex scenes where Kazuya just imagines the girls naked more than a concerning amount of times. But yeah, obviously they don't really hide the fan service in this show, and Kazuya describes the girls' body parts in really detailed and unnecessary ways. Every time someone bends down, you can almost guarantee that there will be some kind of in-depth commentary about how nice her ass looks and whatever clothing she's wearing that day. It's just this the same old bullshit. Okay, let's be real. It's one of the reasons why this show is not taken seriously by people. Almost like this show is more about the fan service rather than the actual story behind it. I did come across an infamous chapter of the manga while doing a bit of research into this series. Chapter 218. This chapter has become infamous and a bit controversial, with many readers criticizing the author over his, well, unique storytelling choices. Apparently, this chapter was right after Kazuya actually tried to confess to Chizuru, but then Chizuru cuts him off and runs away from him. So, you know, there's Kazuya being pathetic as ever, which just shows that literally nothing has changed even after where the anime left off. But then there's also literal pages of Chizuru getting straight up f***ed by this other dude. And the chapter ends up with Kazuya getting hard in the pool. Imagining Chizuru getting destroyed by another man while crying. Confirmed Kazuya is like, what the f has happened to this series, man? The author is telling the world that he is indeed a which, hey, more to power to you, but also, damn, that's a lot of bravery, buddy. Anyways, I won't talk too much about this chapter. I just think it's super silly. Even the premise of the show itself is literally about paying money to rent someone to give you fake plastic love. You know, I'm gonna judge the book a bit based on the cover type of thing. I mean, I don't know. Renting a girlfriend because you're lonely isn't something I would personally do, unless this video gets like 1 million views and like 20,000 likes. Then maybe I'd consider renting a girlfriend or boyfriend and filming the experience and posting it on here. And as much as I don't intend to look down upon anyone who might participate in such an activity to cope with their loneliness in today's world, because I truly do understand that feeling, I also cannot imagine how I can feel happy if I try to buy fake love for myself. I do want to talk about the author, Reiji Miyajima, and his, well, interesting tendencies. For one, when asked if any parts of Kazuya reflected his own personality, Miyajima stated that they both have trouble dealing with emotional pain. Like Kazuya, there are things that I cannot endure no matter the effort, like dealing with pain, Miyajima said. I say what I want through Kazuya. As a result, readers tell me the story is funny and relatable, and that helps me emotionally. And while this is interesting and all, I guess we can kind of tell what this man is into based on more recent later chapters of the manga, if you know what I mean. Apparently, there was a lottery for one lucky fan to spend a day with a life-size figurine of Chizuru, and a dude actually did end up going on a date with this life-sized anime girl doll, even uploading a picture with her. No matter what you might think of him, hey, if he's happy, I guess I won't really say anything about this. Then Mr. Miyajima over here responded with his own image tweet with Mizuhara, writing, "I've been on a date. No objection," in Japanese. Now, this could be trolling or a way to promote his series, but also apparently he has a tendency to portray Mizuhara as his actual girlfriend in his real life, almost being kind of possessive about her. I don't really know. I mean, apparently this guy also has an actual wife and kids, so that sounds like quite the family life. I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I have absolutely no idea what the f is actually going on, but I'll leave you to be the judge of that information. And while this show does suck ass in my opinion, I do think there are interesting things to discuss about loneliness in the modern day and how it might contribute to the popularity of a show like Rent a Girlfriend. Obviously, enough people watch this show if they continually keep making new seasons of it. Now, this next part of this video is gonna get a bit sappy, and I might be opening up a little bit about my personal feelings, So if you're not really into that, well, my bad, I guess. Personally, I cannot understand the concept of renting a girlfriend or boyfriend. I would feel really sad if the other person I was supposed to be dating didn't genuinely like me back. I don't know how someone could be happy by renting out hollow and unrequited love, but who knows? Everyone is different. I think we live in a world where, despite the internet existing, people are feeling lonelier than ever before. I mean, it's really easy to see this. From a single Google search, that'll just pull up a bunch of articles talking about higher levels of loneliness being reported year after year. I'm sure in many places throughout the world, the loneliness epidemic continues to spread like a virus. And yeah, people want romantic relationships. I mean, it's human after all. Wanting love and to be loved is, well, human. And I mean, at this point, it's pretty much common knowledge that Japan's birth rates are going down. People don't want kids, or they're just not dating as much as before. A large portion of young adults, particularly men, have reported to never been on a date. Factors like a demanding work culture, social pressures, and just difficulty meeting potential partners all contribute to the loneliness epidemic in Japan. It's to the point where the government is planning on launching an actual dating app to combat this issue. No wonder a show like Rent a Girlfriend would be so damn popular, because it fulfills a feeling that so many people want, yet feel like they can never actually get or experience. People are feeling so lonely that they have to turn to artificially crafted forms of love in order to cope with it. And there's just something genuinely sad about that to me. Not in like a pitying way, I know I sound sarcastic a lot, but it is genuinely sad. It's not just Japan either. People are feeling lonely worldwide. I mean, I felt lonely, and I'm sure you felt lonely. We try to find a way to cope, to deal with that sort of unexplainable emptiness you feel inside. Feeling lonely sucks, but I'd rather be lonely and single than in a relationship with a fake partner. I just feel like I'd feel even lonelier on a date with a rented girlfriend, knowing that she has no actual feelings for me, but rather is just doing this out of financial obligation. Actual love is not a financial transaction. At least I like to believe so. I think a big reason why I really dislike Kazuya is partly because there are aspects of his character that I can personally relate to. Not the fucking perverted parts where he can't control himself around a single molecule of a woman, okay? That's a little too degen for me. But some of the other internal conflicts he has, as someone who struggles with anxiety, I can understand and relate to when he overthinks about what the other person might be thinking or feeling. As someone who used to struggle a lot with my mental health and self-esteem, and I still sometimes do, I can understand Kazuya constantly thinking he's a bother, that he's only a problem for that other person. Kazuya clearly doesn't care that much about himself and only lives for whoever he loves. I admit that I've struggled with similar thoughts in my life too, but never have I ever become a degenerate gooner god who cannot focus on anything else but a woman's tits when you're near them. That's just the fucking Kazuya issue, okay? And the thing is, Kazuya doesn't even try to change. Personally, I feel like I've struggled and I fall hard against my own mental bullshit, and every day I strive to try and change, you know, to unlearn my negative behaviors, or at least learn how to cope with my issues in a healthier way, rather than just looking for a relationship to distract myself from how much I hate myself inside. Can you really give love to someone else if you can't even really love yourself in the first place? I don't really know. I guess I say all this real personal bullshit about myself to say that I get being single and lonely fucking blows major ass sticks sometimes, but Rent a Girlfriend is not the right form of therapy for that. This wish fulfillment packed bullshit show with an unchanging main character almost feels like it's telling people it's okay to never change or to strive for better. It's okay to just give up on yourself because sex will just fall on top of your lap, just like how things seem to fall on top of Kazuya's lap in the anime. But life, you know, doesn't really work like that, unfortunately. But again, who the fuck am I to say about any of this? I'm just a dumbass YouTuber who does need to touch a little more grass. Yeah, anime is not reality, and I'm sure many people who enjoy the show aren't just lonely people looking for a source of comfort, but they just like the anime for the anime. Maybe it's nothing really that deep, and I'm just overanalyzing this. You don't really know how this kind of thing can slip into someone's mind as part of reality rather than just something that happens in an anime. I don't know. It's a complex topic, okay? It's not really easy for me to discuss without making a whole video about that. All in all, Rent a Girlfriend was an experience that I wish I had never gone through. This show just felt like one huge waste of time. If you enjoy the show, you do you, bro. But this anime was just definitely not for me. If I was to give a score to this show, I'd probably give it a 3 out of 10. And those 3 points are from Sumi, Sayuri, and Ruka.
Conception. That is the title of the worst rated isekai anime, with a whopping 2.6 out of 5 on Crunchyroll, a 3.8 out of 10 on IMDb, and a 4.58 on my anime list. I mean, how bad can it really be? That was me before I started watching this godforsaken anime. Now, after finishing this series, I miss who I was before I watched this piece of garbage. Conception is quite possibly the dumbest idea for an anime ever conceived by any human being. You got your generic self-insert main character very conveniently transported into this different dimension where he has to make babies
babies with 12 different women in order to save the world and to go back to their own. It's quite possibly the most stereotypical wish fulfillment garbage type of plot ever given birth to. I mean, the tagline for the show is to fulfill the mission, please conceive my child. I feel like I don't even need to explain anything about this show and you already can kind of roll your eyes at it. Like, this show sucks ass, man. Hello everyone, my name is Leo Hashi and today I watched the worst rated isekai anime so that you don't have to. Want to support the channel and get some cool perks? Members get early access to videos, exclusive content, and more. Just hit the join button below. And if you like this kind of review, I've got a whole playlist of other anime videos just like this one. You can go check it out by clicking the card up top. What is Conception anyways? It's a 2018 isekai harem anime based on an RPG game released for the PSP in 2012 and had a remaster of the game released in 2019 on PS4 and Steam. And this is something I wish I never knew, and I absolutely refuse to go anywhere near that game unless this video gets like a bazillion views, because I'm not gonna fucking pay $60 for this, okay? The Crunchyroll summary tells us impurities have invaded the magical world of Gramvania, summoned from Earth, known to Gramvanians as Sora. Itsuki Yuge is called to exorcise the impurities across the land. With the help of the 12 star maidens, he is able to create star children that will help combat the darkness plaguing Gramvania. While this description for the show is technically true, it doesn't really communicate the true depravity that lies beneath the seemingly innocent looking summary of the show. See, Conception is basically just a softcore hentai disguised as an isekai anime. The isekai aspects like dungeon crawling, fighting enemies, defeating evil, all that is basically non-existent. 90% of the show is level writing trash, 5% of it is an actual isekai anime, and 5% of it is things I wish I never had to see in my life. As an isekai anime, it sucks ass too. The lore of this world is so stupidly convenient. Like, oh, he has to do these bonk rituals or this entire world will explode. Man, I really didn't want to have all this sex, but man, I guess if I have to save the world, like, gosh darn it. And everything else about the lore of this world feels so extremely generic. It's like someone did a Mad Lib and they just used whatever resulted from filling in the blanks. Are Mad Libs still a thing, or am I getting old? I think the easiest way for me to explain this trash would be to just explain the first episode in detail, because honestly, I feel like as y'all learn more about the premise of the show, you'll quickly realize and understand that the rest of the show is stupid, unwatchable garbage right away. So episode 1 begins, and immediately the first frame is literally a shot of the silhouette of someone's ass cheeks. Then cue more shots of silhouette ass and titties. This is the first moment of this entire show, and let me tell you, it really does set the tone for this entire anime. We see our main character Itsuki Yuge being called to the rooftop of his school by his childhood friend slash cousin Mahou. The two's relationship with each other, to be honest, is still extremely unclear to me, because in the show Itsuki explains that she's his childhood friend that he's lived with since he was young, since his parents died, which is some more generic harem type shit. But then you go on to Conception Wiki, where it clearly says that Mahou is Itsuki's cousin. So like, which one is it? Anyways, Mahou is like, hey, I need to tell you something. I'm pregnant. Suddenly, without any rhyme or reason, they are transported into another dimension. Man, if only they were transported into a dimension where they were actually interesting characters. So they end up in some kind of weird cave. She then explains that there is no father, as she had never actually done anything with anyone else. However, strangely, the pregnancy tests come out positive every time. A mark appears on Mahiru's face, and she suddenly vomits out a full-ass demon. Itsuki gets attacked by the vomit demon, and suddenly, he gets his own mark. He spawns in quite possibly the most generic looking sword in all of history and defeats the demon. The walls suddenly crack open and they're in a brand new world. Outside, they bump into a raccoon shaped entity known as Mana, who's supposed to be this franchise's mascot, I guess, like Chocobos from Final Fantasy or Paimon from Genshin. Except Mana doesn't deserve to be any series' mascot. In fact, I feel like Mana instead needs to be locked up in a cage 200 meters below the surface of the planet for all eternity, because she is an absolutely insufferable, irredeemable piece of garbage with a crippling addiction to anything related to sex or the bonk. They also bump into a dude named Narcissus, who is a court scholar of the kingdom of Gramvania, which is the name of the wonderful world the two were isekai'd into. The two are taken to the king named Shangri-La, who is pretty much the NPCest NPC of all time. He explains to them that Gramvania was facing a crisis from the threats of an enemy called the Impurities, that Itsuki is known as a visitor, who is a chosen one sent to this world every 10 years, and only the visitor's powers can save the world.
world. There are also certain chosen ones known as maidens, and Itsuki, as the visitor, has to perform a ritual known as the love ritual in order to conceive star children, stellar beings with the abilities to fight these impurities who live within a labyrinth. This mysterious labyrinth must be explored and conquered by Itsuki and the star children in order for the world to be saved from impending doom. Only after saving this world would Itsuki and Mahou be allowed to transport back home. I'm gonna tell you right now, none of this bullshit matters. I don't even think the creators of the show gave a shit either, because sometimes they can't even be bothered to explain the actual lore to us, and they instead just tell us to go check out their fucking website for more information about the lore. Why am I watching this damn show then? What the fuck? Mahou then falls unconscious and is taken to a doctor. While she rests, Mana and Itsuki talk, and Mana begins to show her depravity pretty much almost immediately. And let me preface this here first. I do not want to get demonetized, so I will now be officially replacing the word sex with bonk or bonk bonk or some other kind of euphemism, because that's how many times I'm gonna have to say this fucking word, because Mana's entire existence is just about that. Mana only talks about bonking, only cares about bonking, only indulges in forms of media related to bonking. She will dry hump a tree and actively waste the viewer's time while doing this stupid, depraved bullshit. Anyway, this conversation between Mana and Itsuki ends with Mana being like, "Oh my god, you're so lucky that I'm beautiful and I'm helping you, TXD." And Itsuki begins to smile deviously, and Mana's like, "Hey yo, hold up." I can't. Would you believe me if I told you that this was a teaser of the dark, disgusting moments to come? Anyways, Itsuki randomly wakes up in bed with his arms and legs chained up, wearing only his underwear. He meets Leone, the court doctor. She explains to him that his mission is to clear the labyrinth of all the impurities, and the 12 maidens of the constellation will join him in the journey. The maidens are chosen at birth for their ability to purify impurities. Leone is also one of these 12 maidens. And also, by the way, she has the same voice actress as Nikorobin from One Piece, which I thought was really funny for some reason. Anyways, this entire time, Conception quickly proves to be the horniest anime of all time, as we are forced to gaze upon Leone just absolutely blasting her ass cheeks out for everyone in the audience to see the entire time. Like, they're not even trying to be subtle about the fan service anymore. This anime, I think, needs to come with a big red warning label that just says sex. Sorry, I meant bong. And guess what? Mahou, Itsuki's childhood friend slash cousin slash I don't even know or care anymore, is also one of the 12 maidens. What? Wow. This explains her pregnancy. It turns out that the thing she threw up was an impurity, and all those who are chosen as priestesses expel any impurities from their body. The symptoms are sometimes just like pregnancy. Wow, what a crazy reveal. Who cares? Suddenly, Mana comes in and says, "Hee, the priestess has another important task called the love ritual. The priestesses can't directly fight the impurities, but instead, they can give birth to your star children who will fight in their stead." We then get a monologue by Mana that goes on for way too long, repeatedly and heavily insinuating that Itsuki will be having full-on baby-making bonk moments with all 12 maidens throughout the series, so that he could give birth to 12 star children that will be accompanying him to the labyrinth. Like, nah, for real, bro. What the fuck is this garbage? How convenient. Mahou is a maiden, and Itsuki needs to practice anyways, so this is a great opportunity for the two to perform a love ritual. We get some really awkward moments of the two being all like, "Oh, we have to do this so we can go home, you know, for the sake of the world and the mission." Mana then explains that the maiden actually won't be going through the same pain as a regular pregnancy, as apparently the star child will literally spawn in from thin air as a love ritual is being performed. Like, I can't, dude, I can't. So the episode ends with a bit of reluctance from Itsuki and Mahou, then the two going for a kiss as the screen turns dark and the words "be gentle" are heard as the ending theme begins to play. Anyways, episode 2 then picks up right where we left off. As the two begin getting down diggity dog with it, a star child just suddenly pops out of nowhere. It turns out that you don't actually have to go all the way with someone else in order to have this child. You just have to have a physical connection slash bond with the maiden that gives birth to the child, as emotional feelings are heightened, I guess. At least that's how it's explained to us in the show. It all feels criminal somehow. We watched as these two high schoolers basically got coerced into having a sexual encounter with each other without much time or consideration, only to find out that everything they just spent preparing for was just some bullshit lie made up by Mana. Like, for real, y'all. Mana needs to be locked up in a cage for all eternity. Leone is then like, "I don't know what Mana told you, but it is a holy ritual, you know." We watched as Mana actively coerced these two into believing that they had to have sexual intercourse, and laughed like a giddy school child when the two found out that this wasn't actually the case, and she's just trolling them, bruh. It's just fucking weird, man. And although the show frames it in a casual or comedic tone, I don't know, it just didn't really sit well with me, to be honest. So that's basically the entire premise of the show. Itsuki gets close to one of the
girls. They eventually perform the love ritual. Then the girl is basically thrown into the garbage bin as her entire character is completely forgotten to make space for the next girl for Itsuki to then perform the love ritual with. Oh, and every time Itsuki is about to perform the love ritual, he always says the fucking line, "Will you conceive my child?" And believe me, it does not get less cringe every single time he says it. Something I do want to address before I move on is the weird stuff going on with age in this show. Itsuki is a high schooler, and some of these ladies are clearly way over the age of 18. Although I wasn't able to find any canonical age information about these characters, it's pretty obvious that Itsuki is underage. So real talk, the concept itself as a whole is already gross. All of this is disgusting. The concept of consent basically feels non-existent, but I also think the reality is the cultures and laws between America and Japan are different, which unfortunately means that this kind of thing may be a bit more normalized in Japan. So while we can all agree that this entire concept is really disgusting as a whole, I think it's much easier for me at least to pick apart and criticize this aspect of the show from the viewpoint of growing up in America versus the place this show was actually created in, which is why I'm not going to be talking too much about this whole concept after this. And even without me criticizing this weird age shit going on, this show still somehow manages to do some diabolical stuff that makes it unwatchable regardless of whether these characters are of age or not. And to be honest, man, the opening is actually fire and deserved way better than to be the opening of the show. First, let me tell you about the main character, Itsuki Yuge. He is quite possibly the most self-insert character of all self-inserts, which makes sense because he is the playable character of the video game. But what doesn't make sense to me, however, is that he quickly became one of the least relatable, most diabolical self-insert characters who would actually I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. He really doesn't do jack like your basic ass harem protagonist, and he continues to rizz up each girl in the show for the purpose of saving the world or whatever, when he's not being absolutely boring as shit. He's out here having weird sexual conversations with Mana, who is, once again, not a human. He sucks, he isn't memorable, and to be honest, I think he should also be locked up for some of the he does in the show, but he's also a victim himself to some really depraved stuff from the other characters, especially Mana. It's honestly so messed up. Now let me introduce to you my fellow maiden list to the 12 maidens plus a secret 13th one that is revealed to us later on in the show. Mahiru is the priestess of Virgo and Itsuki's childhood friend slash cousin with some kind of deep bond and history with him. She's your typical childhood friend turned crush or some dumb trope like that. It really does not matter, to be honest, truly, because after the first 2 episodes, Mahiru ceases to exist as an actual character and fades into NPC background character status that appears here and there. She has some kind of childhood promise with Itsuki, something about them always being together, even when they're all grown up or something like that. But honestly, these two could be on a list called relationships that I give the least amounts of fucks about. Mahiru is generic as all hell and doesn't actually do anything much for most of the show, which is funny because you almost might believe that she's a main character based on the promotional material for the anime, but whatever. Aria is the priestess of Aries. She's your basic ass church priestess with a side serving of Ara, who is kind, but of course behind the scenes is a typical Dami Mommy who is gifted a leather whip at some point in the show, and I will leave what happened next up to your imagination. Harua is the priestess of Taurus. She spends most of the show sprinting forwards like a bull. Get it? You know, cause Taurus, she just runs the entire show. She just runs.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Lilith and Lily are the priestesses of Gemini. I have no idea if they have 2 separate people living in the same body, but they constantly seem to be shifting personalities back and forth. There's some kind of fortune teller or whatever, but I won't lie, I just don't care a single bit about this entire character. Yuka is the priestess of Cancer and is the most generic tsundere of all time, as expected. Get it? Cause like the Cancer sign is a crab, you know, hard on the outside and soft on the inside. What clever writing! Mide is the priestess of Libra and some kind of researcher, and because she's a researcher, you know, she's curious about everything, you know, wants to learn about everything, including lovemaking and bonking, yada yada yada. You get the fucking gist of it. Leone is the priestess of Scorpio and basically just Dr. Dami Mommy. Her entire personality is 90% being sexualized, 9% actually being a doctor, and 1% oh, I have a dead brother, by the way, which is like a throwaway plotline that's mentioned a single time in the entire show. show before never being brought up ever again. And this is one of the issues with Conception as a whole. They try to add these tragic backstory elements to some of the characters, but just because a character has a dead family member does not make them a well-written character. And this show is very guilty of this kind of thing multiple times. Farron is the priestess of Capricorn, a traveling dancer who is now stuck at Granvania because of her new job as a maiden, and she's really salty about it. She's also somehow the most irrelevant character in a show full of irrelevant and forgotten characters. It's impressive, actually. So there's a part in the show where the star children aren't strong enough, so Itsuki has to try a legendary and mythical ritual that has been passed down in the stories for generations, known as the double love ritual, which is Granvanian for threesome. But it's apparently such a mythological concept in this world that some of the characters are literally like, what? The double love ritual? The one ritual that's never been done before? We're gonna do that ritual? That legendary ritual? Like, it's so stupid. I can't. So anyways, Leone and Farron are the two that end up participating in this legendary double love ritual, and I will not divulge the details of the exact proceedings to spare your sanity, but apparently this ritual was a huge success. Anyway, these two, especially Farron, are then completely cast aside into nothingness and forgotten by everybody after this legendary ritual. Sue is the priestess of Sagittarius. She likes animals and has dead parents. No, really, that's her entire character. Itsuki brings a limo full of animals for their date. It's not even isekai anymore at this point. But yeah, other than loving animals, her entire character is focused on how her parents were killed by the impurities. She's another character with a backstory that's so generically sad that it's almost like the creators are yelling into my ears, you have to like this show now! You have to like this character and her deep and sad backstory. You can't possibly be heartless enough to dismiss this show now because we have sad and tragic backstories. Fuck you. Yuzuha is the priestess of Pisces. She's a painter portrayed as a very socially anxious and shy person who never wants to go outside or affiliate with others. But it turns out that this is mostly because she has a sleep disease where while she sleeps, her life energy actively gets depleted or some Basically, the more she sleeps, the quicker she dies, which is really some depressing and sad stuff. But like the other characters, again, this doesn't matter in the larger context of the story. It's another garbage plot device to give the series a concept of seriousness, trying to convince us that it's actually a meaningful and sad story. Like, miss me with that bullshit. Okay, then we have Alfie, who starts off the show as just like a side character, the strict trainer of the Star Children. But wow, in a big twist, she actually turns out to be the 13th maiden. She literally feels irrelevant until she suddenly is relevant. It was so stupidly predictable that it didn't even matter. Anyway, she's the child of a past visitor and maiden, effectively making her a star child, but she no longer has the powers anymore. I don't know. All of this shit just does not matter. Next, let me tell you about Colette. Colette is the priestess of Aquarius and was possibly the only character whose story arc I actually somewhat enjoyed, but then of course was inevitably ruined by the sexualization of a character by the show. Because of course, it's a requirement for every character in this goddamn show to be sexualized in some way, shape, or form. She was low-key my favorite character in the show, but that's not a very high bar, let's be real. Colette is a baker who took over her grandpa's bakery after he fell sick and wasn't able to maintain the store anymore. Although her bakery isn't doing too well, she dreams that she'll be able to succeed, make her grandpa proud, as well as make her customers happy by enjoying the bread she makes. Finally, right? You think we got actual wholesome going on, bro, and Itsuki isn't being a sexual deviant with her, but he's actually helping her with her business, and it's really nice while it lasts, to be honest. It's like a brief escape from the nightmare that is the rest of Conception. There's a moment where Colette gets harassed by the higher-ups of a competing bread company who has been driving business away from Colette's bakery. But this whole confrontation ends up with these two clowns being bullied out of the store by the Star Kids, who was just innocently pointing out the absurdity of their entire existence. Like, I hate to give this show any credit, but I did think this scene was pretty funny. But of course, this show will quickly remind you what you're actually watching. No, there will not be any wholesome moments with Colette's business succeeding. Yes, there will be moments where Colette is sexualized. In the next episode, Colette starts kneading a piece of bread that is literally in the most phallic shape possible. Very subtle. Then she just straight up bakes a piece of bread shaped like cock and balls, like she just opened up a bakery called Spaghetti. Huh, that sounds vaguely like somewhere I used to work at. Anyway. Oh, she also baked a vagina shaped bread. It's just like, I can't. I can't. Anyways, Colette's story arc ends with the two having bread intercourse. Like, Itsuki inserts a literal glizzy into a tube-like fish cake called chikuwa that Colette is holding. I don't know what the f I'm watching anymore. Then we see their love ritual scene, but unlike every other ritual scene where the characters are butt-ass naked, the characters are actually fully cosplayed up in this one. Colette is wearing the cosplay of a chikuwa, and I guess Itsuki is wearing a glizzy cosplay, and that's their love ritual. I think this scene actually broke my brain while watching this show. I have never been more confused in my life. Do I laugh? Do I cry? Like, how do I react to this? And finally, Femiruna is the priestess of Leo. No, not me. The zodiac sign. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. She's the heiress of a great family estate and a literal victim of Stockholm Syndrome. Let me tell you about the dumbest and quite possibly the worst subplot of this entire anime, and that is Femiruna's story arc. Femiruna's family is actually the owner of the rival bread company that was harassing Colette's bakery, which leads to Itsuki asking Femiruna directly to help them out with that situation. Femiruna says that it's out of her hands, but then she suddenly trips backwards and bashes her head into the side of a table, knocking her unconscious. Mana then tells Itsuki to basically abduct her so that he doesn't get executed or some dumb f***ing reason. Anyways, we get this absolutely nonsensical episode where Femiruna is basically locked up in the storage room of Colette's bakery, pretty much as a kidnapping victim. I guess the plan is for Itsuki to force her to try Colette's bread so that they can convince Femiruna to help out with the situation. The issue with this plan is that Femiruna actually doesn't eat the bread at all because she believes that it's been poisoned or something. Why? Because, well, she has no idea what is going on. She believes that she's actually been kidnapped, and Itsuki continuously keeps coming into the room with this brown bag on his head, which somehow muffles his voice and words beyond any normal human comprehension, almost like an actual kidnapper from a horror movie. Obviously, this leads to the dumbest misunderstanding in all of history, because Itsuki keeps telling Femiruna to try the bread, but Femiruna, because she can't understand a single word Itsuki says to her, and also because, well, she's afraid for her damn life, doesn't eat anything at all. Eventually, Femiruna is found almost starving to death. Itsuki then takes the brown bag off his damn head, like, why won't you eat the bread? And for some reason, this makes Femiruna fall in love with him, like, oh my god, he cares about me. The weird part is, after this reveal, she still spends all her time locked up in the storage room, as if it's like normal everyday life. It's so weird and uncomfortable. She stays there for a while longer because why? And after all this, Femiruna is like, I'll conceive your star child. Like, what the actual f is this? This is such a garbage story arc, bro. The entire concept is just weird. It's not entertaining. It almost feels like it's making light of actual kidnapping victims. This story arc is literally a crime and a poor girl developing Stockholm Syndrome, all packaged in a really garbage way where it's supposed to be this light-hearted arc. It just makes light of the entire situation frame by frame, line by line. It's not just a throwaway one-off joke or something like that. It's an actual plot point that they expect us to believe is okay. And yeah, I do make jokes about Stockholm Syndrome sometimes in my videos, but there's a huge difference between saying a quick joke about it versus turning it into an entire story arc that basically makes light of an actual kidnapping situation. But don't worry, y'all, the show makes sure to sexualize the hell out of this dude too. No one is safe in this show. Let me tell you about the ending of this garbage. A sudden twist is revealed to us by the king. Itsuki apparently has to sacrifice himself in order to seal the last 13th seal to actually save Granvania. How stupid is that? And they're like, do not tell anyone else of this, Itsuki. Like what? You forced this high school kid to basically just have a bunch of weird sexual encounters with a bunch of women, train his ass off to save your entire world, getting bruised and beaten up every single day, and then you didn't tell him until last minute that he actually won't be able to go back home because he has to give up his entire life for this kingdom? Honestly, Itsuki sucks ass, but this kingdom also sucks ass too. I wouldn't even fully blame him if he was like, man, f this stupid ass kingdom, I don't give a shit. So after this garbage plot twist reveal, we get quite possibly the most diabolical moment of this show at the end of episode 11, which is a scene of Mana and Itsuki sharing a magical night together. Yep, we don't actually see what exactly they did, but it's heavily insinuated that some things went down, okay? And it's really, really fucking gross. I genuinely cannot tell if the creators are just trying to tell a really unfunny joke with all this, or if they're on God dead ass about this interaction. There are few things that piss me off to the extent of genuinely not giving a f about a show anymore, but casual bestiality for the sake of comedy or whatever is pretty high up on my list. Look, I'm someone who's willing to joke about some out-of-pocket shit. You know that if you've watched any of my videos. But I feel like when I make a joke like that, I know when to stop. There's a certain limit to these things. But this show just full throttles these kinds of out-of-pocket jokes to the point where they just stop being funny and become very, very uncomfortable. But yeah, by the time the last episode started, I didn't even care anymore. I just wanted this garbage to be over. And guess what? Episode 12, the show finally remembers that it's actually an isekai anime and has one of the most generic ass garbage final showdowns an anime has ever shown me before. It is a joke. After feeling conflicted about sacrificing himself and deciding to finally do so, suddenly Itsuki is like, nah, f this fate, I'm gonna fight till the end. Very conveniently, it turns out that there's actually another method to saving the world without Itsuki having to sacrifice himself. If every maiden forms a true bond with the visitor, then some kind of magical power will be unlocked and it's extremely powerful, and maybe that can beat the final boss, blah 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 blah. So you're just wasting my time. You're wasting my time and everyone else's damn time. You literally spent an entire episode telling us about this sad truth that Itsuki has to sacrifice himself, only for at the last moment, he doesn't actually have to do jack shit because of the power of friendship or romantic love or whatever. Like, how garbage can a show truly be? There's suddenly mechs spawning out of nowhere. Alfie sacrifices herself to save Itsuki. So sad, so sad. Wow, wow, wow. I don't care anymore. Itsuki then starts to control the ugliest looking Gundam in existence. And then, wow, the last boss is talking human language, saying some generic villain shit. Then suddenly everyone's feelings all come together. Boom, Itsuki obliterates him. And then the Star Children sacrifice themselves to steal the enemy. Whoa, Granvinia is saved. Wow, whatever. Itsuki and Mahou then decide to go back to their own world together, and they say goodbye to everyone else, but the goodbye was too painful, so all of these maidens actually ended up going into the portal with them instead, and they get isekai'd into our world, effectively trapping themselves there, completely abandoning all family or whatever else they had because of this high school kid. Oh, but even more conveniently, the Star Kids and Alfie were revived for no apparent reason whatsoever, other than because the show is absolutely garbage. And wow, Mana now has a human form. Okay, well, if she's a human now, then I guess whatever happened before this is all considered okay. Go f yourself. Anyways, everyone finds a job in this world, and the show ends at a church with everyone wearing a wedding dress. I just can't. I didn't know an anime could be this trashy, but here we are. I hate this anime so f***ing much, and for so many different reasons. If they were trying to get me to play the damn game, they really butchered that, bro. Why would I ever want to play a game that has its main character canonically sleep with a raccoon-like creature? I'm good, bro. The thing is, I genuinely don't understand if they want us to take this anime any seriously, or if we're supposed to be watching it from a satirical standpoint, because this show is basically supposed to be promoting the game conception. It's gotta have some kind of actual like promotional meaning behind it to get people to actually take interest in this product. But why would anyone ever want to play a game after watching an anime that feels almost illegal to witness at times? It's not even a good show. As an isekai, it literally stops being an isekai until the last episode. As a harem, it's just too full of stupid ass jokes that make it hard to take it any seriously. I mean, not like harems could be taken any seriously in the first place, but even less so after this. And the whole love ritual concept is just so stupid, man. The romances and the girls are literally just plot devices that get thrown into the trash once their story arc closes. A lot of the show just starts feeling sequential, like A, B, C, and the pacing is just really weird. It skips past a lot of what seems like kind of important plot points, all in the name of getting everyone to have spiritual bonk bonk with Itsuki in the span of 12 episodes. In one episode, there's something like a school festival type event taking place where everyone sets up their own booths. At some point, Mahou and Yuzuha set up a lunch stand to sell lunch boxes, but when sales slow down, well, guess what? Femina comes in clutch by replacing the stand with a bunch of panties. And now there's an activity where you try to stuff as many panties in a brown bag in a certain amount of time, and everyone's like taking it super seriously and competing like it's a game of Valorant or something. Like, what is this, bro? For a show that's trying to ask me to pay $60 damn to play their stupid ass game, this is not helping me take the show more seriously in any way. But don't worry, guys, at least this show is inclusive. We finally have a harem anime that doesn't just sexualize its women characters, but it also sexualizes all of the male characters and even beyond that too. Wow! Bottom line, this show is a mishmash of bullshit. It's a show that tries to condense an entire video game into 13 episodes and suffers heavily because of it. The characters that we spend the most time with are insufferable, diabolical deviants who need to be locked up, and the show's very casual use of sexuality as an entire subplot is really just a testament to show that this show has absolutely no limits to how low it will go to try and entertain and entice you. Is this supposed to be funny? Am I supposed to be taking it seriously? Because it's not funny, and I can't take it seriously at all. And before I end this review, let me talk about the absolute worst part of not just this anime, but conception as a franchise. Mana. Mana is described as a fairy, but is actually an impurity that was given consciousness, who was about to be executed but was saved by the king, and thus began to serve him and the kingdom. That's supposed to be Mana's sad and tragic deep backstory, but truly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I don't give a shit. She could have the saddest backstory, and I will not give a single shit, because Mana is one of the most insufferable, worst beings ever created in the history of the entire universe. Mana straight up needs to be locked up in a maximum security jail because she is the most disgusting character ever, and she actively makes the viewing experience worse every time she appears. She takes the concept of jokes and runs it into the ground, penetrating the entire earth to the point where it resurfaces on the other side of the planet. She only talks about sexual stuff whenever she opens her annoying ass mouth, usually ending up harassing at least one person in the process. And throughout the show, she actively coerces and forces other characters into sexual encounters with each other too. In the first moment we meet her, she reveals to us her superpower of sniffing out virginity. That's right, she can literally smell your virginity, which is what she does to Mahou immediately after she appears. She's been in the show for less than 1 minute and she's already sexually harassing someone. Mana is portrayed as this quirky and cute little mascot who is the perverted comic relief, but she is absolutely not a comic relief. She is, well, first off, straight up a criminal and an actual nuisance, not just to the viewer, but canonically to the characters too, as she actively sometimes makes things worse for Itsuki. One example is when Itsuki went out with Yuzuha, the shy painter girl, for the first time, and Mana was watching them from atop a tree. However, Mana simply just could not resist herself from dry humping the tree, which makes the child point and ask his mom about it. Yuzuha then mistakes this as the kid making fun of Itsuki, and she begins to cry and runs home. Like, because Mana couldn't resist humping something for 2 damn seconds, she ruined Itsuki's date somehow and actively got in the way of the main story to save the kingdom. Like, do you see how stupid all this is? Mana also actively sexually harasses and assaults Itsuki, who is a high schooler, throughout the show. It's downright criminal. One of the most diabolical moments happens in the second episode of the anime, where Itsuki and Mana go to a weapons shop. As they talk about the weapons, Mana asks Itsuki if the weapons turn him on, and then Mana begins, well, for a lack of better words, feel him up. I'm not gonna go into any more specifics, but it's a very, very uncomfortable scene where I genuinely cannot tell you for the life of me whether they're trying to make a joke here or not. I don't know. It's just like, what the hell? During Itsuki's date with Sue, the animal lover girl, they end up having another double love ritual, but this time it's with Sue and Midori, the researcher lady. And you know, this researcher lady doing experiments and stuff, she brings a vial of experimental liquid, which ends up making everybody who gets affected by it super, super down bad. You get the gist of it, right? You get where this is going. But here's the thing. Remember how I mentioned that Itsuki brought a limo full of farm animals to the date? Well, they also apparently got affected by this experimental liquid, and I will not divulge any further, but let me just say it involves Mana and the animals. And I'm just like, in what dimension is this supposed to be entertaining in any way? Was it supposed to be funny? I feel like this bullshit crossed the limit of what a joke is a very long time ago. And again, episode 11 ends with Mana and Itsuki doing God knows what, bro. I don't want to know. Cancel this damn show, bro. Get me the fuck out of here, okay? I wish I had not watched this garbage. It's all just so trashy. Mana is straight up the worst type of character. She is portrayed as this goofy, mascot type comic relief character whose entire joke is that she's a complete sexual deviant. She will cross everyone's boundaries and completely eradicate the concept of consent, and will actively harass and assault characters, and will non-stop only talk about sexual topics. It doesn't matter who's around. It could be kids, it could be whoever the it does not matter. And all of this is framed in a way where it's supposed to be funny, and just Mana being quirky or goofy or an icon, you know, whatever, mascot. And look, if you watch any of my videos, then you'd know them. I do make a good amount of gross jokes, I'm gonna be real with you, because I do think it can be funny, but I also think there's a limit to that type of humor. At some point, the joke stops being funny when it's just constantly being told over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, or if it's the only bit a character has for their supposed comic relief moments. And to be honest, Mana was never even funny to me in the first place. Someone please just lock her up. Anyways, yeah, that was my experience watching the worst rated isekai anime of all time. I think this anime is easily one of my least favorite anime ever. I would usually give some kind of score, but I don't even want to score this garbage, bro. I'll score Conception a yikes out of 5, okay? No one should ever watch this. Anyways, that's it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and if you did, make sure to leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe for more anime content. If you want to see bloopers, deleted moments, and other cool exclusive perks, check out my memberships. And as always, a huge shout out to my current members. And that's it for me today also. I will see you in the next video that I decide to make. Peace out.